Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're about to get into game number 4 of this specified series between Dials and Chiefs. You're right there, Spawn.
I am fantastic. You just said that you were going to say something that you did not say.
No chance. I'm not Michael Hingsey.
No, certainly not. No, getting the torches out here. However, that was a different game for the Chiefs, and they've stuck to the red side. See whether we get double tank jungle bans again.
So far, it's been a win for the team that's been on the red side of the rift. Let's see if anything changes coming into game number 4. Direwolves again. They are still at match point. They had 2 dominant games in game 1 and 2. Chiefs fight back in game 2 and 3. In 3, they finally pick up their first victory. For now, though, bans, we don't expect them to change too much between the 2 teams. Zach still being banned out by the Chiefs, with Corky permanently banned against Fantix. And Rakan, probably the final adaptation ban for the Direwolves here. And it is going to be.
Yeah, it certainly has to be. I mean, did you see Ejim in that last game? That means that, all of a sudden, Xayah isn't as high a priority for the Chiefs. Doesn't facilitate any of that AD carry positioning. And do they have to get rid of Thresh, which leaves Gragas and Sejuani up? They commit!
Gragas banned. So Direwolves potentially pick up Kalista here?
No, I don't think they do, mate.
Really?
If you do 2.9 thousand damage on Kalista and you lock it in again, whew.
But they have.
Confidence. That is the confidence play right there, Fishery. They say it was an anomaly, an enemy.
This is not finding Nemo, Spawn. I know I'm Fish.
No,
but
I think it is. I 100% think it is.
Let's see what the first pick from the Chiefs is going to be in response to this Kalista picker. Morgana locked in for
Tristana.
Ejim.
Please give me the Morgana Tristana.
And Tristana
it looked
spawned
so
Kalista.
good when they were playing at Fish. I just don't understand where this Tristana has gone the whole series.
But just like the last match, they don't have to pick it up early. Instead, Shunfire picks up the Jarvan with Thresh as the bot lane pick-up choice for Destiny.
And they said that Shern needed a go button. Well, there it is. We already said that it doesn't look like they favor it. They are off the Jarvan jungle, but just when you thought they were out, Fish, they pulled you back in. And nah, I mean, that's interesting.
Very early for the Chiefs, deciding not to pick up their AD carry here due to Direwolves start banning out a couple.
I mean, I think they can. They can get rid of Xayah. They can get rid of Tristana. That's going to leave you with something like Kog'Maw or Morgana or X. Not Morgana.
Caitlyn?
Come on, help me out. Kog'Maw? No, not him. Twitch. That's the guy.
Xayah's the first main. Cassidy banned out by the Chiefs here. So these 2 champions, Corky and Cassidy gone.
Jace? It's a good matchup for Jace. I like Jace into Nah.
I think if you're Jish, you have to. Just deny Chippy's the opportunity to carry. Deny him to allow Shernfire to do what he did in game 1.
I think he just said, yeah, right, yeah, we can ban Jace. Yeah, there it was.
That's
See, telling you, this is secrets behind casting Fish. Don't make a prediction. See, Sharp's cheating right now. His microphone is squarely in front of his mouth. I have no idea what they're going to pick or ban. Now it's better.
Probably Tristana here.
I think it is Tristana.
And then what did the Chiefs pick up first? They've already got top lane locked in.
They have to take their AD carry, because they will not put Swiffer in a bad matchup.
So, Xayah, Tristana gone. Next pick for the Chiefs. Is it Twitch? Is it Kog'Maw? Raze has played both. Not Twitch in this split, but he can play
Thresh is dangerous.
It is.
Lucian is another option. Ooh. Something that we've seen nothing of in the OPL, but have seen big things in the LPL.
But I said Varus picked up in the bottom lane.
I was going to say, you have Ashe and Varus, but they're really boring, and then they just do it anyway. Either way, always go with safety, Fish.
Now, Direwolves have to reveal what are their solo lanes going to be. They can still run Jarvan top, who has a decent matchup into Gnar.
Yep.
Flex something in the jungle for Shernfire.
That also would be interesting.
Ooh. They throw the gauntlet. They give Chippies Jax in the top lane.
And I'm going to go out on a limb and say this is going to be a Victor pickup.
Fantix has been very confident on the champion. A good blind pick in the current meta.
Well, it's not for anyone else, right? Just for Fantix, it seems to be.
You'd have to think the 2 players you look to in the OPL to pick Victor in these situations would be Fantix and Luch, but one of them plays it vastly better.
Oh, Luch isn't even here, mate. Why are you just throwing shade like that?
That's exactly my point. Fantix is in the grand final.
Yep.
The final pick for the Chiefs now. Control mage pickup for the Direwolves. What is Swiffer going to play against the Victor in the mid lane?
At this point, just run him on the Morgana.
But instead they go back to LeBlanc.
Makes sense. Double TP worked out. They're going to look to attack the Jax again, is what my gut feeling is, Fish. Frozen Mallet, Black Cleaver, plus LeBlanc. I know you're a big fan of Morgana solo lane still.
Ooh, fun. It's very cheesy.
Fish and I have a strategy, which is as soon as we get a hyper carry, we just put all the eggs in the hyper carry's basket, and then if we don't win, it's their fault.
Karma mid, Morgana top.
Yep.
Done. With a Kog'Maw, we're good. Juves has been on the receiving end of my Morgana top once. He did not like it. Camped me the entire game.
Good.
Still
you
lost.
deserve it. But
Bounced on his dead body.
In this game, two teams that have very volatile bottom lanes. Thresh actually is okay into Morgana. It's not the best matchup, but if they ever stand on top of each other, you still can fly in, you can still get the flay. I mean, Jarvan, a little bit more early tempo than Sejuani, you would have to think.
Yep.
Top lane, Jax has got great 1v1 scaling. Mid lane, Fantix has already won this matchup. It's going to be interesting, Fishery.
It certainly is. Schönfire as well. On the Jarvan, the desk already said he needs a go button. We were praising his early game slightly because he was able to dominate that mid lane matchup. Jarvan has a decent early game. He's very similar to Gragas in the jungle at the moment. Can scale up. Big Swips again with the stare. He's got the Gnar pickup. He is ready for another big match.
By the way, have you seen the fact? I only saw myself as Cogsworth in Marowi's tweet. Have you seen the fact that you're the stupid candlestick guy as well?
Am I?
Yeah.
Oh, that's great. I have not seen that.
Banger tweet.
He must have edited
Absolute
that.
Banger tweet.
He messaged me and said he was going to tweet it out, but he decided not to. So I told him to go for it. So he's probably just added that in.
I think, yeah. Just quick Photoshop.
But game 4. Do or die at the moment for the Chiefs. Direwolves 1 win away from representing Oceania at Worlds. And they'd be the first team to do so.
And once again, a very Direwolves-esque comp, Fish. We thought last game was as well. We thought if there's a team comp that will send Direwolves to Worlds, this will be it. However, didn't happen that game. But the best thing if you're a Direwolves fan is you got like 3 more chances. No, you got 2 more chances at it this game and the next if it does go down to the wire. Chiefs running an oddly similar comp to last game.
Ray's now on the Varus pick. Varus has been nerfed quite heavily throughout the year.
And running a really bad Varus skin.
Really? You don't like this Varus skin?
No.
I love this skin.
Really?
I think it looks cool.
How?
It reminds me of Robin Hood.
Okay, so Raze is going to go for the Tri-Brush Ward. And that will give away his positioning. So they know someone is there. Swiffer has yet to go for the ward on the red buff that we've seen every game so far, Fish. However, Direwolves do disperse.
So they're trying to read that play from Swiffer, but instead does not work out. They play it safe.
And Chiefs are faking a leash here. Turns out Direwolves will act. No, they're not faking a leash, actually.
Spooks makes his way over.
Yep.
So we'll get down towards the blue buff. Direwolves do not know where they've started. They will see King of Destiny walk out through the Tri-Brush here if they decide to go for the quick route back to lane. If so, they can deduce that Schönfire started around red.
I mean, they're going to deduce that already because they're not in lane right now. I mean, they still have taken a very long time to come to lane, Fish, is what I'm trying to say.
That is true. Spooks will pick up blue buff first. Schön, after red, goes straight towards top side of his jungle. Spooks will look to clear out a couple of wolves first.
Yeah. Actually, both of these junglers kind of suck at Raptors at this stage of the game. As soon as they get Sparmy Cinder, they're absolutely fine, as everyone is that has that very annoying item. Looks like a lot of attack speed being run on both of these guys. Ejim thought that auto attack was going for the creep.
And said he'll take one for himself. Destiny's going to push out this wave really fast. Direwolves should hit level 2 first here.
I actually think Destiny was looking for the Carrot Colossus proc and did not get it.
Ooh, Swiper. Almost close enough to retaliate against Shippy's there, but did use the hop to get away from Counter-Strike. Now Schönfire being aggressive.
Yeah,
over a ward.
Is. So we'll see whether Spooks does the right thing and backs away. He's going to keep the aggro tethered for a long time, but top lane being pushed in, bottom lane being pushed in. This is a right move from Spooks to just get out of dodge.
Schön just pokes him slightly with the Q. So aggressive move from Schönfire at the right time, something we haven't seen from Spooks this series.
But now Spooks can race somewhere. Bottom lane's being pushed up. You would think in the 2v2.
Oh. Potentially run mid lane after that harass from Swiffer.
I mean, Swiffer took a lot of damage back. That's kind of the thing about Victor that's really scary, is when you try and go aggressive on him and he just stands and gets a big shield and turns around and does equally the same amount of damage back to you.
So, Schönfire decided to rush straight towards red buff after picking up the Raptor camp, so majority of it. Spooks still dealing with the Raptor camp pickup. So there's a 3-buff start for Schönfire. He's trying to make his way down towards Krugs now.
Yeah, he wants for the wave to pass, and he could see that Destiny has very much backed away from here. We'll probably be looking for the ward over the top to spot out exactly where Spooks is. Gets him there.
Hooks on as well, denying his quick recall. In fact, wants to stop him from getting out of this blast cone.
Don't know if he's going to be able to.
Both of them missed the blast cone and hit each other.
But you can see that Shern's done a much better job of counter jungling.
Yep.
He's left the Raptor available. He's going back towards the Krugs as well, so he's going to get twice the amount of camps, also 3 buffing. So he's very far ahead in the jungle right now. So good job from Shern once again. Tank junglers seem to be his forte right now.
Really good early start. Swiper topside map against Chippy's. Chippy's doing so well in this matchup.
Yeah, I'm interested to see whether this is a mana-based matchup, like if it ever does turn back to Swiper. We don't talk about it all that much, but one of the reasons Na's so oppressive is he just does this. He has no resources. Every time he can throw a damn boomerang, he just throws a boomerang at you. And you can see that Chippy's has to be a little bit more concerned with the mana.
Chippy's doing the right thing, though. In this matchup, you have to be aggressive. You have to keep Na low every time you can.
Chiefs are stacked on each other. It's always risky when that happens, Fishery.
Oh, they get the ward out, though.
Ejim's a big fan of that ward. As I said, when Ejim was on the analyst desk, he sat there and warded for me for about half an hour. Wasn't fun to watch, but he was enjoying himself, Fish. Could have been practicing Dark Bindings instead.
Saves his life there, though.
Oh, here we go.
Flanked behind the Na, who's about to go Mega. Chippy's does have to be careful. Hyperproc comes out, but Swiper decides not to go all in from that trade.
Swiper just looks like, I agree with the analyst desk. Like, I think that Swiper looks way more comfortable on a handful of champions that have big wombo combo ults, although now he might die.
He's in trouble. Counter-Strike coming through, jumps away, still gets stunned. Chippy's is low on mana and Swiper giving it to him.
Big creep wave there, so that's why Chippy's probably didn't want to go in, although now with Shern and Spook's top, this is a big risk for the Chiefs.
Is Counter-Strike back up? They lock down. Chippy's flash on him for first blood. Shernfire slides into Swiper's DM and returns a kill.
I mean, still a good gank for the Chiefs because they get the assist across. First blood goes over onto Spooks, who was having a rough game, and the wave will bounce back. Teleport will have to be burnt from Chippy's, while Swiper can probably walk it out. So I would argue that that gank was in Chiefs' favor.
Very even trade, like shield there by Ejim. Cute interaction. Will still stay tethered, but does not get locked down for CC.
That's why it's not a horrible lane for Thresh. Yep. Obviously, if Chief Raze was on top of Ejim there, would have been able to jump across to him and get a little bit of damage down. The reason they backed away so quickly, though, Fish, was the fact that Swiffer had used teleport to get back into mid lane, whereas Fantix was taking his first shot.
And again. Oh, this time no. Dark Binding lands onto King. Takes a bit of damage. I believe it was Ejim that was once telling me that you used to take some AP quints on Thresh in this lane and max your hook so you can break the Dark Shield.
Hook, AP, Quint, break the shield. Problem is now that Morgana players are annoying and just put 3 points in Q, then max their own Dark Shield. So you can't break it with anything. Like, literally take a sledgehammer. Get Syndra. Hit the outplay button. And most of the time, you still don't get through that stupid thing.
Well, both top laners did decide to walk back into lane.
That's a big call out of Chippy's, because as we can already see, Swiper's going to be able to get back ahead in the CS now. But obviously, with double TP being an issue, didn't want to go for that. Of course, Swiffer also walked back to lane, so I lied when I said he teleported back. So,
Swiper top side now. As the Ninja Tabby, so going to reduce a lot of damage coming out from Chippies.
Yeah, and it's kind of, I mean, I'm an old caster, Fish. I used to cast Teemo games every now and again, when we would see Teemo rush boots too.
Boy.
And I would kind of say it's a damage upgrade, even if it's defensive boots. And the reason is if you're always in range, to be able to auto-attack, you do more damage. I mean, it's as simple as that, and that's going to give him the best chance to be able to do that. Swiffer, once again, is about 20 CS down. I don't know how this keeps happening, but Fantix, for whatever reason,
Starling on him. Doing a good job in the mid lane.
Doing a great job in the mid lane.
Gold is fairly even, though, slightly in Dial's favor.
Swiffer would not be enjoying this, as Dragon picked up on the first blue buff spawn. What season is this?
This is a Season 1 play, when a Mumu jungle was rampant.
Yeah. Don't worry about it, guys. We can do Dragon. They're definitely a blue buff.
It used to be, you know, if you're blue side, you get first pick advantage. If you're red side, you get first Dragon all the time.
Yeah. Back when it used to give you gold. Swiffer needs to be careful here.
Oh, lands the chain, but here comes Shernfire. Dashes back out. Takes a big chunk of damage, though.
I think that's when you go back to base. If Shern had have ulted him there, that would have been touch and go. Obviously, Swiffer still has ultimate, still has the flash available, but still would have been very touch and go fish.
Now using the teleport to come back in.
Yeah, that's smart. I mean, he's already down 26 CS. He can't afford to go down any further. So we'll just see Swiffer clean up these 7 creeps for himself. And this early game is going not great, but better for the Chiefs.
Still 600 gold down. You'd have to think that's from the natural CS leads across the map. Only Swiper really doing well. This is going to be a big trade. He just went mini as well. Double hyper procs. Chippy's down below half health. Boomerang, wrong way though.
Oh man, depends. Maybe it was a celebratory boomerang.
Whee! Oh, Dark Binding lands there.
How did that hit?
Destiny threads the needle somehow.
Now all of a sudden they're going in. Does get pulled back, so ult for ult.
Throws him back in eventually, but my goodness. What the heck was that?
I tell you what, Fish. I've seen some crazy things today. Now Chippy's uses TP to get back top lane. So after that bad trade with Swiper, he's actually the one that gets punished for it.
I was about to, scream if that hook somehow hit. Thankfully, the minions do its job and block it. Shenfire was posturing in the bottom lane. They had a control ward there.
Ejim also went boots too before he went towards Ardent Sensor.
I hope he boots.
So we're not going to have any real Ardent Sensor rush. Generally, if you don't rush Sensor, what we see is we generally see that you're going towards Sightstone because your lane's a kill lane or something along those lines. Also see Raze going towards Essence Reaver. Or IE double attack speed, but I would expect Essence Reaver.
I mean, you can still sit on the BF sword and go Zeal next. Wow, big trade from Chippies. Swiper staying in this lane, a bit scary. Schoenfire's here. Swiper needs to back out of there as Spooks goes for the force. They lock down the Thresh. Should be an easy kill pickup for them. No flash for Destiny, and Raze secures it.
And look how confident Raze is. He doesn't throw out the ult. That's a good gank from
Wow. Big play from Swiper, though. Gets out.
And I mean, because he has the TP available, they can look to stick around for this one if they want. Instead, they could also maybe teleport bottom lane and get themselves first turret. Don't know if they're going to be able to get it otherwise, Fish.
Sniper's just walking back towards top side now,
so
so Direwolves get first
falls.
turret.
That's really nicely played out of Shern. I mean, all the credit that we gave to Spooks game 1 about being able to play on the right side of the map, you now have to give to Shern in this game number 4, because he's done exactly the same thing. Has not forced anywhere he shouldn't have.
Yep. Chiefs will respond with a turret in the bottom lane and stay about 600 gold behind despite the proactive play. Big laser from Fantix. Watching this guy play Victor in the mid lane is an absolute pleasure.
Yeah, it certainly is. And the Deathfire touch has stopped Swiffer's back like 4 times right now. To the point where he says, I actually can't back anymore.
He's still going to try.
Still going to try. I think that they put Raze in this lane now, so they'll let Swiffer catch this one.
He jumps in on top of Fantix, wants to get him with the chains, but gets a good chunk of damage.
I don't think he wanted to get him with the chain. I think that they want to push this mid lane turret. And we'll see whether they do stick around for that Fish, because they've brought Ejim and Raze into this lane. And if they land a flash bind, if they would land a bind, if they land something like an ulti from Raze, then they'll be able to pick it up, although now the bottom lane is collapsing.
So it is a necessary picked up by Raze as well. Hook, not on.
I hate to say I told you so, mate. But I did tell you so.
Sidestone picked up by Ejim though, so delaying Ardent Sensor even further. But that does not mean that he's not stacking up gold right now. He's still getting fairly rich in the Morgana.
Yeah, but didn't even go towards the second point upgrade. So
yeah,
this is old school. And you can see the Chiefs now actually say, you know what, let's just go back into our standard lanes. We were winning in that way. We were able to pick up the kill. Our turret is still reasonably healthy. We can get back down here. But the Direwolves did get very good vision, Fish, so that means that they've spotted out all of these rotations and they won't be beaten to any punches. Swiper also needs to be very careful top lane, because Chippies is quite rich.
Sheen pick up for the Jacks on the top side of the map. Schoenfire clearing out a couple of wards, but Scuttle Crab take from the Chiefs. Drag is up in a minute 30, just an Ocean Dragon to fight for. Chiefs already have the first Infernal.
You can see that it's actually this right now on your screen that they want to fight for. It's going to be...
Dashes out, takes damage from it, but doesn't get knocked up, and Fantix still lays down the pain.
Exactly right. Every single time Swiffle wants to get anything done, Fantix just stands and delivers. He is not scared of this LeBlanc at all, Fish. And I don't think he should be, because I think Fantix has shown this whole series that he is more than able to deal with the mid laner of the Chiefs. Depends whether the rest of the team can. Because the big thing about the LeBlanc last game was attacking the split push. That's what put Chiefs ahead. That's what gave them every piece of tempo advantage they had, was being able to go into Chippy's lane with Swiper and continually tie him down. This time around, however, Chippy's is actually ahead.
You'd have to say, though, Chippy's on the Jax. Not as... It's a bit easier to kill with the LeBlanc than it was the Cho'Gath.
Technically correct, yep. He also might kill you, so
True.
there's that double-edged sword. See, once again, that Direwolves are going towards Rift Herald nice and early. Only 14 minutes in. I think that's why we've seen so many free Rift Heralds this series, Fish, because they're doing them much earlier than what we're used to seeing.
10 seconds before Dragon spawn.
They're going in the mid lane.
Fantix does get locked down, double chain. There is a dark passage. He gets over and back to safety. Big play from Destiny.
We'll give them the Dragon spawn, however. With Fantix that low, you're probably not going to want to fight that one. You can see already that the Sejuani as well as the Varus are in the area. So the Chiefs are going to start stacking up these Dragons. And we already saw that the first one was Infernal. Second one being Ocean will help Swiper out particularly, because he has been taking little trades in the top lane. Also helps out with him being a Krug Goblin. And I didn't quite catch what that next one was going to be, Fish. Did you see it?
Mountain Dragon next.
You did that very smooth. Got the word in his ear straight away. Just, I saw what it was. Come on. It was a Mountain Drag.
Who said someone told me something? I just saw it on my screen spawn.
You did
Paying
not.
attention to this video game. I mean, while Swiper's
I'm not.
still switching against Chippies.
I'm just trying to come up with every narrative I can. It's been a very protracted laning phase, and normally when we say that in a game, Fish, we say that suits the Direwolves, but the Chiefs are just playing this one nice and calm.
I mean, you could technically say they've had the team fights in their favor. Get your last game, every single team fight went into Chiefs' favor. In the game that Direwolves won in game 2, the Chiefs were still winning half those fights.
Yeah, that was a weird one, right? Because they were winning fights, sure, but they weren't really taking all that much from it. They want a pick here. Destiny. No one walks through that area.
They jump
There
in
they go.
immediately on the Fantix, who cleanse flash straight away. Shermfire tries to jump in. Teleport coming out from Jax.
It's a wasted teleport there.
Flash for flash, but teleport down and the cleanse down from Fantix.
Yeah, that's a big advantage for the Chiefs. I mean, just getting the cleanse and flash out of Fantix means they can play that play again. But Swiffer was so far away that I don't think there was really any way that they were getting back into that team fight. Potentially could have turned around onto Spooks if they wanted to pull Destiny in and throw him. But that was a little strange fit.
Was.
Maybe getting antsy, the Direwolves. I hate to say that because they're such an experienced, great team. I mean, I'm a big fan of watching the Direwolves play League of Legends. I hate that interaction, by the way.
So do I.
Rooted, you can still use abilities, so you can still use that ability to get away. Makes no sense to me.
I think one of the only abilities that gets priority over Jarvan's Flying and Drag is Camille's hookshot. Can't knock her out of it. Kled as well. Yeah.
Funnily enough, every champion that kind of like beats her.
Oh no, King! Double chains! Very close to tethering there, but Destiny with the save once more.
Yeah, exactly right. But in top lane, meanwhile,
good jump away from Swiper. Still gets tagged. Dark Binding connects from Ejim, but Spooks decides not to go in. Hook misses, and they play around the gravity field quite well.
yeah, they certainly do. I mean, Chiefs on the edge now. You can see that they're playing this quite nicely. What I want to point out is I don't think that this build from... The reason I normally like Victor is he side lane very well. Here we go.
They've locked him down. No flash, no cleanse. Exhaust used the ball. Dark Binding hits. He's going to fall. Raze gets that kill. They did use a teleport from Swiffer to get into this lane, but let's see what they get next for it.
Yeah, another really strange teleport coming out. Swiffer definitely didn't need a TP for that one either. What I was going to talk about is that generally when you have a look at Victors, you say they're a great side laning mid lane. As soon as they pick up that Lich Bane, they're able to match side lane pressure. However, because he's had to build a Banshee's Veil again this game, is not going to be the same case. Swiffer going to find Shern here. Skips in a night.
That was the smallest flag drag combo I've ever seen.
Just wanted the knock up there.
Didn't get it. Swiffer does get pushed out of the jungle though, means less pressure on Chippy's topside map. However, opens up the Chiefs to do this in the mid lane.
Yeah, it certainly does. A mid lane turret against a control mage is crucial to winning the game. Both of those just missed, but whoa!
Oh, King forced to flash away, but see him, mate. Cool guys don't look at explosions, and Swiffer gets a solo kill.
And for someone that's fallen down 35 CS again, Fish, LeBlanc just does silly amounts of damage to the AD carry. King obviously not running all that much attack speed on his blues, because it looks like Swiffer's hitting him for true damage, and maybe the difference between Sork Boots LeBlanc and the Merc Treads to LeBlanc that we saw last game, running much more penetration.
Potentially. Swiffer, though, having a much better performance here today. Rift Herald was dropped top side of the map, only going to get a single charge. The Chiefs should be very happy about that.
Yeah, it certainly should, especially given the fact that they broke mid lane turret without the Rift Herald going over to them, which against Victor should be nigh impossible. As long as he's standing there with blue buffs, he's going to be able to wave clear for days. And they're up 2,000-ish Goldfish, about 1,500 actually, to be fair. Not all that much.
You have to think this is one of the first games where the Chiefs have the team fight advantage straight away due to Jax being a split pusher. Yes, game 1 or 2 was a Camille pick, but Chippy's built Camille Hydra, like a team fighting champion and used her as a team fighting champion.
Yeah, that was actually a really impressive game out of Chippy's. I hadn't seen him team fight on Camille that well. If you cast your mind back against the Marines, when he was able to pick up the Camille, I believe, he really didn't know how to team fight at all and was getting beaten that heavily in the 1v1 that they just outright lost the game off the back end of that pick.
That's where Archie picked up the Jax.
Yep.
One of the first times we saw that as a big counter.
No, well, Chippies had played the counter beforehand. So we knew that Chippies knew about the matchup. He just obviously was confident he could win both ends of it.
The Chiefs, though, must be pumped up now. They've got the goal lead. They can see that the kills are in their favor. They've got double dragon. Rift Herald's been nullified.
I mean, and they're also going to get 3 very useful dragons this game. As we've already mentioned, staying around in these long, protracted lanes means that Ocean has incredible value. Fire, obviously, is a very good Drake. And then to pick up a Mountain next would be good.
They try to lock down Destiny as well as Schönfire here. Chains coming out from Swiffer. He has the black shield. Will lock down the Thresh. Gravity field separating the Chiefs at the choke point.
The Chiefs are finally playing confident League of Legends. You can see every single time, even though that was another Xmithy coming out of Spooks, as Juice fondly called it, they're just able to pull the trigger when they need to. You can see Swiffer very confident against Fantix, even though he's down 40 CS, just poking his head in and out, looking for that chip trade. This should result in the Dragon when it spawns, although I'm not sure that the Chiefs will want to outright 5v5 team fight. The way that they're playing the map right now is kind of pulling direwolves everywhere. I don't know that when you're winning by pulling a team around, you just want a 5v5.
Swiper is getting back to safety though, and Swiffer's trying to 1v1. Fantix steps out of the gravity field. Chaos Storm is used. Spooks locking him down. Might be able to pick up the kill. Oh, Fantix! Styles on Swiffer again.
He's out.
Dark Passage brings him out. Spooks will dodge the hook. The rest of the Chiefs trying to collapse, but my goodness, the MVP of this split steps up in a 2-on-1, the second time in this series.
And they didn't need to go for it, Fish. That is what is so strange about that. They had complete vision control. Just wait for Spooks to have the ultimate back available. But Fantix, one more time, insta-cleanse, able to take the 1v1. He is so damn good at this game of League of Legends and will also get his team a dragon.
Direwolves will look to take down Mountain Dragon as the Chiefs lose tempo. One of the first times in this
match. They are, however, looking to collapse onto Chippies. He has the ultimate available.
Jumps to a ward, he's okay. Spooks will sweep this one out, but still Mountain Dragon falls for the Direwolves, and they are only 800 gold behind the Chiefs.
Yeah, I mean, that was a huge turnaround just when Swiffer was starting to get rolling, and you could feel some real momentum building in this series for the Chiefs. Fantix just says no. I mean, he's 60 CS up, Fish. He's an absolute freak show.
He wants to go to Worlds. He
deserves to go to Worlds. Even if Direwolves somehow lose the next 2 games, Fantix right now deserves to go to Worlds.
He is by far the best player on the server right now. Yes, Swiper, most improved, stepping up top lane. He's doing fantastic in this entire best of 5 series. Fantastic during the gauntlet, but Fantix all round, entire split. He's barely had a bad game.
Yeah, I don't know. I think if Swiper also has another game like game 2, he has a very good case to put forward to the OPL judges for that award. Of course, one of them not being me, so please tweet at the other members of the judging panel. Absolutely nothing to do with this year's awards.
Now the Chiefs still looking to get some...
he's also 30 CS up.
Yeah, he's doing really well in this matchup against Chippies. He's on the team fighting champion as well, looking for a very early Randuin's Omen. Yeah. Not going for the frozen mallet. Isn't going to be able
to get bottom lane, however, before that turret drops, it looks like. Chippy should be able to just sit there and wail on this one, Fish.
That's going to fall.
So that will put the Direwolves back at dead even. This game is absolutely all squared up. God, I love when Mats goes my way. Just a big fan of it.
Swiper now going to return into the bottom lane, getting a bit of tankiness early against the Jax, Java, and Kalista combo.
Feels like he's probably going to be team fighting a little bit earlier this time around. They've been using the double TP a lot. Also probably gives him some good survivability in the 1v1 versus a Jax. Doesn't want that to go the wrong way, Fish.
Good slow from the Randuin. Stops Chippy's advances as well in the first jump.
That's
Raze.
Crucial. The more Raze can pop the Banshee's Veil out of Fantix, the more nervous he has to be of, you know, Sejuani, the ultimate that can come out of Ejim, as well as Swiffer, Raze. I mean, there's just CC for absolute days everywhere.
Swiffer jumping in on top of Fantix. That's a double jump. Dark Passage is there. Gets the procs, but Fantix down to half health now.
Yeah, wonder if he goes back top lane and that's enough to force in on that turret. I think Spooks needs to stay around mid lane and help his trio out. But at half health, I don't think Fantix can go near Swiffer, sorry.
Swiffer does have teleport, so someone will be sent top lane to match this. Potentially. So 1-3-1 coming out of the Chiefs with their team fighting team comp.
And they have to hope this gives Swiffer some form of their advantage, because he's down in levels, down in kills, down in items. I mean, he's absolutely down in everything. So maybe, you know, some solo experience from a turret and those creep waves is going to start helping him out.
They send Fantix up top side of the map to deal with this.
But he's going to deal with it in a different way. He's going to catch when it hits turrets. So he's not going to... Ooh, red buff here. This could be the change.
Locks him down. Hyperproc comes out as well as the Randuin slow. Teleport coming in from Swiffer. Flash wave for Swiper. Blast code's not there. Chippies smacks him with the hockey stick. Swiffer's trying to chase him down. Double distortion use. Teleport use. But the one-on-one goes the Kiwi's way.
Certainly does, and the red buff was what he needed to turn that one on its head, Fish. Straight away, he gets the very big duel, and now Baron could be the objective. See,
Teleport.
Chiefs actually looking towards it. Swiffer's not there, however. Swiper's still 20 seconds away, and Direwolves can just play with this as long as they want.
They just need to stall out for Swiper to come back up. The rest of the Chiefs are in the vicinity. Swiper can teleport into this fight, but Baron's so low.
They have to go now. This is going to go down 2,000. It's actually gone, and the Chiefs just back away. That one-on-one out of Chippies might have just sent the Direwolves to Worlds.
My goodness, the Direwolves are so good at punishing teams. That's a single kill on the bottom lane, netting them a Baron against double teleport.
That's huge out of Chippies. What a play out of the New Zealand top laner. Has gone frozen mallet fish.
Oh.
That's a bizarre build, but it is certainly working out.
Sniper can't escape anymore. Jax is going to have more movement speed than him. He's going to be able to slow down the Gnar as well. Jump for jump.
And his jump is more regular. I mean, Jax is going to have his every like 4 or 5 seconds at this stage of the game. Swipers is definitely not on that low of a cooldown. And the Chiefs, I think, have to look for a team fight.
Swiffer jumps in, has to dash back up. But King very low from that poke coming out of Swiffer.
That was with no passive. All right, cool. So there is still hope that they just kill King. Because that was scarily close, Fish. Scarily close.
And where does Swiper get sent now? He's currently hovering around the mid lane. Jax is pushing bottom side of the map.
I don't think it's that bad yet that they can tower dive him. However, we'll see right now.
Spook's coming through. Chippies has to be careful. Does he go for the 2-on-1? Gets the stun, jumps over the wall, and he's safe. You know, even fights Gromp. Why not?
Exactly right. And now they've got all of the priority over mid lane, so the gold lead's going to get even bigger.
Swiffer onto Shern. Good damage. Gets him to half health, so they have to be careful.
And Raze isn't online yet, so they still have some time to play with. They're going to have an Infinity Edge 80 carry. And Juice was talking about this a lot. As soon as you're Kalista and you're against an Infinity Edge user, eventually you get outscaled. You might be very hard to kill, you might be very annoying to deal with in teamfight, but pure DPS, damage per second, you will not do as much as the Infinity Edge user. And that will be Raze in this game.
Ardent Sensor picked up as well for Raze.
Oh, that's big. I didn't even notice that one come in, Fish.
So they have a big power spike here, but look at Direwolf setting up.
Looking for him.
Spook's going to charge over the wall, gets back to safety. Huh. They collapse onto Chippies now. Swiffer does have the Dark Shield. Good damage. Good Dark Binding stops him jumping back in.
And you can see how big top lane is. Infernal Drake has just respawned. However, with no TP, Top lane wave being big. Direwolves are going to lose out on a lot here.
However, Swiper's already gone Mega, so he's going to go back into Mini.
Go for this fight.
And they try and force here. Direwolves go for the fight. Spooks jumps in. Collapses on Fantic. Uses the cleanse instantly. Raze misses his ultimate. Surefire picks up the Infernal. He drags on in. King wants this fight. Throws Destiny at the team. Black Shield's there for Spooks. Hook is on. Swiffer trying to get damage in the back lines. Not going to be the case. Chippies gets that kill.
Yeah, and all of a sudden the Chiefs, for whatever reason, just not looking for those team fights, Fish. You can see they are very low, but without the Mega, with the ultimates missing, that is going to be Dragons completely evened up for Direwolves, and with their lead, looking strong to win this game.
2,000 gold up. Score is dead even, just slightly in the Direwolves' favor thanks to that big Baron power play. But if Chiefs can find the perfect team fight, if Swiper can get in there as a Mega Gnar, which we've seen work for the Chiefs, 16,000 gold behind, 2,000 gold shouldn't matter too much.
Certainly shouldn't, but the Direwolves have the answer. That is the split pushing Jax that you just cannot run from. You cannot hide from. Chippies is a monster this game. He's finally caught up in CS as well. And we've already seen that Swiper just can't 1v1 him.
Oh, he's got a Tiamat as well. Let's see if he goes towards Titanic or Ravenous here. Would really show us how Chippies is trying to play this game.
I think Titanic is always the better option on Jax. I think that the one thing he lacks
He's going for it.
is wave clear. I think that 100% of the time, Titanic Hydra is a better Jax item.
He's a tank. He's got triple health items. With his ultimate, he will be a tank.
Yeah, he will be. I don't think he's going to be the best tank in the game.
He'll bop people.
He'll be like a Renekton.
Yeah.
He's going to be a bruiser. You know, if he ever gets chained up by Swiffer and auto-attacked by Raze, he's going to die very quickly still. Shern is the only real solo tank they have. Destiny's kind of in that position as well, where he's a weird bruiser. But Shern just needs to be able to protect his split pusher now.
Swiffer looking for Fantix. Chain lands.
2 levels behind, Fish.
Jumps in, takes so much damage.
Dead.
Shernfire collapses with the Cataclysm. What was Swiffer thinking?
I have no idea. He did no damage. Actually did 0 damage to him there and got blown up. And you can see the Chiefs looking for a play on the other side of the map. There is no play. Swiffer, that's nearly a reportable offense in a game.
They keep making these mistakes, and the Direwolves have shown they will punish you if you make a single mistake. And you already said it, Sport. One mistake from the Chiefs would send Direwolves to Worlds, and they are punishing the second one now.
Exactly right. You can see top lane turret will fall down. That's going to make it about a 4,500 gold lead for the Wolves. And unfortunately, with Fantix 80 CS ahead, there's no real way to get Swiffer into a team fight. And now Spooks might have been caught out. He might have to... He doesn't have flash.
Destiny throws out the hook. Spooks will sidestep it correctly.
I mean, he had Moby Boots still active, didn't he? Why didn't he just run at him and play him? Very strange out of Destiny. However, this game is getting tense, Fish. You can see gold leads everywhere for the Direwolves, apart from that 80 carry position. This game is solely on Raze.
Every mistake the Chiefs make, Direwolves have brought back 2,000 gold for themselves. Slowly, it's going to get out of hand. The Chiefs really need a big team fight. We've seen what the Gnar as well as Sejuani combo can do. We've seen how much damage Swiffer can dish out to King very early into the fight. Double cleanse picked up by both Fantix and King means there's no heal for the Direwolves. There's no way to get top back up after the initial burst coming out from Swiffer.
Huh, that's a good point. I didn't even notice King had cleanse.
He is scared.
He is
Dark
very
Binding,
scared.
Raze ultimate.
Yeah, anything.
Oof.
But has still not picked up any form of magic resistance. So no QSS coming out, which we normally see as a third item for these kinds of carries. Swiffer's in big trouble again. Needs to start running now.
Shern's behind him. Benchfell does get popped. Throws out the change. Jumps back
Just
to his
gonna
original
die.
distortion. And the base has been dropped. He tries to jump away, but it's catching up to him. The Chaos Storm's there. He does the do-si-do, but Fantix waits for him. He goes on the killing spree.
And that could be Baron again for the Direwolves. One more time. Fantix flexes his muscles and comes up with a kill here. You can see Chippies is pulling out the red buff. But Baron is alive. 4 versus 5, and I don't think the Chiefs are going to look to contest.
Again, another mistake from the Chiefs and another 2,000 gold advantage picked up by the Direwolves. They're not even close to this. They're not even going to try and contest for this Baron. They pick it up. They go 6,000 gold up, and they're looking to try and push for more.
They certainly are. Now they want the mid lane team fight, and you can see the Chiefs are just heading for the hills. Swiper has to get back in base because they need Nah there to be able to fight whatsoever. And the Chiefs, unfortunately, have just little lost control of this game. It is now a 6,000 Direwolves lead.
And they were in the driver's seat again. We saw Swiffer running around trying to kill people like King. Swiper was holding his own in the 1v1, but Chippies, he took control. Then Fantix took control again. And
Fantix
slowly
is probably
falling apart.
3,000 gold up on Swiffer. I mean, I would think that that would be roughly what 100 CS and 2 kills looks like.
Flame Horizon almost. Chippies is going towards a Guardian Angel as well as his next item.
Swiffer must have Void Staff, so that is a good news story at least. Going to be able to get through some of the resistances, but really what they need is a big 5v5 wombo combo. But problem is, I don't think Chippies is going to let him have it.
Direwolves are not going to let that happen. Look at this! He just walks up to a
using
turret.
Counter-Strike early though is a really risky call.
Gunblade used, but there's Destiny again to save the day. He's all over the place.
Certainly is, but that's still 50% of Chippy's health. That will take a very long time to come back. He's also going for the GA fish, so now he's not a tank. That's 1,300 gold towards offensive stats that, you know, is going to help the split push a lot, but potentially could have been towards more tanky stats.
Now, what's the play here? They let Chippies continue split pushing. This
Yeah,
turret's
I
at
think so.
half health. Baron buff minions are so difficult for Swiper to take down. Instead, they move towards mid lane. This turret is already very low, and King will take it down with the help of Fantix.
Exactly right. Now 7,000 gold is the lead. Direwolves can smell it. It is right there for them to take fish. This could be the first time an Oceanic team goes to World, and it could be the Direwolves. And you can see that they are very composed, trying to pull the Chiefs around Summoner's Rift.
The Chiefs will not go down without a fight, though. Next turret falls, and again, Destiny is there to bail out his top laner. 8,000 gold up. Direwolves go towards another dragon.
Exactly right. And every step of the way, they're just looking measured. They're looking composed. They look like they know what they want to execute upon, and the Chiefs, unfortunately, are just all out of answers right now. It's going to take a miracle for them to come back into this. Double Baron buffs have gone over to the Direwolves. The Chiefs are stuck within their base. Fantix has officially Flame Horizon. Swiffer is 2 levels up, and he's nearly completed his item build, and Raze is calling Swiffer off creeps. I mean, that is a tale of the Chiefs now.
How long can the Chiefs hold out for? How much of a wombo do they truly have against this Jax, who's going to continue split pushing? Because something needs to budge. Chiefs need to make the proactive play to shut down this team comp.
They certainly do, and everything is in Razor's hands. You can see that they're giving him gold. He's the one that has the Infinity Edge.
He's going to a Death's Dance next, it seems like.
Potentially.
Or a Yomu's, but I don't know why you would build that this late.
I would say it's a more of Mount Mortius fish.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not going to
That
probably go towards Death's Dance with someone that does so much mixed damage.
That should be the pickup. Needs to survive Fantix burst. With that Lichbane picked up, he can assassinate people.
And now he can genuinely side lane. I mean, before, didn't really push turrets all that quick. Was a little bit more of the team fight threat. Now with the Lichbane, one rotation probably kills Swiffer. And also, he's just going to tear apart these turrets. And this isn't a 10-stack Darkseal game, like it was last game for Swiffer. This is a 0-stack Darkseal game.
But again, Direwolves very patient. They let their Baron time out. They got all the outer turrets and only the base remaining
Chiefs
for the
need
Chiefs.
6 items. I mean, Raze still hasn't got himself a Last Whisper. So he has all these really fancy items, but nothing to really cut through either Chippies or Shern in these team fights. So unless he's hitting King, hitting Fantix, which means something's gone really wrong for the Direwolves, he's not going to be doing all that much damage here.
Those Dark Bindings very close from hitting from Fog of War.
Cleanse still available on both carries, however.
Redemption and Locker picked up by Destiny, whereas Mikhail's was picked up by Ejim. They're going to try and collapse
They
here.
actually might go for the fight. Swiffer got hooked!
Oh, the hook is on, and Swiffer has
He's
to
dead.
jump out. He's dead. Swiffer's dead. Direwolves push towards the base of the Chiefs. It could be all over right here.
This could be it. This is the Direwolves looking to secure their spot at Worlds. They take down the first inhibitor, and I don't think they're going to stop there. The captain of the Chiefs is dead, but they do. They back away, Fish.
Very respectful play from the Direwolves. 10,000 gold up now. They catch Swiffer again. That's 3 times in a row they've caught out the captain.
And you can see, he's head in hands. He is absolutely shook right now, Swiffer. He needs something to go his way because right now everything is going the way of the Direwolves. They're 10,000 gold up. A minute and a half on Baron. That would be the 3rd of their game. And surely, Fish, surely that is the last nail in the coffin.
And it's match point as well. They were already able to win split 1 through this exact same fashion. 3-1 against Legacy. They'll be looking to do the exact same thing here to be the first team to represent Oceania, not only at MSI, but at Worlds as well.
Exactly right. The acquisition from Guinevere Capital. New ownership coming into the Direwolves. They bring over Shern. They have their nice new gaming house. None of it would have meant anything if they could not win the splits, but first place in split number 1, they go to MSI. First place in split number 2, and they are 1 team fight away from going to Worlds.
And Destiny said it best. If you want to beat us, beat us. But Chiefs have not done it this entire split, losing twice in the regular split, 2-1. Now, at match point against the Direwolves, 10,000 gold behind. They need a miracle of a team fight to win this. And they're setting up for one. Swiffer wants to jump in. He gets jumped on by Schoenfire again. Collapses with the change. That's some good damage.
I mean, he still hurts. Even though he's 1-4, he still does damage. LeBlanc is always going to be able to pump it out on a single target. However, Baron up in 15 seconds. Chippy's bottom lane. 6-item Jacks. 6-item Chippies. And who can actually stop him, Fish?
Nobody. The Chiefs need to stop him as a collective unit. And even when they land Dark Bindings now, they can't go in. Swiffer jumps in with a Dark Shield for himself. But Spooks is at half health.
This could be it as well. You can see they're looking for the team fight.
There's the Fate's call. Destiny thrown up. Ray's forced to use his ultimate as a defense mechanism.
But look
there.
at Swiper. Swiper's just saying, get me out of this lane.
Swiffer's killed King.
They're
This is
going
the
in.
team fight for the Chiefs. They're looking for it. Aegis in the back lines protecting Rays. Teleport's coming in. Demacia thrown down by Sherd. Swiffer in the back lines again. Distorts out. Chippies trying to take down Spooks. Big Swift's here as well, but he's in mini form. Just keeping Fantix preoccupied. The Chiefs win a team fight by taking down King.
They certainly do, and Swiper's looking for his transform. They're looking to get back into this one.
Super.
Teleport available for Swiffer. He can go back and come back into this. Egypt's being caught out.
Still very healthy on this Morgana. Swiper will be forced to transform here, so can't go for the
Egypt
initiation.
gets caught.
Hooks on. Big Swift has gone mega, but they kill the support. Big Nara into the wall. Chippies goes to the GA. Swiffer jumps in, looking to kill Shernfire, but he will flag drag his way out. Now distorting back in. Can't connect the chain. And Destiny. Hook is on. Swiffer is dead. Ray locked down Rays. Chippies gets that kill. And Spooks is stuck between the entire wall pack. Double kill for Fantix. They're running towards the Nexus.
And Direwolves will go to Worlds. 4 members dead. Just Big Swift left available. He's going to have to do it by himself, Fish. But I don't even think the top laner of the Chiefs can pull this one off.
Not even his IWNL can stop this push from the Direwolves. They're just waiting for the minions to come back in. Destiny flashes in with the flame, misses the hook, and Swiper watches helplessly as Direwolves take him down. They take down the turrets. They're onto the Nexus. Direwolves will be the first team from Oceania to go to the World Championship.
What a performance out of the Direwolves today. 2 commanding victories, and the Chiefs hit back. Game number 4 not going in their favor, but they still managed to pull it out. A gutsy victory and a well-deserved berth to the first Worlds for Oceania.
Back-to-back champions, split 1 and 2. People said, you know, split 1 might have been a lucky streak for the Direwolves. Might have been off the back of some momentum of bringing Shernfire into the squad. But they did it again in split 2. They were the minor premiers. It was in their hands to take it as well. And they go all the way to the grand finals and 3-1 the Chiefs, who were the historic figures of the OPL, never being to Worlds for Oceania, but Direwolves have done it. Once again cementing themselves as the #1 team in Oceania.
Hello and welcome to day one of playoff week here for split one of the 2020 OPL. I am your host, Nick Boy Richardson, and it is a pleasure to be back on air with some of my favorite people in the country playing one of the best games. There is no AFL, there's no NRL, there is OPL, and there's going to be a ton of OPL this week. I'm joined by Juves, Rusty, and Skimmy. Spawn is getting ready to be part of the Avant versus Order set one for playoffs. But gentlemen, welcome. Let's start with Juves. Please, a pleasure to have you back, my friend.
Oh, I'm glad to be back. I've missed you guys, and I'm grateful to share this the playoffs with you guys once again.
We Rusty, Skimmy, you'll know that like when we did this the first week, there was a lot of analyzing of where people are in their house, what they're doing. So
yeah,
we've seen the evolution of Rusty's home, which went from a bedroom to his Japanese meditation room. Juves, where are you?
I'm actually in like I guess it's called the rumpus room, but sometimes people don't necessarily know what a rumpus room is. But yeah, I'm in my rumpus room. I've never had a computer in my bedroom because I like to come out and embrace the household and the people that I live with.
Good.
So it's good to get out of my room.
Can I just say, it is such a pleasure to hear the word rumpus room again, because I haven't heard it since like I was at home, like when I was 14. That is very exciting.
I'm a boomer.
You're such a boomer. That's what I've always said about you. Rusty, I don't know if you're quite a boomer, but you're certainly booming in that jacket.
I've got my bombing on. But yes, I'm excited to be here for this one with my fancy outfit. Nick, not as good as yours though,
Please.
I have to say.
It's a smart hoodie. There was a lot of contention about this. There was a lot of discussion, and there were a lot of pictures thrown back and forth on the Discord before we started. Some of which I hope will never see the light of day.
Delete the evidence, Nick.
I know. I think I was the only one that didn't delete the picture, and then and I'm wondering whether or not that was the right choice. Skimmy, how are you doing, buddy?
I'm good. Yeah, I'm excited for playoffs. I'm keen to see what these teams have in their back pocket, really, what they've got prepared for this one. Best of fives, so we get to actually carry a narrative for once.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at the schedule today, because as you alluded to, it is best of fives. It is two sets of best of fives, which means potentially, we are going to 10 games this evening. First up, we've got Order versus Avant, and then the second set of the day is Chiefs versus Direwolves. So two, I mean, everything's consequential at this point of the split, obviously, but two very, very meaningful games. Order versus Avant is probably the one that, at least in my opinion, I feel a little more confident calling. Juves, would you agree with that? That I'm leaning towards Order. I don't know about you.
I'm definitely leaning towards Order, but I think if there's anything we saw from AV last week, it was that API is a bit of a wild card in the top lane. So I'd be interested to see if they put a lot of resources into him and he can kind of take over the game. So I'm confident to say Order will win, but I think AV are a bit of a dark horse.
Yeah, and I think it's important, Nick, to add the stakes to those schedules as well, right? Because for Order versus AV, even though Order's favourites, it's an elimination round, where the second round is double elim for those two in the winner's bracket up top. So even more important for Order versus AV today.
Absolutely. And but then the one for me, Chiefs versus Direwolves, that's a little more spicy. I mean, I would have thought at the beginning of the split, I would have just gone, it's Chiefs. But Direwolves continue to impress, Rusty.
Yeah, they do. And for me, this is a big form check, this best of five. We've seen some pretty shaky results from Direwolves the past couple of weeks. And I wouldn't say the Chiefs have been their absolute best. Sometimes they default back to Croc carrying, if possible. So this, to me, is a very interesting best of five that is entirely a form check to start it off and to really see what form they come into the playoffs with, because they do get two chances.
Absolutely. And Skimmy, I can either give you a chance to give some cogent game analysis, or you can say nothing because you may have to commentate 10 games. The choice is yours, my friend. Mm-hmm. I think we just got word that Skimmy's audio is muted, so I'll let you know that all the things he said were very interesting. But he,
Yes, he's saving his voice. He's saving his voice.
He's saving his voice. I mean, it's better that you're muted now rather than for the potential 10 hours of broadcast that we have ahead of us.
Saving the bandwidth.
That's going to be a long one.
It's going to be a long one. It's going to be an exciting one. We're happy to be here. Let's get into game number one. It is Order versus AV, game one of the best of 5, and it is coming at you with the Macca's Champ Select.
If you're craving the taste of your favourites, head to Macca's for a fast, safe and contactless drive-through experience. For your Macca's run, contact-free, we'll be here.
Well, let's crack into it. It is the very first best of 5 of the day. And Rusty, I'm really hoping I have audio now. You can hear me. I hope the stream can hear me. I've got Twitch set up now, which actually informed me, as well as obviously the lovely producers behind the scene as well. But here we are. Order taking on Avant. I feel like, yes, once again, from, I suppose, my point before, statistically, these two teams, Order definitely have the advantage in that case. I feel like Order had a fantastic lead-up coming into this one, netting a 3-0. And obviously, the most important talking point here is in that regular season, head-to-head, Order have never lost to Avant.
Yeah, they're 3-0 record right now against AV through the regular season, which is obviously a great way to come into the playoffs, right, with that record against your opponents in the first round. Order also have the momentum from those back-to-back super weeks that we had. You know, they looked like an outstanding team. They've got themselves a very positive win record through those weeks. And now, coming against AV, who, you know, admittedly looked decent with the roster swaps that they saw coming into their last week, are still going against now a very consistent rolling powerhouse with momentum of Order, and it's a hard thing to do.
Yeah, and I think there's a few obvious questions to be asked right now, especially in Avant's side, is how does Appy perform now with another week practicing that top lane, having swapped from the support role? And what do we see from Guncrab, right? You know, the original starting ADC always had Violet there as a backup to take his spot, and he looked incredibly strong. You know, he's busting out the likes of Fresh and Tarek, some pretty mechanically intensive champions that do really require that coordination with the rest of your team. And he made it look pretty good. So I'm excited to see what he brings to that. But also, if he is going to veer into the idea of maybe more ADC-centric supports, we're asking, would there be a Senna, for example?
Yeah, the Senna. I mean, it's a question that we have to continue to explore. Guncrab is one of those guys that, like, even as an AD carry player, he plays mages, you know? Like, he loves the abstract. So I don't think it's a foregone conclusion to say he's going to be a Senna-only player and just play AD carries in the support role, because, like, he did play the Thresh, it seemed decent, and, like, he will play those mages potentially as well if that's something that they've practiced. And that's the thing here, right? Skimmy, they've had time now, at least a little bit more than 0, which is what they had, to practice with these players in their set roles, and we'll see if there's any improvement from it, because that's, like, obviously going to be needed. If Order comes in the form that they had, then you should expect Order to win this series. AV is the form check for sure.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing for me, aside from obviously top lane, we obviously know how consistent Swiper has been the veteran in that lane in the league, really, as a whole. But I think where I really want to look at is the jungle. I feel like there have definitely been games where Lisa has sort of fallen off the map, not really been a presence to really look at, and only has really run rampant. I mean, we look at last week in particular, he bust out the Sejuani, just flawless performance on that, always finding value, and in these matchups in particular, he's always had his Karthus banned away, but when he does get the Karthus, the guy just completely smurfs.
I think the 2 times we've seen his Karthus, he's been like 5 levels ahead at experience. So like a full item with that. Like, it's pretty gross, honestly, what he's able to do with the Karthus. So it's not a surprise to see that one banned away pretty consistently. I do think the jungle's a pretty big key lane that we have to highlight based off recent form, like you mentioned, but also based off the inconsistencies of Lisa. Like, it does feel that if Lisa's not performing his best, Chaz overcompensates with his own performance, and then he suffers in lane. And I think that's just, like, that is the one thing that I would be attacking, honestly, if I was Order. Like, you've got the 280 carries in bot lane. but I don't think you need to give any extra attention to Rare and Ayla for them to perform fine. Swipe is the type of player that you can isolate, and I think that like the game should be about drafting for priority if possible, playing around only, giving him a lead, and then watching that spill over into mid lane, where Hayri is proven, especially when he gets his carry champions like the Azir or the Yasuo, to be that hyper carry.
100%. And I feel like, obviously on the flip side of that, we've seen so many times where Chaz feels that he does need to overcompensate. He needs to really make things happen. Whenever the guy gets the Lucian, he is just destroying people. And I expect to see that once again banned away on a consistent number from him. We've seen obviously the likes of the Zoe, we've seen the Rumble, any other champion that can really bring major influence in terms of either one-shotting or just zoning members out and really looking to contest objectives. I feel like hopefully there is a degree of strength that they've elaborated in those side lanes, so it doesn't feel like Lisa is the sole perpetrator of strength to make sure that these lanes get online.
Of course. Chaz, the thing with Chaz, and one of the biggest problems that he's suffered from, is that he's trying too hard to keep his team in the game, and that's all he's able to do from that, right? We've said it all split. If he gets himself a 5-0 scoreline, he's only equalizing what's happening with the rest of his map. So yeah, it's very important that Chaz continues to perform, but it's also even more important that the rest of his team rallies around him to let him actually carry the game to a win, not an equalizing.
Well, let's kick it off. The very first game of finals. It's Order taking on Avant. Bear in mind, this is the lower brackets. There are no second chances. You are done if you cannot close this one out. So it's a big order, big ask, excuse the pun, to get things underway in a convincing fashion, because I feel like momentum really is going to be a driving factor here, Rusty.
Yeah, massively. I mean, it's a best of 5. You've got your underdogs, you've got your favorites, and the thing is, like, we could pick one, but the teams have their own ideas on what that means as well, You're probably coming into this one feeling like you're the favorites if you're Order, but you have to play like it.
Yeah.
You can't rest on your laurels, and you have to expect that the hungry Avant comes at you with everything that they have and tries to take you down in this first game to build that momentum for themselves naturally, which is what they would want to do. So expect everything thrown at Order in this first one.
So, talk about these first 3 bans, really, especially coming out of Order. We talked about the Rumble, how good Chaz is in it. Kalista, Violet, beautiful on that champion as well. And Natalia, we saw Lisa really hard force it in back-to-back games, saying, I really want to make this happen. And I suppose in the same fashion as Rumble, it's really this idea of we want to make sure that objectives can be a point of strength. And we've seen times where Order can definitely struggle, especially around the likes of a Dragon.
That is 100% a ban from Chaz, I think, though. More than it is Lisa. Chaz does like the Talia. I think that's one of the unique play styles that the Talia also provides, is if you have a kill threat in your jungle role, and Talia is able to leave lane so aggressively, you 4-man attack side lanes. And, from what we've seen of RP as well, he's been very good on the top lane champions, even carries, getting leads over tanks, and Swiper's already gone early towards the tank here as well. Yep. So maybe a consideration there. They've given Swiper the Ornn. He's a strong champion, yes, but they've already said to him, you're weak siding because you're just going to get countered right now with that Ornn, and we're going to pick to win elsewhere in the game. And they're doing that through, right now, only an Ayla.
I'm terrified. The fact that you see those first 3 picks that have come out here from Order, you've given Hayri his best champion by far. This is the most influential pick, really, in his arsenal so far. The Aphelios, the best AD carry, going to be disgusting once a couple of those items come online, and I think really does suit Rare's playstyle of wanting to try and be that playmaker, kind of like what we discussed earlier in the day. And then, big Swiper, obviously, such a rock in that top lane, and it's just going to give them that extra factor if the game were to go late.
Yeah, the thing you're looking at now is a pretty terrifying amount of scaling already there for Order through their carry roles, and then of course having the ornaments to back that up. So you're looking at, like, is it an early game champion that only is going to play to get his team rallied and going? The Lee Sin ban is a good one. Olaf already removed, so the options are getting limited a little bit. But you've got the Elise. If you're looking for some physical damage, there's just an abundance of jungle champions there anyway. So waiting to see where he chooses to go. What he thinks will fit best for the rest of his team, but also just waiting for those bans from AV to see if they continue to focus the jungle role and pinch him. Like, is it a Rek'Sai next to get rid of the physical, early aggressive junglers?
Yeah, I'm curious to see actually what direction they go with this one. If they do continue to limit our Unleashed champion pool, we're going to obviously find out right now, and they do. So Lee Sin as well as Jarvan taken off the board. We've seen him find a lot of success with all 3, quite honestly, but it does obviously leave the Karthus online. Now, where do Order go with this one? Do they leave the Lucian up, is my question.
The Karthus is a risk, though. Like, imagine going Karthus when you already have an Azir and an Ornn. That's not a lot of potential priority. Like, it really depends here, because Chaz could go the LeBlanc, which is a very good ban, actually, away from the Azir. If he can find a champion that gets control of lane and gets priority, then Karthus can't be picked. So you're waiting for, first of all, this 4th pick. I would rather it isn't a champion for Chaz, unless it's something that he's very confident on against the Azir.
Sure.
Maybe just save it, see what the draft is like. Yeah, there you go. It's a jungler.
Kindred is locked in right now here for Advance, saving that 5th and final pick, making sure that Chaz can find as much advantages as possible, not only in this matchup against Aerie, but against the comp overall. As it stands right now, we're hovering over the Cho'Gath. Whether or not that is...
I mean, that'd be, what, support?
Whether or not that is the lock-in. I mean, we've seen Ayla do crazy things before, but surely not. It is going to be the Bard.
The Bard going to be locked in here. I was thinking it'd be a support champion. Cho'Gath I didn't expect to see as your standard support, but Bard locked in here now. It's against the Braum, it's against the Varus. It's a free lane for the Bard of Philios now, effectively. There is still some kill threat there, though. If Kindred comes down, Braum gets the passive off, there's obviously a chance that he'll be able to get some kills early, but easier said than done when they've got the Bard and they can disengage pretty effectively. And there's the champion that we were talking about before in the ban, Skimmy. AV choose to go for the Jarvan. Rek'Sai's the last one standing as a Kassadin.
Locks it in. He's committed to it, and out comes the Kassadin. Absolutely. I suppose we've just gone full circle really in this entire narrative that Chaz feels the need that he has to really match not only the scaling of what Order have brought to the table, but I need to try and really delete somebody, make it a 4v5 for us to actually stand a chance here.
Yeah, well, he's matching the scaling. He's not really matching the lane priority or wave control mid lane priority that comes from the Azir, so that's definitely something that you have to think about here. His jungler is a Kindred who wants to be able to invade and get those stacks.
Yep.
So you have to expect something here from AV. As you know, the first plot twist of this draft was that it's going to be a Trundle top lane into the Ornn. That's something that you would expect to be in the jungle role, but Trundle can handle Ornn decently well. That's not something that should be too concerning. You can build Blade of the Ruin King, you can be a split push monster, and you should actually be able to handle that Ornn decently well. But that doesn't push. Ornn pushes. Azir pushes. And so really, while there is risk of dying, perhaps to ganks, you would expect Rek'Sai to be able to control the Rift pretty handily here against their opponents of AV. That Kassadin pick to me is curious.
Well, it begs the question, right? Because obviously, as you say, Kindred is looking to go hunting, and if they're not going to be able to find priority, especially with the Kassadin, it just wants to farm. Where do they decide to try and find that advantage? Are they looking to go, say, bot lane, where they have the CC to make it as a quote-unquote insurance policy that if he does get caught, he's at least got boys that can back him up?
I guess like it'd be top or it'd be bottom. Just because there is kill threat in both of those lanes. Trundle's pillar is obviously pretty important here.
Yeah.
Provides a pretty big slow, and Kindred can get damage off. For me though, and the thing with Kassadin is it's a greedy pick, and not in an explicitly negative way, but it is a greedy pick.
Sure.
And that just adds risks and layers to the difficulties on executing here if you were the Kindred, if you were Lisa trying to make something happen. So he could go bottom, he could try and influence that lane. Rek'Sai could know he's there though. Rek'Sai could be there first, and the Azir could also potentially get there first. So these are things that'll have to be considered. So I don't mind it, honestly, from AV. We'll have to see if there's proof in the purchase, however, and how it performs on the Rift, because there's still some pretty big risk there.
Well, I can hear the noise is getting ready as the Rift is about to come onto our screens. No doubt, first game in the playoffs with Order taking on Avant here. Two different drafts, two different ideas. Will the priorities be enough here? As we're going to see the emotes come online as well.
Yeah, we've got some bees. For anyone wondering, emotes are now available. So as you can see, they're trading emotes between each other. Don't be too surprised to see that in the future. I actually had the pleasure of working on the LPL Skimmy, where emotes have been enabled for years. And there's, as Hayri flashes a Direwolves emote at them. There's been some mind games actually with the emotes there that you might start to see between these guys, but a bit trigger happy so far. They're all just excited to have them available.
I'm looking forward to sort of seeing, especially like the surrender flag or, some tilt poses of the sorts of, getting solo kills in lanes or successful ganks, and then just watching them stagger in the shop for a few seconds and just, select that mute enemy emotes option.
So if we want to talk about emote metagame while we're just watching the start of the jungle pathing, the best thing you can do, Skibby, is have an emote of one of the opposing champions. And if you kill them, just emote that champion on their body. And one of the other ones that I saw was like, I think it was SMLZ or iBoy in the LPL being tower dove like 1v4. And he just put up the white flag and surrendered before the dive started. And it's just so comical.
Just adds another layer, really, to the cast, to the game as a whole. And I suppose you've got a strong mental. It's not something that you need to worry about too much. But I suppose let's bring it back to the draft in some sort of roundabout way. Is there a particular draft that you favour, teams aside?
I think I would favour Order's draft. And I spoke about this in pretty great detail already as to like why. But Ornn is just a strong champion. You know, Rek'Sai, strong early game champion and one of the perfect bridging champions of choice for the Azir in mid lane in that 2v2. And so honestly, I would say that I favour Order's overall draft. You know, they'll hit one item, they'll be strong. They hit two, they'll be strong. They'll hit three, they'll be like peak strength as junglers find each other.
They do. The burrow comes on, and the flash goes out as Lisa is in a bit of trouble. The magical journey brings the boys across. It's going to be a 3-on-3, but it's going to be a first blood going into the pockets of Rare. He's forced to burn the flash, but he gets the kill, and Order already finding success here.
Yeah, doesn't get himself into the magical journey there of the Bard. Actually flashes the wall. They do secure the first blood very early here, though. And this is pretty much exactly what we were talking about. You know, Rek'Sai, very aggressive early game champion, wants to try and track the Kindred, find out where he is at all times. And, well, there's the perfect opportunity, right? Now your bot lane's got priority because they've been pushing already, and they get themselves the free first blood. It's also onto the Kindred, so good luck getting a mark in the enemy jungle from here on out.
And that was one of the points you raised. You're a little bit concerned about as to would they find the priority? Would it be top or would it be bot? Well, if Rek'Sai is able to get that hunt to counteract what you're able to achieve, then it becomes a little bit scary. We had to watch how Lisa's pathing changes as a result, because we've talked about it, you know. This is a guy that will either pop off or sometimes go a little bit vacant in the game.
Yeah, so first mark of the game, it's worth pointing out, was bot side Scuttle Crab, which is why Order's 2v2 moved down there to collect that one. So they've got complete control of both Scuttle Crabs early on into the piece, just after they punished the death of Lisa. So once again, very well done from them. And they'll be able to get to safety perfectly fine back into their lane once Ayla chooses to take the bloody journey.
Yep, he's almost taking a page out of your notebook when you play Bard, just taunting with your opponents, having a bit of fun.
Yeah, place the portal and say, go on. Well, he wants to, yeah.
What was your message? You know, we never lose when I play Bard. I'm sure Ayla's looking to echo those statements right now, but be an engagement that goes across, or I say an engagement, just a fair bit of harassment as Violet pulls back the bow and dashes out some arrows.
Yeah, so the wave starts to bounce back towards Order's tower in the bottom lane 2v2, but there's still double buffs there for Rare, and while he doesn't have the flash, he has the heal. So some kill threat still remains, as Lisa is the one struggling to find a place to be active on the map. He's now looking at top lane. If he finds the chance, I think it'll require some, maybe 2 whole spells to be used by Swiper. Honestly, I think he's just looking at the counter to defend Appy as he pushes this wave in. That's more time spent. You know, that's time spent protecting when there was already a reset happening from the Rek'Sai only. Now gets a chance to get back onto the map faster. We'll clear a camp faster. We'll get level 6 faster. And that massively increases his kill threat. So, Order start this game off incredibly strong.
Incredibly strong they do. And obviously demonstrated here by the CS discrepancy as well. 10 up right now is only, so in a fairly comfortable situation. And that is going to allow him to find the ability to rotate straight towards this Drake, with their bot lane also able to come across as well. And really snowball their advantage in these first few minutes.
And this is the type of stuff where maybe it's been working for AV in scrims, and maybe it would work if they played again in a second game early, but when I watch AV play, and if you ask me what it is they need to succeed, I would say Lisa should be playing one of the champions that he banned, you know, the Jarvan or something aggressive to be able to get some ganks off early, because that seems to be when they looked the best. And this is a very different flavor of AV right now. And I mean, what it's got them so far is it's an even mid lane. You can't complain, you know, Chaz has gotten a 6, even in farm, but it has put Lisa super far behind. And this comes back to that philosophy that we had in Champ Select as well of, is there enough carry still on this team to make something happen? Which is where you have to look now at Appy to make something of himself.
100%. So it's interesting to sort of see what he's been practicing in that off time. Obviously he went with the Irelia, Poppy and the Ornn in his first showing as their new top laner. Adding, obviously, another tank into the arsenal with the Trundle, which will definitely have a fair bit of impact later into the game, but won't really see Chaz really flare things up until around about the level 11 mark. So
Yeah.
it's interesting where Lisa goes with this.
It is worth highlighting. If we get to that point, Skip, if we manage to make it to a point in this game where Chaz hits level 16, where Appy gets his 3 items, like,
Yeah.
I don't know exactly what Order will be able to do against that one, right? Like, imagine being a very low mobility champion against that Cassidy. He's just going to run you down, and you're just going to hate it. You know, that Ornn's going to be stuck in a side lane with Appy, and suddenly it's a lot harder to defend the person that Cassidon's chasing down. Like, that's possible.
Yeah.
You know, and both bottom laners here from Order will suffer to the hands of that Cassidon if it gets to that point. It's about what happens in between, though, where I have my reservations for AV's draft.
You raise a good point. I'm, I suppose, curious to really see how Order dictate this early game as a result, right? How do they really command those first 15 minutes to make sure that the advantage is strong enough that even if we were to get to a point where level 11 to 16 comes online, that all sort of awkward spot for a Cassidon, that they find themselves in a situation maybe 5 to 10k gold up, obviously ornaments coming online as well, and that the 1v5 Cassidon show may not be as apparent as we'd like to see. Regardless, we're hitting that magical 8-minute mark, and that's where lane swaps tend to take place. Swiper's looking to go for that lane reset, because obviously Trundle's already down in the bottom side, but Ivana making it a bit of a hard time for him right now. He's holding on.
No.
But he decides, well, if you're not going to let me back, I'll at least secure the second objective here.
Yeah, and his team's already here hitting the Herald. So, I mean, at the end of the day, nothing really doing there. AV flipped the map, but they don't get anything massive from it. There'll be a couple plays in bottom lane, potentially. Swiper, we'll see if he uses teleport. He does, actually, so wants to save some plates down there. Maybe not any cross maps to be seen anytime soon in a 5v5 sense. That is a teleport advantage for AV, in the sense that they have 2 of them as well, not just 1 teleport for Appy. Chaz has managed to keep his own. They could counter the Herald play pretty nicely, honestly, in the next coming minutes, so that's something we'll have to continue to observe as they have that potential.
They do have that potential. And Lisa, once again, showing his face in this top lane, really babysitting this bottom lane, or this duo, I should really say, and, you know, trying to get them back on the board, obviously donating double buffs to Rares Aphelios. Nothing that you really want to have happen there, who has obviously gone for the BF sword with the Cull, so just looking to farm up. Get a couple of items online, make sure that the Aphelios starts to do those disgusting things, especially with this weapon combination. We've seen so many times down goes the turret, and millions of chakrams just destroy you from Zoe miles away.
Yeah, acting like a helicopter parent at the moment is Lisa, just trying to protect his team. While we're seeing the blue buff transferred here by Hayri as well, note that he has gone towards the Lost Chapter as his first item. I'm not sure if he will go straight towards the Nash's Tooth. I honestly think that there's a world where you consider the Ludens first, but that's entirely up to him. The reason that I say that is because you don't want to sit there and try and consistently damage the Cassidon too much. You may still want to go Nash's for the cooldown reduction though, but if a Cassidon jumps on you, you usually will tend to run away, and that just gets worse with time. Right now he still should be fine, but that can escalate pretty wildly at a certain point.
Obviously going for that direct matchup there against the anti-mage of all anti-mages. But this is his best champion by far. Obviously he did get that Yasuo to come through one time.
Is Cassidon the anti-mage of all anti-mages, Skimmy?
Well, I want to call
or
him
is
the anti-mage.
Galio?
Nah, well, you see, Galio, he's just a titan. That's what I'm going to call him. I'm going to call Cassidon the anti-mage because he's an assassin. And if I think of anti-mages,
Titan, though.
If I think of anti-mages and not linking it to any other game in particular, you know, I think of assassins.
Yeah, right.
Do you think as Galio's an assassin? The guy's too bulky. Can you imagine him like fitting into some like spandex and like creeping around?
Oh, okay, but what is the definition of an assassin here, Skimmy? Because he's not a ninja.
Oh, that's a good point.
He can still one-tap your face.
That is a good point. Especially with the new Galio buffs as well, right? With his ultimate.
Yeah.
He's a assassin with shields for the gang. Basically, Janna's older brother. I don't know where I'm going with this one, Rusty. You need to give me some analysis on top of this right now.
Yeah, right. So we're just going to continue to watch the first turret dying in bottom lane. We just ignore and move on. That's the way we attack
That's
this
how we
one.
work.
But still bigger leads being built by Order. It is slow, it is incremental, but it is consistently going their way right now. Waiting to see something happen, honestly, from Lisa's side of the coin here. like mentioned in mid lane, Chaz will be happy farming. Violet is still even in CS. RP has fallen behind a little bit, but it's kind of negligible at a certain point. But then, while that certain point may exist, say it is just like one completed item, Swiper will still hit level 13, and then that goes back the other way all over again. So, topsy-turvy is any kind of Ornn matchup.
I think that really has been Violet's strength, right? Obviously, he's come into this one, and he definitely doesn't look out of place, right? He's keeping up. Yes, obviously the kill and the first blood made a major difference to allow Aphelios to be where he is, hitting that 5k mark first, but the guy's definitely got the mechanics to showcase what he can do. And
that was his first mark of the game. Fairy claps for Lisa. He's got one. He needs 3 more to be relevant. Who's keeping
It's actually so rough as a Kindred. Hey, when you don't have those marks, you just feel like I don't know. I'm trying to think of another champion to compare it to, but I'm probably going to leave those comparisons. Otherwise, you might just disconnect from this call and refuse to cast anymore.
Like a Kassadin pre-level 6, perhaps.
Perhaps. That's actually a good comparison. But it's
like
interesting.
A Tristana at level 1, perhaps.
It is interesting, actually, you know, comparing these two teams from a stats point, right? Like I alluded to at the start of this series, but Order beat them in every stat across the board. I'm talking GPM, CS per minute, differentials, objectives. The only thing that Avant win is by a small margin, and that is like vision score. And at this stage, it's obviously allowing them to disengage from potential death there on Chaz. But Order are looking to find their mark, and that is, we want to take down some structures.
Yeah, they do get the flash off the Kassadin, who does not have teleport up, so they can continue to pressure this top lane outer turret. Swiper has already cleared mid. And the teleport is there from RP if AV wanted to mount a defense, but again, it doesn't seem like it's going to be the easiest thing to do with Order well and truly set up before their opponents. So they'll continue to harass this. Maybe one more turret plate will be all she wrote for that one. Rare needs to not be rare and just overstay beyond all belief. But still good damage so far.
They're really trying to force this one. 30 seconds and those turret plates fall on down. You can see a potential flank there from Only, looking to maybe try and zone these members away so they can ensure that that final plate did go down. Obviously Rare using the Moonlight Vigil as well. Always keep an eye on this, man. I'm sure we're going to see plenty more crazy things over the duration of this best of 5.
Yeah, so now we see AV completely back away from this turret. So it will just be the entirety of the turret going down. That's 2-0. They're going to deny some minions here first, just to see if the wave, if they want to, the wave will bounce back to them. And so that wave will then be set up for someone to come and collect it. I think it will still be Rare. It may actually be Hayreed, depending on how they want to assign their lanes, though. Given the fact that he's dipped into the jungle, there's a chance that he then becomes the top laner and puts in weak side. So now Order are the ones who really do have to protect whoever goes into those side lanes, if it is Rare, if it is Hayreed, to try and snowball a lead in this game. They've broken the outers. Mid lane is the last one that they really need to break, and the Herald is there to do so. And with this, I think that the driver's seat is an understatement of Order's state of the game.
Absolutely. They've already picked up 2 of these Drakes, now looking to collect their second Rift Herald of the game. It's been a very slow game, as you'd kind of expect, really, for an opening of a best of 5. Only 1 kill in the first 15 minutes here, but Order are definitely in the driving seat with objectives, giving themselves that potential soul point and themselves, obviously, the first 2 turrets, obviously, allowed with that Rift Herald.
I didn't realize as well, he's gone the most scaling. Chaz has gone the most scaling. Yeah, he didn't go for the... he's gone for the Rod of Ages, is what I'm saying. He didn't go straight for a tier item and not go Rod. So now he's waiting for the tier to stack, Rod of Ages to stack. He's just hit level 11, so he's got his mana items, but the damage is a little bit lacking. He's building up. It is a slow ramp. But so far, he hasn't been punished, and he is still farming with the clock. And, like, if I was to give any major signs of hope for AV, that's the one. You know, like, Violet is still farming fine, but he's behind in his role by a lot of gold from these turrets. But there's a world where Chaz still hits that 16 and becomes too powerful.
At level 16, so gross. It's almost like being a proud parent, you know, watching your kid perform in their first school play. You know, see them level up progressively. The Rod comes online. They have their second birthday party. There's the completed tier 2. Pretty excited to see where this Kassadin goes. We're getting glimpses of it now, right now, with the level 11 online. No deaths for this Kassadin. It's the dream start, and still in touching distance. Pretty much identical, let's be honest, with this Azir.
Yeah, at the moment, the Merc trades do seem to be enough magic resistance, but it's like we mentioned, he's got mana items, he doesn't have damage items currently, so they'll have to concede this Drake. It was just a little bit of poke there from Chaz onto only. They'll actually take the turret in trade, so this is the first time that they've really got a major transaction happening. You know, they trade the top outer turret for the Drake, but that is the third of the game.
Yeah.
And we're starting to near that point where, like, first of all, it's an Ocean Soul. You don't want to give the Ocean Soul over. That makes life miserable if you're already behind. And then, second of all, they need to actually just start getting something back in their direction now that they are hitting small spikes at least. And it's all going to be Appy for the next couple minutes for me.
Well, you had to imagine so, right? He's gone for the Ravenous Hydra rush. He's always been in that side lane, so always keeping that in check, always making sure that Swiper has to match it at least. Now we're going to see the Cassidy start to follow in hot pursuit and do the same. And level by level, we count this one down to Summer 16, where the good times happen. That's where we're looking for the damage to come online, but it needs to come in quickly. 4 minutes. An Ocean Soul would be threatened. Well, I hope they built themselves up a strong enough lead to get them in that driving seat. Up by just 4k gold. We reckon
This is actually
5 to 10.
Now that I look at it, Skibby, we've been counting down Cassidy hitting 16, but he's not the only champion in the game where you count levels for. We're one off Swiper's ornaments.
Correct.
And then we're 2 off him being able to buff his team. You know, you've actually got the Infinity Edge already done for Rare. You've got the Redemption already done for Ayla as well. So fully prepared to have their items upgraded.
Yep.
And we can sit here and we can count Cassidy hitting 16 because it's a big deal. But once Swiper upgrades his team, you know, that relative gold lead they have does increase.
Absolutely. Which puts us into those numbers, those margins of where they find that strength. They're definitely utilizing it right now, having taken those towers in mid and top lane before, allowing him to go for a clean rotation as such, with only on the flank. Always looking to keep eyes on where this Castellan is, always looking to abuse the fact that they can collapse upon him. And go for a second outer turret right now as the full collapse goes across. But
yeah, they constantly do this though, Skimmy, and I'm really liking what Order's doing so far. Swiper's actually been the recipient of, I think, like 2 waves, 2 lanes for the past 5 minutes. Order are grouping as 4. They're actually keeping Harry with Rare to pressure turrets. And then you've just got this guy bouncing back and forwards just on a pogo, going between waves, cleaning them up. And, you know, that does open towers to drop, which is what Appy's able to do twice now. But Swiper's getting a lot of money, so he's getting closer to those items for it.
And he's CSing like an absolute monster right now. Fantastic job on this Ornn. Well working towards that second core item. And the Blacksmith will make sure of it. There we go, getting much, much closer to that Abyssal Mask right now. The reset seems to take place here from Avant, getting themselves geared up. As 2 minutes now for a potential soul point.
Yeah, he's mostly untouchable at the moment, Swiper, now that he's got that Forge Fire cape done. And the rest of the map, you saw that top lane inner turret does actually break. And now Order move as a squad once again towards the next place on the map that they deem important. They take blue buff after blue buff away from Lisa. I honestly don't think he's seen one of them, besides maybe the level 1 jungle start, if that's where he was. Because, I mean, honestly, Only's had his number. And it's not reflected through the CS difference that you're looking at, but it definitely is a lot of his own jungle camps that have been taken here. Lisa's struggling.
Very much so.
Has he got more than 1 stack yet?
I'd love to see if we do get the Spectator pan across to the Kindred to see really the assessment of this champion. You highlighted it before, right? Looks much more comfortable on the likes of an Olaf, a Jarvan, a Lee Sin, anybody that can really play, I suppose, a more supporting role, as opposed to the sort of carry-style jungle. But
well, it's about the ganking more than it is the carry or not style champions for me. You know, like the Jarvan can do damage, can be a tank, but what he does do is he ganks early. And the Kindred, while being a ranged champion with a red buff, could always potentially look for those ganks. We spoke about this through draft. That's not really the best way to play this one, because Only was always going to try and track you. And he did, and you saw what happened. He was the first blood of the game, and the only kill of the game that has been given over in what is a 5,000 gold lead.
Well, it's starting to get worrying. 30 seconds, and we reach that point of potential conclusion, with Avant sacrificing virtually everything. Keeping up in CS for the most part, able to find towers, in part thanks to Appy's Trundle. But now they will have to finally contest.
Feels like we're further into the game than we actually are. 21 minutes in, Ocean Soul is up.
It's been hyper-accelerated, that is for sure. The Magical Journey looks to jump on towards Chaz. Only's going to execute, and Only's going to kill. Burns at the flash, distorts away, receives an exhaust. And that's less XP. No chance to continue to scale up here.
Yeah, they got the flash as well from Lisa, so that is just the Drake for free. They'll take the turret in mid lane, they'll disengage, they'll go over to the Drake. How do AV even get into the area to contest this one when they're missing Chaz? You know, you've got 18 seconds on the Death Fiber while he has teleport, he won't be there in time. That's just Ocean Soul. I mean, you want to talk about a best-of-5 series in a way to start this one off. You want to talk about momentum building.
Yes.
I mean, this is a devastating start for AV.
100% from the very get-go with the jungle. Obviously, the Bard now with all these towers falling on down, the vision denial, and just the ability to traverse the map too, just catching out members when they feel like they're safe. Now you've got an Ocean Soul online, and you've not got any healing cut to respond to it with.
It's just a shutout. We're having a bit of a resident sleeper, I will admit, for our first game of the OPL playoffs. Two kills. It was a very exciting second kill at the Drake and AV. Really not contesting anything, really not choosing to fight anything. They haven't drawn their line in the sand yet. Cassidy is level 14, but he was the one who unfortunately died for that, even though he has, you know, that abundance of mobility. We're still waiting for, like, the big moment. I worry that, like, if it happens at all, will it be too late for AV? Because that Ocean Soul is obviously going to be a big deal. Swiper, I think that is, yeah, that's his Infernal Mask that he just completed as he finds the Cassidy. So he's now untouchable. Like, what do you do? You keep Chazbot till he hits 16, and then you pray you can win a team fight, I guess? Like, but look at this.
I mean, look at the fact that the Ornn is going for the 1v1, has not taken a sliver of damage.
Cassidy, by the way. Outscaled, by the way.
Absolutely. That is a sight to behold. And that really zones him away from the potential to interact with this Baron, forced to recall back. Does have still the teleport available, but a two-man Baron attempt, and they are just shredding it.
Yep, AV's not contesting. Once again, they might be in a meditative state waiting for the second game at this point. Pressuring the bot lane in a turret at the same time as doing Baron. Still no contest from AV in either direction. They're actually just going to lose all of it. And now you've got the rest of the team starting to rotate in. You know, you've got Order getting control of the blue side quadrant and the red side quadrant right now, almost simultaneously. And this is a... I'm running out of adjectives.
I know.
Skibby.
I know. And I think it really starts from the initial part of that draft where you started to question, why have they gone here in this direction? Obviously locking in the Cassidy as that final pick. Not really allowing the Kindred to find the value that you would have wanted to see. But now they are resigned to those turrets, resigned to their base. And I think Rare does what many people look to achieve, which is a picture speaks 1,000 words with that white flag going up.
Yeah, Appy starts playing Dido in the background. He says he's going to go down with this tower. He's definitely acknowledged the state of this game. Have we seen an Ornn ultimate?
We haven't. We've seen a very minimal team fighting. It's all been about macro. It's all been about decision making, quite honestly. Ayla locks them in place, looking to lay down the trophy. They go golden and spell disaster. That's a double kill for Rare, who snipes them from afar. They're going to chase on through, look for the triple, which he does connect with. And they want to explode this game. They want to do it very convincingly too. 25 minutes in, Order, flawless game. Every objective, every kill, 0 deaths. The only death that they will look at is the falling of the enemy in Nexus, which will go down. White flag goes up. Order, find momentum.
Skimmy, they were 2 turrets off a perfect game in the first game of a best of 5 in an elimination round of the OPL playoffs. It was a class performance from Order. You cannot take anything away from them, but there was only one team in that game. Yeah. And I can tell you right now, we both know who that was, because one team did nothing for the entirety of that game, did nothing. And just still waiting for their moment. They just couldn't find it.
It definitely was So this is why I wonder, right? I mean, you talk about the draft initially as to giving all these power picks to Order. Then you talk about, okay, well, what was your game plan to get yourselves in? And then I sort of highlighted, Lisa, would his pathing change the result by the fact that he failed that initial gank? We didn't actually get to catch unless you saw how many hunt stacks the Kindred had. I mean, last we saw it was 1, but zero impact. I think we only saw the Halo Grand come out once at the end there, and it was like, please, we don't want this inhibitor to fall on down. But by that stage, against a Baron, against 10k up essentially, and an Ocean Soul, yeah, there's not really much more to say about it than that.
I think it was one mark at the end there from Kindred. He got a single scuttle crab, and I don't actually know if he ever ventured into the enemy jungle, Skippy, at all. I don't think he crossed the river. That's how bad that game went for him. Oh my god.
Well, we're going to let Rusty reset. We're going to let the team Avant reset as Order lead the best of 5 series 1-0. Don't go anywhere. After the break, it's game 2.
Good lordy, lordy, lordy Juvesy.
Yeah, it is. That is the best way to describe it, isn't it?
It was, I mean, it was one of those situations where it was like nothing happened. I even said to you, nothing is happening in this entire game. And then 2.5 minutes later, game's over.
Yeah, and I was there explaining to you why the game was the way that it was. And I often found myself, I don't like to blame draft, believe it or not. And I try and find ways to explain things to you that, okay, it's because they're doing this, it's because they haven't done this, it's because someone's played poorly. And while there was a few instances of poor gameplay, I think the majority of this game and why it kind of felt slow and nothing was happening was because AV literally drafted themselves into a hole.
Yeah.
And Order just played to like a baseline level of how they need to play. And yeah, that I guess that's why it went that way.
And AV just like not giving themselves, like drafting into the hole in terms of Order just out drafting, but not giving themselves the chance, the opportunity to make anything happen. Like they were so passive the entire time because they just had no tools at their disposal.
So they had Trundle top lane, Kindred jungle, Cassidy mid lane, Varus Braum bot, and the Trundle into Ornn is like, Trundle is known as kind of like the tank killer because when Trundle ults, it steals the stats of, the enemy top laner, which would be the Ornn, which in theory sounds like a really good matchup, but it actually just got nothing done, fell behind. The jungle matchup, which Kindred is kind of soft counter to Rek'Sai, fell behind at level 3, and once you fall behind on Kindred, the game's just over for you. You can't do anything anymore. You don't play for your marks. You don't play for anything. And then in mid lane, yeah, Kassadin kind of like outscales Azir in the side, but there's just nothing for AV to do once they fall behind. Once there's like a tiny mistake, they can no longer play for their kind of 1v1 matchups. And so that's why we just saw them slowly lose the game, because their 1v1 matchups are just non-negotiable anymore. Like there's no 1v1 matchup to be played, because as you saw, Order just came out of lane. They moved around as a team. AV has no wave clear in this draft as well, and all Order did was take towers, take dragons. Then it got to dragon points, soul points so early on, and then AV is forced to team fight, which leads to like a loss of a Baron, and then it's just a downward spiral, and there's just no end until really the end is, losing the game is the saving grace, because they can go to the next one really quick.
Well, like have a rinse off between the two to just get the bad juju out of the room. But is it a situation where, like I think you said while we were watching, it's not just that AV drafted poorly; it's that Order played well enough. Order tend to also get in this situation we see every time where they, like in a best of 5, they're going to win 2, lose 1, and then probably seal the deal. Do you reckon they're going to drop a game against AV, or is this like stronger start, just they're probably going to be fine and just 3-0 it?
Well, the actual beauty I find about this game in particular is that I don't think it's a mental tax on AV, in the sense that the game was so one-sided. And I think when they review it and they talk about their draft, that there's no real, if only we did this, or I'm frustrated because of this. I feel like there's nothing to be frustrated about. It's almost like, okay, that was game 1. We made some significant mistakes in how we prepared and then how we played. So it's kind of like, if anything, you're more relieved that the game's over and you can go into the next one fresh. So I don't think that's a game that we're going to be like, oh no, it's going to be a 3-0 whitewash.
This is just how it's going to go.
Yeah, I think there's a lot more left in AV's kind of tank, I guess. But in the same sense, I think it's a confidence game for Order too, right? Order have they've just played a game. It was really easy. I think it was probably one of the easiest games they've had all season. And so it's important for them to still realize that I like to call it a 0-0 series. It's still 0-0. Because you have to win 2 more games, right?
Yeah.
And like in soccer term is you'd be 2-0 up at halftime, you come back out onto the pitch and you say, boys, it's 0-0. Because 2-0 is like the most dangerous scoreline. 1-0 in a series is a dangerous scoreline, You lose one game, it's 1-1. You lose the next one, it's match point. So I don't think Order are going to be sitting on this. I don't think AV are going to be too upset. I still think we're in for a belt of a series.
The inspiration coming through you, the positivity. It's
gotta
just
be.
You gotta be. Something else to be positive about. Emotes are enabled now.
Yeah.
For the first time ever. Is it? Is this the first time that?
It's the first time ever in OS that we've gotten them. Personally, when I was a player, I would have loved to have emotes, because at least when I'm dead or something, I can just put a thumbs up, or I can give my team some morale support. At least like, hey, I'm dead, guys, but it's fine. But Swiper historically, actually, because in scrims you can emote. I used to be a bit of an emote goblin, so when I used to gank Swiper in the top lane, I used to spam a lot of emotes when I killed him, and he used to get quite upset at me. So maybe there can be some mental warfare for Avant, where Lisa comes topside, doesn't even necessarily kill Swiper, but just drops some emotes in his lane.
I don't care what game it is. I get completely tilted. I mean, it's games, life, whatever. When someone is being like relentlessly positive and optimistic when I have failed, then that is the fastest way to get in my head. We have a couple of minutes before the next game. Top emotes for you. What are your favorites that you would be dropping to get in the head of let's say Swiper?
Okay, so I don't necessarily know the names. But what I use is double Ezreal thumbs up, because Ezreal's kind of triggering, and then when he does the thumbs up, it's really annoying.
That's good.
I have the angry cat, so if something goes really wrong, I do angry cat. So if I, as an example, if I burnt Swiper Slash in the top lane, I'd angry cat. So he's like, I'm conditioning his mind to being angry, right? It's like a
right.
psychological. Okay, he sees the angry emote, triggers the angry emotions, and then gets a bit tilted.
I like that.
Yep. And then what's my other one? Oh, I have a Taric. It's like a feels good man Taric. Like he's like he looks like in like he's like, yeah, I don't know what's like. He's kind of feels good man.
And
and
what
I
is
do
the
that.
situation for this?
That's when you destroy the Nexus. That's my destroyed Nexus. Feels good man Taric emote.
Right, okay. So that's
Yeah.
just like satisfied that it's all over.
Yeah, yep. And the team sees that.
I'm seeing Dab Pengu coming up a lot in chat. Not for you? Are you not a
Pingu?
dabbing fan?
Oh, dab? No, actually, I do. Yeah, look, dabbing's for the Zoomers. I'm a bit
That's
of a...
true. You're a
yeah,
boomer. We established
so
this at the top of the show.
I don't know.
Chat, let me know your emotes, your favorite emotes that you use, and what context you use them in. I feel
Yeah.
like the emote is not the important part. The context, the way that you're using this to
Yes.
tilt someone,
Yes.
the way you're getting in someone's head, because it is like the game is so mental, and I love the fact that this mental aspect has been introduced.
Well-
because I mean, this is where I would be a superstar league player.
Yeah.
I'm trash at the game, but I would be so good at getting someone's head.
And the best player for me in this emote game is going to be Tally. Keep an eye on Tally throughout this whole this whole playoffs. Tally will be the kingpin at emotes. Watch.
Keep an eye on Tally. Keep an eye on @NickBoy on Twitter or here in Twitch chat to send me your favorite emotes to use and how you use them to tilt people. In the meantime, satisfy yourself with Game 2 of Order versus AV.
If you're craving the taste of your favourites, head to Macca's for a fast, safe and contactless drive-through experience. For your Macca's run, contact-free, we'll be here.
They were still going about emotes, Skibby.
They really
while
were.
we're
I'm just sitting
there
here
getting
like,
jam
just get out of the
select.
room. Go continue that conversation somewhere else, because we've got game number 2 underway, and I think draft aside, emote meta aside, we need to see Avant come in, wipe that slate clean and say, look, that was a whitewash. We're better than that. We've got something definitely up our sleeves to bring to this table, and let's really prove to our fans what we're about.
Yeah, I mean, this is a big one for AV, definitely. It's a bounce-back game, without a doubt. And I think that you're right. They do have more to show. They showed nothing.
Yeah.
They picked the Kassadin, so they showed a champion, definitely. But strategically, they didn't really do anything to stand out. And I don't think that anything massive changes from Order's side of the draft in this game. You can already see that the major difference is from AV. And note that we're in Game 2. AV had side select, and they chose red side. So they did choose this strategic change in the draft.
Yeah, so what have we got right off the bat? The exact same initial 6 bans. The first pick, Swiper's going to be quite content with the ult. Worked out fabulously for him. And Avant are going to say, hey, look, let's just rock and roll by saying you can't have that Aphelios. We're going to pair it this time with the Fresh. We've got so much engage. Gun Crab, fantastic when he played it last. In order to respond with the center.
Yeah, and I don't think they necessarily need to force the Tahm Kench here, which is what's interesting to me. So they've actually gone for a Maokai. Now, this is interesting. There is so much that this Maokai can do, Skivvy, because there's a center in the game. Is it going to be in the bottom lane as a support? I think it could work there. I honestly think I have no problem with that. It could also jungle, and there's been repeat discussions with certain people online, such as Soul Strikes, he's a big Maokai fan in general. He plays tank Galio. He doesn't get enough of the tanks, and he said that Maokai jungle has been good for a while. So entirely possible that that's where we see it. But yeah, Maokai and Ornn locked in the first 3 here from Order. Bunch of tanky boys in a center.
This is it's an interesting, I suppose, time in the game more than anything, right? With us watching the LPL the other day and we see a Set as a support champion, I'm thinking, look, Rusty, is there ever a world in which we can have Set just play every single role in the game? You can lock in a champion and say, look, he could be top, he could be mid, he could be jungle, or he could be your support as well. So I like this opener here from Order. And Avant are going to find a much better jungle start for them this time. Lisa's going to get the Jarvan. He should have a far better ability to get himself online. And I wonder really where that Kindred ban comes out of. If that's serious, or if that's just like a jab at them to say, look, that was a mistake, we don't want to do that again.
No, the Kindred ban's actually decent here. There's a bunch of tanks running around. Only's going to have to play a carry champion, basically, is what this draft is saying. So they expect that, that the scaling options that Order are comfortable on are being targeted. It's worth considering that the Karthus is still available though for someone like Only, depending on what Harry is playing. And that's the thing with the rest of Order's draft. They pick 4-5 together. We're just waiting for AV to pick their 4th champion, and then we basically will get soft confirmation on where these champions are going.
Well, we look at not having a repeat in mid lane again with both Gaston and Harry's Azir taken away. Echo is removed as well, so a few carries, as you highlight now, taken off the boards. Avant now looking for the direction they want to choose. And this is interesting. Mordekaiser, so this was a staple for when Dragu was playing there. Love to go for the Mordekaiser, obviously the Death Realm just being so strong. And this is one of the highest bans that usually gets taken away from Avant.
Yeah, the Mordekaiser are going to be locked in here. I mean, we don't know the extent of what Appy can play, so this is always going to be interesting to watch drafts unfold, especially in a best of 5 now.
Yeah.
You get 3 back-to-back, maybe up to 5 back-to-back sample sizes here of what Appy's champion pool actually is. You assume right now that it is going to be the Olaf. It's possible that that goes to Chaz, though. He has had a proficiency with some top lane style champions at the moment.
LeBlanc is locked in, and that is going to be Only's Lee Sin. So you mentioned the carry. Lee Sin is very good at fulfilling multiple roles as a result. Chaz isn't going to make any time wasted there. Well, I mean, Dinah potentially is in top lane too, but I'd imagine that'd be a Chaz in the mid lane. It's going to be Dinah.
Yeah, so Chaz gets the Diana. Appy's going to be playing the Mordekaiser now. That's pretty much confirmed. At the current moment, we'll see if they continue to swap. I'm expecting the Maokai will be the bottom lane support champion because, again, you can play any kind of tank with the Senna. That's the, like a lot of teams are going for Tahm Kench just because it's good with Senna. And there's an argument to be made here that because it's a Thresh lane, Tahm Kench is probably the best choice. Tahm Kench is a natural diffusing champion to the Thresh, but the contrast to that is that Maokai may not just outright diffuse a Thresh by being able to devour your teammate. What he can do is kill the Thresh or kill the Aphelios very regularly just by having the Twisted Advance, and Senna being able to almost guarantee Glacial Augment slows on that same target, right? So it's a different style of play, and a part of why like Set has become a support is in part because there has been Sennas running around with him, so he gets to farm, and then he's enabled to have a higher kill threat. So we'll see how this one carries on, as you've got a Lee Sin down there potentially to gank, and kill threat very high with him there.
Incredibly high. And I think what's interesting to me is the fact that Ayla's willing to bust out the Maokai and sort of say, look, hey, Violet, if you're going to look to try and play these ADCs that, typically are immobile, whether or not we ban a Calista, if we do let it through, this Maokai is just going to make it a living hell, right? So I'm really excited, one, to see how Ayla performs in this champion and to sort of see how it functions with the Senna, to the point that you mentioned, but also to see how do Avant bounce back with a lot more comfort picks on their side, and if Lisa's able to find some value with the Jarvan as a result. Let's jump into the Rift for the second time today. Order leading the series as best of 5, 1-0 so far. The first game, an absolute whitewash, nearly flawless game. Not a single death on their side, but for a few towers being lost. And it starts off this game with already a bit of flair by going for an invade.
Yeah, a lot of early movement there from Order. 3 people up in top lane, but they still have the Maokai defending, and they still have the LeBlanc here of Hayri covering the choke points in bot side jungle. So it's not actually going to be a response from AV at all. In fact, they place one ward defensively pretty early at that red buff, and that's going to be it. So if they wanted to Order, they could still do red to red or, blue start to enemy red buff, depending on where their opponents go. And, one of the things that's very cool about this is if you are going to make a 3-man play like that, Maokai is uniquely equipped to stop your opponents from going aggressive into your jungle as well. Throw the saplings into the bushes.
Yeah.
And not only does it reveal them decent damage and slows, so they'll never actually catch someone. And so that's how they play that out, and I like it.
I think it's interesting, right? Because I've always viewed Maokai as this absolute bully in those lanes, especially with how the saplings get empowered from the brush. You talk about sort of bush prio when those aggressive tanks look to try and zone you out. Makes Fresh's life just a little bit harder as a result. I'm excited, I suppose, really to see how much work the passive does to keep them topped up in this combination.
Yeah, for sure. Waiting to see how some trades go down here. Very obviously not too favourable for the level 1 Senna, but Senna obviously has a lot of natural sustain. Maokai also has the auto attack passive to get some health back.
Yeah.
So if you want to talk about reasons that these champions are allowed to exist in this role, Tahm Kench has natural healing. Set has natural healing, very high health regeneration. Maokai also has the health regen. He started Doran's shield here because he's farming. And then, of course, he has the health regen in his passive, the spell vamp, so to speak. So he's going to be pretty comfortable down there overall. The kill threat exists, but someone at half health isn't actually going to be stuck at half health down in that lane.
To be interesting, keep your eyes on that one. Obviously, Swiper on the top side is already warmed up on that Ornn, and I feel like the Mordekaiser will find a lot more value if they do fall far behind. I mean, we've talked about this in the past. You know, Mordekaiser is always a relevant champion based on his ultimate, can always be utilized as a stun, if for nothing else, at this stage of the game. But I'm going to keep, once again, my eyes fixated on this jungle, just to sort of see where Lisa decides to hover around. Once again, he's going in for an invade, looking to try and get some vision down, it would seem, in these early stages. Maybe himself try to keep tabs on only so he can be of better assistance when it comes to scuttle rotations.
Hey, I think that's record-breaking here, though, in this set already from Lisa. He went into the enemy jungle. So we've made some definitive progress already in this second game of the best of 5. Of course, you are still looking at the response here from Order on the other side of the map. Hayri moving with only. Appy with a very shallow ward, very defensive ward. Note that these two gankers have mobility. So if they wanted to make this happen, they could have, but they would have been diving.
I like the game sense there from Appy to, respect what could potentially have happened there, knowing that he was getting pushed into his tower. Lisa's going to show again.
Throne.
Yeah.
Yeah. They would 100% see him if he was going to go for that. And of course, you can see a ward placed very deep there by Gunkrab as well. So not only are they trying to find this Lee Sin, they were seeing maybe if they could sneak away a Krug camp, but they go to the cautious side of the coin here. They'll choose not to, and they'll just reset.
They will indeed. Harry back to the mid lane once again, and I suppose I'm looking at this one, right? In terms of obviously the scaling component, yes, Ornn again, but I'm looking at the rest of it. I obviously know that Senna incredibly strong with the Absolution stacks, but I look at what Avant have, and there's a side of me that gets a little bit more concerned, especially with Diana. We've just so disgusting, especially with the mobility and the ability to sort of jump in and counteract what a lot of these diving members of Order bring to the table.
Yeah, I do think that AV, it has to be said, have made a better draft overall for themselves in this game too. It seems like they were aware of where the issues really were, being through what felt like the top laner in the jungle, but how that influenced mid was obviously very significant. So they've gone for a bit more of a tempo mid laner. You know, the Cassidy is obviously super slow, doesn't have wave clear. Diana has wave clear while still keeping and retaining that assassination threat. So I like this from AV a lot. It's about what they make happen with this, however, that will still influence this game. Because last game was dead quiet.
Very quiet.
Nothing happened.
I suppose that's really what we expected, right? Out of a game one was for both teams to really feel each other out. And kind of as Juve said in the post-game analysis, Order didn't really need to do anything. They just needed to play the game at a challenger level. They just need to play standard and realize and respect really that Avant weren't wanting to achieve anything. They just wanted to continue to scale on up. But hold that thought for a second, because it may be an all-in attempt here for first blood to Ayla, and it is secured once again. It's Nephilios, and Violet is on the board.
Yeah, Ayla uses the Twisted Advance there to dodge the Thresh hook instead of perhaps flashing it. So he procs the Aftershock and perhaps thought he would be able to walk to safety from that with the extra resistances that came across. But obviously he doesn't survive. He does go down. Teleports now back to the wave. So things could be worse, especially with all the souls that have just dropped for a rare. But at the end of the day, yeah, he keeps the flash, but uses the teleport and gives over a kill to Violet almost unnecessarily.
And I like the fact that he keeps the flash, because obviously now it makes it a little bit easier for them to contest the likes of this very first Drake, which is an Inferno one, which we've talked about at great lengths during the regular season. Obviously the stats, not that influential at these early stages of the game, but if you can get it for free like they can do here, then why not?
Yeah, love themselves the early rotation of the Drake here. It does feel like, once again, the tempo is being controlled by Order. You can see a Gunkrab's just going to shove his face in it.
He is indeed.
Like
Teleport comes on out, but it's a little bit too late in terms of trying to contest that objective, but the fight will break out nonetheless. Ornn finds Valley onto 3 members as they're going to collapse onto 2 as a result of that one as well. It's going to be all things Order right now as they get themselves on the score sheet with 2 kills to start things off with, but Aphelios is starting to get scary. He's got a double kill to his name now. And that's a great start very early on into this one.
Yeah, and that's a really big deal here for AV. Not only are they playing more aggressively, they're doing it successfully. So they've got the kills, they're all going on to Violet. It's going to be a big deal. Appy also finds himself only inside the pit at the same time. The hook from Gunkrab also finds its mark, and that's what starts this one off. And you know, the teleport comes in from Order. It's pretty early, true, but then Chaz just brings them all together, hits a massive ultimate on that Diana, and you can see the rest of the team's just in shambles from that point as well. So well executed here from AV.
Want to see exactly what Aphelios gets to buy as a result of that one, but it will definitely hyper-accelerate him in that department to achieve those initial items that are required, especially in a funnel lane as such. Bear in mind that when you do have the center, you are looking to make this tank as strong as possible until the later stages where you then become, I suppose, the off ADC, getting those souls and ramping yourself up to that magical 100 mark.
Yeah, it gives a lot of base stats just from having those souls. You know, one of the key features that makes Senna as disgusting a champion as she can be in a supportive carry role. Very unique playstyle that comes from that, but of course, still being able to scale up decently well. It's the kills going over to the Aphelios that makes things hard. As, wow, good night, sweet gun crab.
Deleted. Lisa tried to be the one in the driving seat there to make the Rift Herald work in their favor. An unlucky rotation really punches that gun crab. AV is still hanging around in the area regardless. A jump on in there, led by the Maokai. That's a massive four-man collapse, but it just does not matter. There's no follow-up, no damage, and Swiper, he's huge.
Yeah, the damage didn't proc there from the Dana. It actually was close to being perhaps a whole boatload of damage coming out of nowhere, but at the end of the day, it's still Order getting the kills. They are continuing the tempo, right? You know, like, it was kills that went over to AV at the Drake, but they're still not here at the Herald in time. They're still behind the ball, and very easy for Order to find the punish this time around from Ayla.
Rusty,
brilliantly getting there.
In what world do we live in where an Ornn has 4 kills before 10-minute mark? The guy literally living up to his self-proclaimed Titan name.
Yeah, I mean, the world is terrifying if you're on the other side of the map. So, I mean, it doesn't get better from here. I think Appy is one of the better equipped champions to deal with that, perhaps. But the second he gets into a team fight, I mean, what do you do? Who actually damages him enough to get the kills? He's just going to be a brick wall.
It was like that last game, and I'm sure it will be again as a result. The magical footwear actually getting completed from all of those kills as a result. But bear in mind still, once again, it is the Aphelios that has the majority of the gold share right now, and he's working well towards a Infinity Edge rush. So going to be a very scary contender if he can look for these trades, which you can see are coming across right now. The Flash Flay coming in from Gunkrab. He goes golden with that stopwatch to buy time. Will ensure a disengage, or will it? Maybe I've spoken too soon. Ayla this time will utilize that flash. Rift Herald in the pockets of only. Unable to utilize that one, but now 3 kills to the man, Aphelios.
Yeah, that was a classic rare moment, let's be honest. You know, it happens here and there. Another nice hook, though, from Gunkrab trying to pressure them under the turret, only hovering nearby, and the movements from Hayri will help defend the structure itself. But, you know, once again, another kill goes over to AV. Was that kill necessary? I don't think it was at all. You know, you play around your jungler. Perhaps they were trying to put some damage down before he got to the wave. They want to place the Herald top. But AV get there first, and they basically win that in a 2v2 anyway.
And they're finding major advantages in those solo lanes as well. Only's been doing a fantastic job of really leading the tempo from the jungle and able to execute that with some objectives to match as well. Now going to summon open the Rift Herald to break through mid, which is still very healthy. So looking to really achieve plates more than anything at this stage. More gold in Harry's pocket, and make this LeBlanc a very relevant factor.
Yeah, some nice plates to get, though, and a little bit more gold into the pockets of the members of Order. Lisa, currently, if you look at his farm, not in a good spot.
Not at all. He may be in a worse spot if he gets killed here. The kick goes into his team. They look for the collapse, and Swiper is huge with the 4-man choke ult. Everybody's in place. The flash over the wall into a headbutt. That's a double kill for this man. He is literally a carry at this point. Forget the roll tank. He is fulfilling everything single-handedly. Now, Appy, in and amongst it, is going to be the next casualty as members fall bit by bit, second by second. And they're not done just yet. They want a full ace, and they'll find it.
Yeah, they basically do. The respawns come out from the rest of AV, which is why it doesn't result in a full ace in the end. Order I mean, Orn's now 6-1, but it doesn't even start with Swiper, it just ends with him. This Orn is a tank, he's a burst mage, he's an assassin, he's everything you could possibly want in League of Legends, just all happening at once. Lisa starts this one off getting caught, and Only's doing a lot of work in the early stages of this one. Chaz immediately gets exhausted, so there's no chance for him to go in. And at that same moment, Swiper's flashed the wall and is just clobbering them. So unfortunately, of course, for Rare, there's no way out of Uppy's ultimate just yet in that Death Realm. But he's still going to get the trade back, and they continue to chase forwards. Chaz tries to use that ultimate to bring people in, but that does nothing but buy time as the cooldowns reset from Order, and the effective ace is secured.
You could understand the priority, the first big nature of this Ornn. If Big Swips is able to play like this right now, the veteran status that he holds within this region, really paying dividends right now. The fact that he has the lion's share of this gold, he is very well equipped to utilize it and really lead this team to victory here.
Yeah, I mean, he's not even level 13, you know, we're at a level 9 Ornn, and he's going to have almost the 2 completed items before he even hits the level 13 mark, you know, well and truly on the way to that Sunfire cape. He's already got the Abyssal Mask there. A 600 gold bounty. The thing with a competitive game of League of Legends, if you get those bounties, it's a big deal, you know? Like, Chaz is currently 0-3, but give him an extra cheeky 900 gold into his pockets, and that's almost an item that he just suddenly completes from what is currently a revolver. But to do that, if it's a tank champion, and it's an Ornn, of course, as well, is so hard. Like, that bounty may just persist until a full 5v5 team fight happens. And if you're lucky, you kill him, you get the bounty, while your whole team dies.
Absolutely. And there's still a while away before Armor Pen really comes online here. So, scary times, really. And very much a case of Swiper able to dictate the terms on which they force those fights. And I'm interested to see really how much of an influence this Aphelios actually gets. You know, Violet was so incredibly fed in those early stages, really hand-gifted those kills. He's now got the Infinity Edge completed with the Zerka Greaves too, so he's hitting one of those major power spikes. And obviously, Ornn aside, still got to very much pack a punch here.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, there is still some strengths on AV's side. You know, we could talk about how fed the members of Order are, and it's definitely true, but you've got a 3-1 Aphelios. Aphelios is a nasty champion if he's allowed to deal damage. The problem for him, of course, is that there is assassins and tanks that are just going to be running him down. He's a very low mobility champion, so Guncrab's role actually becomes more important, being able to throw the lanterns in the correct places and not have the 80 carry instinct skimmy of throwing a lantern to yourself. Is going to be a factor that needs to be considered through these next team fights. But if Violet gets the damage off, it's significant. As Ornn, here we go.
Once again, he's looking for that engage. Will result in Guncrab burning the flash. They were looking for a pick, but quite honestly, they wanted to secure this. That's what they're going to find again, it would seem. He's going to go for a 4 rotate. Uppy is in trouble. He's got the Leandri, so will pack a punch, but that's not going to mean anything if he falls on down. Only taking his attention straight from that Rift Arrow, connecting with the Sonic Wave, connecting with the damage. Out comes the Death Roll, making it a 1v1, buying time. But when he comes out of this, if he does at all, he would have spotted many more members teething at the bits to get themselves on that assist sheet.
Yeah, he's coming out of that one, dead man skimmy, unfortunately. Of course, the first turret of the game does actually drop. 2 turrets almost simultaneously drop for that trade kill. The teleport's going to be used to come in and try and defend the mid lane skimmy, so the trade actually is still quite nice from AV when you consider that. They'll lose the Herald, though, and so there will still be an opportunity here for Order to make a play in trade, and they've got the Herald. There's a teleport from Appy if he wants to hold this one, but I don't know if he can.
Good trade there from Avant, as you highlight, but the response, once again, Order leaving the tempo. The second Rift Herald will execute now that turret plates are down. True damage is there for sure. Teamfight's looking to break on out. The box goes down, and everybody lines up for the center cannon. That's a double kill right off the bat. Lee Sin a factor. Avant with the flank. Too little too late because their front line has fallen on down. They are now chasing into this one and split apart. Order forced in left and right. They can't go anywhere. Chaz finding 1 kill. He gets a shutdown, which is very important for him. But it's not going to be enough because so many members are alive now, Rusty, and they can look to execute further.
They're flanking tank skimmy. Yeah, it does absolutely nothing. You've got a 6-1 Ornn that sees 3 people flank him, and he just says, absolutely, let's make it happen. and they're able to win the team fight. I think there's a time and a place for everything, and I don't think that was the time or the place for a team fight there from AV. Order are going from strength to strength. They break the turret. They even have the Herald to stand in front of Violet and soak up some damage. They've got numbers here first. They've got them early, and AV are disjointed in their choice of engage. Violet lucky to survive that one. An auto attack was a hair's breadth away from Rare. And then it's Api without ultimate, and Chaz, who doesn't use his ultimate until the end there, trying to flank on an Ornn, a Lee Sin, and a Maokai. I mean, come on.
Not a dream situation, that is to say the least. Avant find themselves with an Ocean Drake, but Swipe is on the flank. He gets the damage done again. Same with the jungler. Every single time Avant try to be the ones in the driving seat, Order always have their answer and always have a shutdown.
Yeah, looking fantastic on this. Lee Sin is only now finds himself legendary or godlike. I'm not actually sure which one it was. Either way, he is now 7-1. He's going to join Swiper in the 7-1 club. And now they get another team fight while they lose Drake, which will mean more turrets start to drop. More gold goes into the pockets of Order, and the gold lead will continue to grow.
Will definitely continue to grow. And, you know, the saving grace, again, now you've got two incredibly fed members with 1k bounties on their heads. Question is, you know, with their mobility, with those stats that they have at their disposal, how much do they have to sacrifice to really achieve those bounties? And, you know, who's to say that they can even guarantee that it goes on those right members?
Yeah, the Lee Sin doesn't have the GA yet, so he is actually at risk of dying from someone like Chaz, but this may not happen yet.
Oh, the Gang Sword comes out. Flawless in their execution, shutting down Chaz again, 1-4. They've isolated that target they want to make sure is unable to have any influence over this game. Diana is still sitting on a proto belt, unable to really achieve much more than that.
Yeah, you're starting to see it cascade now into just a full-blown shutout here from Order, the way that they've started to snowball these kills. You know, we can see, and you viewers at home as well can see that along with us, it's 5,000, maybe 6,000 gold. That's not complete GG amounts, but you can really feel it through the play of AV in this game. You know, a couple of desperate moments, a couple of really forced and over-forced fights that are a sure sign of them saying, we're mega behind, and we need to make something happen.
They do indeed. Bear in mind, once again, we still obviously return back to this point. Violet is strong, but he's just very scared that the previous team fight where we saw the flank attempts come out, you know, LeBlanc, late to the fight, just shows her face for 1 second, instantly Violet with the flash on out, so...
He has to be scared, man. Like, he doesn't have summoners.
He can't do anything, yeah.
Yeah, you mentioned the correct fight, because that's the one where he flashed away. He doesn't even have the cleanse until right now. It's about to be up, and if a single member of Order is in range of him, while he does damage, they will kill him. That's just the reality of it right now.
We set that point in the game where he's got the 2 completed items, the Hurricane, a massive power spike for cycling through these weapons. Whether he gets the uptime to utilize it, that is the question. And I tell you what, especially with a Ornn and a Lee Sin jumping at you with all the sets that they have, I don't see a world in which you can really showcase the power of this pick. And I guess you start to question really the pick and ban with them opting to ban away the likes of Renekton and the rest, you know, maybe feeling confident against this Ornn, but after these 2 back-to-back performances, you'd want to reflect. This
one definitely is a lot less about the draft and is a lot more about the play. And I think there's a clear reflection. This Rare has an AV icon. Oh, sorry, that's amazing. You asshole.
Look at him do it.
He missed his skill shot and he does it. Ah, no. I'm sure Tally will be a fan of that one.
Always looking for the montage plays. I don't think we'll see that change throughout this series, throughout these playoffs, quite honestly. But now, where do Avant look to try and capitalize on? Chaz has been resigned to these side lanes for the majority of this game, but just not having a good time of it. Once again, looking to get collapsed upon. Down to half. Hook will not connect.
Only may take that. You always have to respect. It's an 8-1 Lee Sin. He's gone for a BF sword in his item build, so keep that in mind. He will potentially start to see those montages take those cues. Now, there are some flank wards, Skibby. Order haven't cleared out the entirety of the red side jungle. They may look for plays here, AV, if you have a numbers advantage. But the way Swiper's positioned is definitely here if the fight happens.
Well, Lisa has one idea because the hook does connect, but Gunkrab is so down low, forced to burn that flash, forced to burn the box and disengages the Joy disengage as well. Harry just jumps it in and punishes Lisa, saying, why on earth are you in the front lane trying to threaten a Cataclysm? In comes the Yawn and out comes the Condemn. Everyone is locked in place
Violet?
up against that wall. The stopwatch buys enough time. Violet will get a kill on the board finally, but does fall down for his crimes. And only knowing how strong he is, he's just looking to dive towards Nexus turrets.
Yeah, Only's infiltrated the enemy base by himself. He's behind enemy lines looking for some cheeky takeouts here and there. He's not going to be able to hit the Q, however, so just the disengage from AV and Order alike. Now the turret breaks in top lane. They find themselves well and truly in the driver's seat in this game, and this is the fight that just hits at home. Gunkrab, while he predicts a hook onto a LeBlanc distortion, has no health. Now flashes away. Violet immediately flashes and cleanses away from Only's just mere presence in the area. And now there's no way they win the fight. You know, like Violet, if he had the summoners, you'll see this while he gets kicked in. He does decent damage. But if he had summoners there, it could be a different story, you know? And now Only is stuck inside the Mortal, infiltrating enemy lines.
You can see the idea. They're looking for the insect play, but quite honestly, regardless if he hit it or not, you knew that Aphelios was zoned out of that team fight, and from that, their ability to try and out-damage, at least look to respond, was lost alongside it. Now the third Drake picked up again, a familiar situation here for Order. Objective control being a massive talking point for them as a result. Now they have the ability to threaten towards a soul point. 20 kills to 7, a complete turnaround from game 1 where we saw only 2 kills in the first 15.
Yeah, it's nice. It's very refreshing to get back into the kill-heavy OPL style of game. For a second there, I was worried we were becoming LCK, but that's quickly gone the other way. You know, it's still Swiper playing Ord. It's only on one of his best champions, Lee Sin. It goes without saying, he is a master of the champion. And a similar thing could be said for all of Order's comp right now. So seeing them get the lead and then playing the comp in a way that they should be, is we'll let Only make his montages first.
He's going to do it again. He's just landing wave after wave. Gunkrab unable to execute any form of retaliation there. They are now in the bottom lane looking to defend. Uppy is stuck on top side, clearing out so they can at least find some reprieve. Now Violet is the one in the driving seat. Members are looking to try and jump in, but look at the fact that Swiper is taking 0 damage.
Yeah, he's got a warm box too, so any damage that he did take is going to be brought back up to full HP right now. Definitely in the most comfortable position possible here is that Ornn. And of course you've got the Black Cleaver upgraded by Only as well, so playing hyper aggressively with the item spikes that have been gifted to him. And he is the lucky first person to get it on his team as well, even with some items that are there. You know, the Sunfire from Maokai, very efficient to be upgraded. It's the reason that you get it on Ornn. And the Ludens is there potentially as well from Haley. But they said, you know what, Only's fed, he can have it first. He earned it.
Absolutely. Now the GA completed, BF saw finding value. You start to get really, I suppose, concerned as to how to Avant bring it back. You always talk of you know, comeback conditions. Well, we've obviously highlighted the bounties, and now you've got a third bounty in line with the LeBlanc starting to ramp up at 250. But the fact is they have so many insurance policies, the GA, the Warmogs, and obviously the mobility that LeBlanc faces as well, especially with the Summoner Flash. That should be up by the time they look to contest this soul point. You feel like, how do they create enough threats to really achieve that goal at this stage of the game?
Well, what is threatening about AV right now? I would say, you know, we do have 2 items on Diana, so Rare needs to respect it. For Rare, there is a lot of threats in this game. For everybody else in this game, I don't know how many threats are actually present. LeBlanc can be killed, but has so much mobility. At the end of the day, this lead that they've got is already 10,000. It's going to be reflected through items. It's going to be exacerbated through the ornaments that increase that even more so. With a Baron buff, the game honestly probably just ends Skimmy.
So very forgiving here for these tanks, able just to show face, walk through vision, walk into multiple members and not really care whatsoever. Now that they zone them away, they do their job in terms of zoning. They can look to turn their attention on towards that Baron as you highlight and say, we welcome you into a team fight. We welcome you to even give us a chance as to what you have left in that pocket. We want to force a fight. We want to end this game. We want to make this a 2-0.
And a very aggressive flash there from Ayla going forwards actually deters AV, makes them think maybe it was a bait. but it wasn't. Now they'll spot this once again. It's down to 6,000 health. And any chance of getting next to the pit will result in taking some serious damage and dying.
Both the tanks in the pit looking to zone on out for the meantime. That's going to be Lisa jumping in for a suicide free-man Cataclysm. Dyna jumps in as well to AoE connect with as many people as possible. Violet's safe from the pit of red buff, but unable to execute. Conqueror comes online. The damage just isn't there at this stage to really make something happen. The members of his team fall around and they fall down. I think that really says it there with only giving us the game over emote.
And the crazy thing is, if this was an even game, that was a close team fight, right? But they're just too far ahead here, Order. They're now going to put themselves up very easily 2-0 in this series. The one thing you have to consider, though, is can they end this game when the death timers of the very much feeding members of AV are so low?
As you say, they're back up again. But they got one focal point in mind, and that is end this game. Back-to-back sub-30-minute victories is what we're looking at right now. Order are looking for blood. Order looking for kills. They're actually bringing up the draft because they know it's game number 3 already. That's what I'm seeing on my screen right now, but they're going to end it. It's going to be 2-0. Order leading this best-of-5 series.
Cheeky found to dive in there as well. Skimmy not going to die to that one either. AV definitely struggling towards the later stages of that game. And the thing is, you know, Order, they look red hot today. They look like they're poised to take this series very convincingly and make it 3-0 and try and get us into the second best of as fast as we can.
Yeah.
AV still had some more signs of fight, some more signs of life in them. And this was still a better game from them. But, I mean, that's a tragic thing to say, right? Because the first game was almost a perfect game, and at least this one had some fight. And then, unfortunately for them, they fall behind in tempo. And that's what Order have proven you. Once they get tempo, they're pretty much unstoppable.
I think there's no denying the fact that, you know, this bottom lane from Avant are strong, and they were able to obviously give them the resources to make it a reality. But the fact is they were just so far behind that, you know, Aphelios, even with some armor pen starting to come online, it's just unable to have enough uptime to make anything happen. You see all the members pile on in. He's incredibly safe from the protection of the red buff pit. He's standing there and he's just watching his members crumble bit by bit and going, hey guys, I could actually do stuff. We just need at least another 5 to 10 seconds of uptime here and I can make it a reality. You know, Jarvan and Dyna both jumping in, locking in, 3 to 4 members. At that stage, Order are laughing. It's like, you literally cannot touch us.
Skimmy, I want to make it known that I'm very upset right now. And the reason I'm upset is I've just noticed that the bamboo behind me is upside down. And there's nothing I could do to fix this right now. I'm so pissed.
Look, you know what? Your feng shui is on point. And also, this set is as well. It's 2-0 right now to Order as they lead this best-of-5 series. 1 game away from advancing through this series. Do Avant have anything left in the sleeve? We'll have to wait and find out. Join us after the break.
All right, who told him? Who told Rusty? This is some
Own up.
bullshit.
We were
Come
going to
on.
call him out.
It was going to be a live on-stream humiliation that his entire bedroom is actually upside down and he's the only thing upright. And then someone wrecks it in chat and it's just all over. There he is. Can we cut back to that shot, please, right now? We don't need to be there for too long, but the man is rearranging his room as we speak. Look at what you've done to him.
Oh no, his bed
God.
wasn't made either.
This is so bad. I blame you, Lady Dubsy, after everything we've been through together as OPL community, OPL family. This is what it comes down to. Us not being able to humiliate a co-worker on broadcast. But speaking of humiliations, this was less of a one for AV this time around. You were happier with the draft from both teams this time, Juves.
Yeah, I thought both drafts were actually good. Big sweeps on the Ornn in the top lane, only on Lee Sin. It was a clinical performance from both of them. But AV had some very obvious win conditions in that draft, and it was definitely a bit of the game was competitive until it wasn't. Right,
Mm-hmm.
That's the best way to summarize that. I think that AV just need to play the game a little bit like their own comms together.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean that in they're going in 4v5 to fights, someone's dead, and it's like their microphones are muted and they haven't been told that player is dead, and then they're re-engaging to another fight.
It's like week 2 of the OPL online where just everything went wrong.
Yes.
Yeah.
But I think I fast forwarded a little bit. I was going to touch on Swiper and Only. I think they're having a belter or banger of a series, really. This is probably the best we've seen Swiper play in a very, very, very long time.
Mm-hmm.
And likewise with Only, I think they're really hitting their playoffs form. So I wanted to give a shout out to them. I think Swiper's laning's been really good. The way that he's influenced the map has been really good. He's moving out of his lane to get, and his mid laner a lead. He's coming to fights. Only much of the same. I think he's picked up some significant CS leads in the jungle. And Lisa's really just been playing catch up all series. He's just been trying to catch up to Only, but Only's just been that one step ahead.
You mentioned after the last game that 2-0 is a dangerous scoreline in football at halftime.
Yeah.
But 2-0 is not a dangerous scoreline when it's a best of 5 and we're in this situation because you're basically at match point. How important is something like the swagger and the flow and confidence of players like Only and Swiper as they're heading into what could potentially be this final game?
Well, I've been on the 2-0 side multiple times, and so, when you're 2-0 up, there's literally no pressure. You come out of there, you're laughing, everyone's having a good time, everyone's having fun, and you have 2 games in the bank of 2 significant mistake games.
Yeah.
Which, you're not going to get to them, but the problem you have is okay, let's say that you drop one and you go to 2-1, AV then think all of a sudden, AV then start getting into their zone and they're okay, this is doable. And then if you drop one, it is a big hit to the system. It's we only need to drop another one and it's match point. So I never like to think of a best of 5 as it's almost over because it's never over until it's over. And so yes, Auto are going to be feeling really good about themselves. I know they're a very big confidence team. They're very big confidence players. I think it's going to be a very it's going to be one of the biggest uphill battles AV as an organization has ever faced because, like I said, you got Swiper Only just playing out of their mind. Rare 7, very big confidence player. So I don't see it. I don't see it happening, but I want to see it happen. I'd love to see a game 5. But yeah.
And I guess the confidence thing, you say, goes both ways. When you're confident when you're winning, but when you stop winning, then it can wreck that confidence. And we've seen Order get tilted before. So
the other side of the coin is the other side of the coin is when you're 2-0 down, you're at a certain point, you're just okay, what else do I have to lose, right?
Yeah,
so this could be the most dangerous. This could be the most dangerous Avant. This next game and the next 2 games, if there's 2 games, could be the most dangerous Avant we see all season. Because there's no pressure now. At 2-0 down, you're expected to lose the series, right? You are. In a reality, you are expected to lose the series. So they could come out all guns blazing, pick up a few early kills, transition it into a win. Who knows? But I want to see that from AV. I just want to see, guns blazing. This could be the last game that we play together in Split 1.
So then if it is a situation where you need them to come out guns blazing, they've got to throw everything at the wall.
Yep.
You're in AV's position. What do you throw at the wall right now? What is the move that AV make to be able to stem the flow?
So we did get told what side they selected, right?
Yep.
We did. That's we
Yeah, second. Yeah.
Yeah. So AV selected blue side.
Yep.
And so I think that's already a step in the right direction. They get to prioritize Ornn. I think that has been a very important factor in this series. The Ornn has pretty much, in my opinion, 1v9 both games. Swipers had such a big impact on them. And so taking blue side, banning Ornn or picking it first pick, or getting like a power pick. If they take Ornn, if they ban Ornn, they can grab the Aphelios. I think this is the step in the right direction. I think they need to take the S tier champions first, and then pick some early game aggression junglers like the Jarvan, the Elise for Lisa. I think, to be honest, just pick a skirmish heavy early game team comp from AV and just put all your eggs in that basket, because the best AV we have seen in the regular season has been the chaotic AV. The one that just fights, the one that just skirmishes, the one that just plays with, like, it has no respect for the opposition. And I think that's what AV need to do.
And particularly not like in first game where they just pick reactionary to sort of just win lame, as opposed to just like have some sort of game plan going into it.
I don't think we've ever seen AV do well when they draft for scaling, or when they draft for play for your 1v1 matchup at level 16, or play for your 3 items. Give them something where they can play at all points in the game. Even if it doesn't take them to, a win condition at 40 minutes, 50 minutes, give them something to just like, get into the rhythm of the game early. They did sort of have that last game and they just didn't play too well, but it's a new game next game.
Who was lurking in your house?
Is there someone lurking?
There was a head behind you before.
Before
Getting worried about that. You should check that.
Maybe I'll call the cops while I'm in here.
You should. I'm just saying. You should make sure your stuff's still there when you come out. We got some emote chat from everybody. Rusty thinks B emotes are by far the best. Becca B appreciated the your perspective on emote, saying that's some real art of war shit of getting in their head. Enjoy lol says Silas thumbs down whenever enemy laner misses a spell. Dave O'Erlo says Leona Concern is my starting emote for every game. IPU, the Blitzcrank question mark when they misplay. Most of these are just about misplays. Feyre 101, Soraka is a fine emote for multiple things. 1, when you F up. 2, when your team Fs up. 3, when your opponent Fs up. And then I did see Toku NJT said I used the hat tipping Pengu instead of thumbs up. Nice
I do
play.
like that one. Yeah.
Thanks for the leash, etc. Literally the only person who submitted something where they were like, here's some positivity.
Yeah. Well, shout out to that guy. He's a positive gamer.
Just saying, you're the one person that's making the OS region
making League great again.
Making League great again. That's what I'm trying to say. All right, speaking of making League great again, let's see if AV throw everything at the wall. It's game 3, AV versus Order. It's all or nothing for AV. Order still have two more games in the bag. Let's see what happens as we get into the Macca's Champ Select.
If you're craving the taste of your favourites, head to Macca's for a fast, safe and contactless drive-through experience. For your Macca's run, contact-free, we'll be here.
Let's jump into it. Game 3, a potential match point here for Order. The first 2 games have been a complete stomp. Let's not beat around the bush here, Rusty. Avant need to show up. They need to show something completely different here. Well, I say completely different, but they need to adapt, right? Because right now, they are going to, bomb out of this series and really leave the fans wanting more.
Yeah, look, let's be honest, they've already started the adaptations at the very least, which is nice. For what it's worth, they're on blue side now, Skimmy, so they are in a better position. One of the big things that Order have been doing is Ornn as their first pick. So now the opportunity is there for AV to either ban it or pick it themselves in their first rotation. You can see in their first 3, they've chosen to ban that away. You look for priority now perhaps towards AD carries. It could even be the center. This is something that Order have now proven they don't need the Tahm Kench for. It becomes a little bit harder to play against then if you continue to give that one over and they find success with that. So already, I would say that AV have done the necessary good moves. Otherwise, they could be in a whole lot of trouble if nothing changes.
100%. And you mentioned it with the side selection. I'm just so damn happy to see them finally ban away this Ornn. Yes, game 1, it was stable, it was consistent, but game 2, it was disgusting. It was literally dictating all the fights, and Avant had to essentially just stand back and wait for the game to be completed. We want game 3 to be different. We went from game 1 being all about macro, we went to game 2 all being about bloodbath action. Game 3, we're going to open it up here with an Olaf.
Yeah, it seems like the bans don't want to change too much here from Order's side of the field, and AV are the ones who've been doing all the changing right now. They've gone for an Olaf with that first pick, like you mentioned, and that's weird because the strong AD carries are still available, and I think this comes back to a conversation we've had before on who is the best current ADC in the meta. There's been a shift to Misfortune, but now we're only seeing the Aphelios side of the coin, right? And in response to that, it has been the Brawl Varus. And so we have seen that priority shift, but it seems like AV's priority hasn't been on the Aphelios unless it's a takeaway from Rare.
Yep.
And then they go for the Olaf instead this time. And I don't think that that would be an immediate lock-in from Order's side of the coin here either. And that makes me worry, right? Like, why be blue side in draft phase in League of Legends is because you get to ban things and have the power to pick one S-tier champion yourself. Olaf is okay. But I wouldn't say that it is S tier, and then I wouldn't say that because you've now drafted yourself a bloody Thresh with it, that's not a Yuumi.
Well, that's what I was
expecting. You
expecting.
haven't gone for the Olaf Yuumi. You've just, now you've just picked an arbitrary Olaf. I wonder if perhaps it's a top lane flex or something, like maybe they're channeling chippies.
Well, that's what I really want to wonder, right? Because obviously they had been banning Olaf in the first 2 games, so either they know something that we don't, and they really have had great performances in scrims, or they've got some understanding of it, just being able to flex elsewhere. But the first initial thought would have been Olaf Yuumi, incredibly strong. They're going to stick stubborn with this Thresh, and if they run to another situation where this Trundle and Nautilus just get out of order, well, out of order, yeah. I think that really says it all for you.
You've thrown
myself into a narrative.
Just by saying the word order. That was, so Rare obviously was formerly known as Dream. That also threw me for a loop. When someone has like nobody from Mammoth, when someone's name, or was that Gravitas? Sorry. When someone's name is nobody, that's the only word that you want to use to describe things, and then you just can't think. Those damn names.
Yeah, it's a bit pesky. Definitely on that muscle memory, definitely confuses it. Gaston and Echo once again going to be the bans that Order look to stick with. They found great success with it, obviously, and going to force Chaz to flex that champion pool again. Azir also, so we're definitely seeing a degree of consistency here in what they want to deny from each other. We're seeing glimpses of change, but it feels very much on Order saying, we're happy to flex where need be. We know what you're strong at, and we know that you're supposedly seeming to struggle on what we're defaulting you to.
Yeah, and they'll go for the LeBlanc as their second ban here as well, AV. So the Syndra, I think, is something that is now up and available that was banned in one of the previous drafts second. So looking at Order's composition, they've got an Aphelios, they've got a pretty big front line to stand in front. Their mid laner could afford to be a low mobility champion if they wanted. Magic damage is probably the one thing that they're really after. So you could look at this and say maybe the Orianna is something worth considering for Hayri. And then I would say the Syndra is the other one.
They're just building full tank right now. I'm getting flashbacks to when Legacy just ran it with the Kog'Maw. It's almost gone full circle of forget Kog'Maw. Let's just go for a protect the Aphelios composition. Let's make it so that Rare cannot do a Hail Mary 1v5. We're going to win this series play. We've always got protection to back him on up.
Just waiting for this lock-in now from AV's side. Of course, they've seen the Maokai. They've seen where that's going in Swiper's hands because the Nautilus is now going to be a bot lane. So no real flexes there just yet, unless something real wacky happens. And AV have gone with the very conscious choice of taking away the champion they were highlighting here for Order's composition, something that rounded them out nicely. And they've also gone with a very aggressive option of solo laner to go with that Olaf. So now confirmation obviously there that the Olaf is going to be jungling. That shouldn't be a surprise unless they put Olaf top and flex the Sylas jungle, which has happened, but I doubt it. Sylas is very well suited to the Maokai matchup, being a healing mage, because you can, honestly, you could do the W. Yeah, you want to talk about things that got through to the last pick, that cheeky hover there from Order. It's a statement, isn't it?
It really would have been. And I think it's even better if they're able to say, we go for Lucian, we know that you're so good at this one, Chaz, we've let it go through, you're just unable to pick it. We've now got this composition that has a double AD threat and just unlimited resources in the tanking department to make sure that they have the uptime that they need.
The Lucian's an interesting one. And the reason that I say that is, like, first of all, look at the damage mix of Order. They've gone for a Trundle, Aphelios, Lucian as their 3 big damage dealers. That's primarily physical damage. There's no two ways about it, right? So Armor's meant to be very good into them. First of all, AV's side aren't the most optimal tank stacking champions. They're not pure tanks, a lot of them, but they can get armor. I think the reason that they've gone for the Lucian so late in the draft here is pretty much just the Syndra counter. Just to pick themselves something that is confident into the Syndra matchup.
Yeah.
And even playing weak side or, like, you know, no jungle pressure will survive against the Syndra fine if their jungler's coming at you with the cleanse, with the dashes. That champion, even though Echo was banned, could have perhaps been a Vladimir for Hayri, you know, something that's decent into the Syndra, very hard to kill, and would have been magic damage for the comp. But I think it's clear the way they wanted to do this, right? Less about the team fighting for Hayri then, much more about the controlling of the laner, and then even disappearing to a side lane and 1-3-1ing or 1-4ing to victory.
I'm just trying to think here, Rusty. Okay, yeah, the Varus will find a lot of value with his ultimate to lock people in place, but what really is the follow-up? What is Sylas, in an ideal sense, looking to steal away? Are we looking for a depth charge? Are we looking for perhaps the ability to just follow that up with maybe Maokai 2.0?
Sylas actually has pretty decent options in this game with the Maokai and Nautilus ults, right? So being able to guarantee crowd control on someone and lock them down is obviously a big deal. It's also interesting to see how the Trundle ultimate interaction will work with the Sylas, because he's a heal mage, right? He's a healing bruiser.
Yeah.
Who then gets to steal stats from somebody and heal at the same time. So that might honestly tip him over and make him too powerful if he gets ahead early. And we start to get those team fights where he's fed. You'd have a pretty hard time dealing with him, truthfully. And I don't know just how the Aphelios ultimate interaction works with Sylas.
I'm actually quite curious, right? Because he's not going to have weapons. So what does it actually do? Which one does it
weapons?
choose? Which one does it choose by default? Maybe chat knows. Maybe somebody, one of the chat Twitch analysis can give us a vibe on that one. But let's kick it off. It is game number 3 here in the opening round of playoffs for the OPL. Order lead the series 2-0 in this best of 5. They are sitting themselves on match point right now. Both games very much order-sided. Avant, slight adaptations here in the draft, looking to bring it back.
Yeah, AV switched to blue side, so it is going to be the first time we see them in this series on the blue side of the map. Wondering if that will be enough is probably hard to say for certain. Order were choosing the blue side. So at least there is a shift here to be seen. It wasn't going to be the Ornn first pick priority, though that was banned away here by AV. And on their last legs in this whole split of the OPL, they've thrown a gauntlet with an Olaf first pick. And I cannot come up with a reason off the top of my head as to why that would be the perfect choice in this draft, especially when you don't couple it with the Yuumi that wasn't picked or banned. But it's Lisa's choice, and we'll have to watch him play it out.
We'll have to wait for those actions to speak louder than these words, because as long as we're confused, then we need to see the justification that comes out from the performance itself. Let's see what Lisa can do in this game. We discussed at the start of the series, some games he can be a little bit absent, other games he can surely pop off and really allow his team to find those successes with this much of a priority found on the pick. I'm expecting the latter.
Yeah, he actually, it seems like he started W and went for the blue buff Gromp start. That is not your standard Olaf start on Summoner's Rift. He's done it without a leash. That does mean he will be extremely low on health, so his clear speed will obviously be significantly faster than getting extra attack speed the lower that you are. So that's a curious choice to me. I like it from AV if they're going to go for the hard farm approach to this game. Just play super slow early, get your full clear on, and then just try and get advantages through the jungle difference there. Trundle, in contrast, is a champion that can farm pretty fast once you get your Tiamat, if that's how that you want to play the game out. But, you know, that's pretty far away. He'll be healthy, but he'll be significantly slower than an Olaf. What Trundle does provide is gank threat and kill threat with a pillar, because just placing a pillar in lane could force a summoner from your opponents.
Well, it might force a fair bit of aggression in the bottom lane as well. Double summon is having to be used by Rare as Gun Crab Labs. A beautiful death sentence nearly summoning the death itself, but First Blood is still eluded here.
Yeah, forcing both summoners is very significant. However, if the cleanse is gone and threshes your lane opponent, it's going to be hard to continue to play this game out. Lisa with an early move here. It seems like the dive is on.
It definitely is.
Teleports come in.
The Flash Flay, and that's going to be the collapse. Violet finds her on this Varus. They do, however, fall on down. Nautilus able to pick that one up. Dive attempt going across. It will be a 1-for-1.
Yeah, 1-for-1 trade. It was a kill over to Violet, though, at the same time, while it was... Oh, hang on. That's very aggressive forwards there.
Hayri just does not care.
Hayri?
Down to 10 health. He dashes in, burns the exhaust, and Chaz just question marks him.
Wait, why does Hayri... He exhausted so late. He still has flash. It just copped it. He dashed forwards after losing that trade. I think to dodge the W damage, perhaps, but... Wow, that was...
I don't know how to really talk about that one.
That was just complete.
I think that says it all for us there, team. Yeah, I suppose this is something you have to worry about. I think we weren't expecting it necessarily to come out of the Hayri, definitely out of Rare, but regardless, interesting moments in the first 5 minutes.
He still has the flash, though. He'll be okay in the lane. It's just, you know, like, we actually saw a little bit of this last game. A couple of unnecessary kills, perhaps, going over to their opponents. And those are the windows of opportunity that AV needed, you know, desperately to bring themselves back into this game. And it's already feeling a bit like a night and day showing. If Chaz is showing up on the map early, like, he is getting these solo kills, regardless of if it's his fault or his opponent's doing. He's there.
Yeah.
And when Chaz gets those leads, he is a significant part of AV's win condition.
100%. He's definitely been a massive driving point in this team and has very much felt, you know, closed out in these first two. Unable to have very much of an influence, you know, resigned to the side lanes and just watching his team just get picked apart bit by bit. But only now showing grace in the bottom lane, looking to make them well aware of his presence, and for the third time in a row, is going to be the one that gets the jump on this objective.
Yeah, only always one step ahead in the jungle. Even, like, we just spoke about what this matchup is capable of doing. There was a dive bottom, so that halts the momentum just a little bit. You can see a bit of pressure in mid lane, only looking perhaps to make something happen here.
He is indeed. He lands the pillar. That's going to force out a flash from the Olaf. They're looking for more damage. A beautiful two-man stun comes across, and a max range hook nearly connecting there by Ayla. They wanted a pick to make it that much easier for the Dragon.
Yeah, but Chaz hit 6. They disengage off the Dragon after losing a decent amount of health and time to doing it. They choose not to complete the objective. That'll hurt them a little bit. They may even just force reset. So Ocean Dragon not going to be taken odd tempo, not going to be something they look towards. And Chaz disengages, and now he ticks 6, which forces a lot of safety and response here from the side of Order. So AV still fighting strong in this.
Definitely a better start for this roster. Chaz completely ooms, so does need to go for a reset, as does Harry as well. So we're going to see a bit of a lull state, if you will, as the junglers look to re-establish themselves towards that Drake. Now a second gank attempt comes across, and there's no flash on this Fresh. The 3-man collapse. Where are you going, Gunkrab? Now they get the pick, and now they can turn their attention.
And that's extremely big. You know, the lead between AD carries was so significant in favor of Violet that not only do they get the kill, it goes into the hands of Rare. That'll help a little bit. Now, a lot of respect has to be paid here by Only towards his Olaf, and a stray axe could kill him right now.
Oh my gosh.
That's literally the stray axe.
Ayla,
and he doesn't have smite.
Did such a good job there of just destroying the aggro. A beautiful tank attempt. And, well, Lisa picks up 2 for his sins. The Dragon will go across to Order, but very scrappy.
Yeah, it feels tense in this situation where Order has so much momentum in the first 2 games. They're coming to this third one. They're making bold calls, extremely bold calls. And this time they do scrape their way through that. They have the numbers advantage first. They have the damage earlier than that of their opponents. But you can still feel how, like, that was surprisingly close to being successful for AV, even with the numbers disadvantage.
Let's see how it all started out here. Obviously, the fact is Only getting hit by the axe, and Ayla denying this one auto, which would have spelled his death.
Yeah, and then also actually getting the hook onto Chaz as Chaz pushes him away. The difference maker is Hayri being into the mix and getting the fight off. Violet not here. Gunkrab not here. It was purely a numbers advantage fight, which is why they are able to get the Drake. But a lot of work done by AV's 2 members that were there.
And I suppose, honestly, a lot done by those that weren't. Violet finding himself in a very healthy CS lead as a result. Once again, really showing up in his own respective role, and they will look to contest. They will look to actually just flat out take it. The Rift Herald in their pocket. Now they're going to look to collapse on towards Alo, who is forced to burn that stopwatch and ensure that the rest of his team can disengage. Avant now find themselves for the lead, or find themselves with the momentum for the first time in the series.
Yeah, and it's amazing what difference it can make when AV have momentum and they're able to actually get to these objectives first. You know, this map tempo, this ability to move from mid lane first if possible, has done wonders for them. You know, Lisa now actually finds himself with a lead in the jungle role, only still getting what he can but staying indefinitely behind. AD carry difference is starting to dwindle, but that has really helped free up Guncrab just a little bit more. This is much more positive from AV. This is much closer to what we've seen from AV in the regular season towards the latter ends of the split.
Let's see if we can continue with that one, or if Order find themselves in a situation where they can bounce back. You know, we talked about it beforehand where Avant were just struggling to play from behind. Now that they find themselves in a lead, slim margins, obviously only 1k gold, sitting on a Rift Herald as well, they have the ability to dictate where this very first tower falls on down.
Well, you have to really see the top laners influence this game at all as well. You know, I think they just traded their teleports to get back to lane, continue farming up safely. Not quite nearing that one item spike just yet. In fact, Swiper's even gone for the double fairy charm.
Yep.
Just to have the mana regeneration to stay in the lane even longer. And it's clear that that's the way that they're going to continue to play this out. But that 4v4, without him there, is starting to struggle just a little bit more. And it's all about the threat that this Syndra is starting to have around the Rift. He's always going to be the one you keep your eyes on here. Chaz. He's rushed the Sorcerer's Shoes as well, and he's got the blue buff. So decent threat and a lot of movement speed getting around the Rift to really influence the map.
Yeah, you speak about influencing. Well, Teleport's going to be up very shortly as well. So if a fight were to break out in those side lanes, he will be ready to respond and utilize that penetration that comes from the Sorg boots. Just look for that one-shot burst, which may just be the reality right now for Appy as he goes face-checking and he gets punished.
Yeah, it's pretty classic Order, isn't it? They'll just pick a side lane, they'll send Ayla, Ed only down there together, and this time it was a face check from Appy that gets him punished. And, you know, once again, they'll get a kill back in their direction, they'll get something going back in their favor, and it's those little kills that start to add up very quickly here for a team like Order. We've already spoken about what they can do with momentum.
Well, Chaz is going to be the one to respond to the side lane to keep himself up in terms of gold, in terms of CS leads. Definitely needs to make sure that the Syndra will find value. We'll give Hayri a bit of a chance to get some plates for his own, or just snipe away one. One Order will definitely do that. Make sure that this Lucian is still going to be very, very relevant. Obviously, the mobility that this pick presents will do it justice. But Swiper will keep content.
Boys.
Yeah, more plates for him too.
A demolished proc on the turret there, gets him 2 plates, catching AV on the translation from top lane back to mid, and of course Appy walking from base to top. AV now, they've got the Rift Herald if they wanted to summon that one. They might do it late in this wave just to secure the entirety of this turret, and that will be the trade that they have well and truly earned from the fight and map tempo that gave them the Herald.
Absolutely, and they burn away a flash too. Order don't have it. The jungle disengages there. Down comes the pillar to make sure that this turret will not fall. Swiper looks to lead the charge. The box goes down, and that actually prevents a lot of these members piling on in. Appy responds with the teleport. And Rare 7 is on the flank, but that's not what ADCs do. Instantly the response with double summoners again. He is going to pick up the kill. Oh no! Appy finds the self-sustain for just a little bit longer. The kill actually going over to Hayri's Lucian instead. Scary, scary times from both ends of the stick.
Yeah, they send so many members mid-AV, and that turret fortification becomes extremely significant, and they're not actually able to break the turret in mid itself. They do get all the plates, but that's so much time when they try and actually secure the whole turret for Order to rotate, get to the fight, and Swiper's the one who gets here first. Throws down that Maokai ultimate, and suddenly they're able to get some picks back, and you know, the gold difference is only 600 right now, which you have to say is a little bit surprising with how much improved AV have felt through this.
Absolutely. Oof. Chaz very close there to hitting that lethal moment. With those stun connect, the damage surely would have been there. Unable to find it just now.
Hex Drinker. You know, a lot of Lucians in this matchup, especially when there's high kill threat from this Syndra, and I mean, it is a 2-1 Syndra, would probably go towards a Hex Drinker in their first items. He's rushing the Blade of the Ruined King still, however. So no magic resistance just yet from Hayri, and I don't want to say that's a disrespectful build because he actually does have the exhaust, and that might be what he's using to compensate.
Makes fair sense in this state of the game. There's a bit of a discrepancy there, as you can see, 500 gold. I suppose the biggest talking point has to be the fact that, you know, Violet was up by so much CS, keeping toe-to-toe with Rare, but, you know, Rare was able to find those kills, but every single time he's looking for these team fights, forced to burn double summoners, unable to be punished, but definitely starting to get to that point where you go, come on, Rare, don't do this here on match point.
Yeah, I think he's actually at that point, though, where like AV's champions will one-tap him. That is, the full Luden's now done for Chaz, so that item spike extremely significant for his damage output. You've also got the Proto Belt there now for Appy, who is nearing level 11 on that Silas, and if he's able to get into Rare, who has no summoners, they can pick him apart pretty effectively.
Well, Swiper's going to be very late to this team fight, but he is going to use that teleport to make sure that is not a reality. Ayla's going to fall on down because he has no stone plate and no stopwatch. It's going to be a 1-for-1 trade as Lucian gets a shutdown onto Advanced Jungler. Out come the trees as they look to rotate and zone members away. And Avant will do just that, sitting in the mid-wave. Forced to back on out, making it very easy now for Order to rotate and pick up the Rift Herald.
Yeah, they're not going to lose any health touching this Herald. Look at Swiper. He's going to be the person who not only zones away, but gives the engage, and they're on Gun Crab.
He just jumps straight into Gun Crab, and they're going to buy a lot of time because he does not fall on down. He actually finds the kill with his Ignite, and he's going to get that kill for sure. Now they flash over, they go aggressive, they look for more. He gets himself out of harm's way and leaves Violet to the wolves. He just picks them all up. How do you stop these members?
He's a monster on the map, guys. Swiper right now has just single-handedly put the team on his back. He said, all right, boys, it's time to group. We're going mid lane. Throws the ultimates down, Twisted advances, and just picks himself up kill after kill. Hayri is going to be a little bit sad that he doesn't have a Hex Drinker after that one. However, Dire is out of the range of exhaust, so that'll come back to hurt him with Syndra's burst, but he's got a Swiper, so it doesn't actually matter in the end because Swiper gets the work done. You'll see the fight here. It starts off with a hook from Gun Crab as Swiper goes forwards. And that hook, there you go. Goodbye, Hayri. Dead to rights. No way of surviving that one. And that's why I bring up the Hex Drinker, but just watch Swiper put in work here. He waits for that W cooldown, is able to actually cue the kill on the Gun Crab at the same time, maximizing not only his damage output, but his positioning in the fight. So obviously loves himself some tanks and plays them to the fullest.
He's been playing so phenomenally in this series, really making an argument for top difference right now. You know, credit where credit is due for Appy. You know, forced to switch from that support role to the top lane up against, you know, arguably one of the best top laners this region has ever had. It's going to always be a tough one to, you know, take, but he's just having so much influence in all these fights and across these skirmishes.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, the influence is starting to spread like wildfire. Appy, on the other hand, we've really not seen too much from him so far. I think my eyes still have to go to Violet. Anytime we see him play on Summoner's Rift, you have decently high expectations for the player. He is a young mechanical player. This is his first playoffs. But he's still 2-1-2. He has decent CS in this game. And while AV is 0-2, they're down, they're not out. I still look to someone like Violet to help turn this around.
Without a doubt, the guy is always keeping up with the CS, always a threat to bear with. He just needs the uptime to make it a reality. Now Order look to base break as they take down the very first mid-structure. They're just going to look for double headbutts and double damage. A fight may now break out as they look to try and get close towards this mid-inhibitor. Going to force out a teleport as a response right now. A triple headbutt comes across as well. Ooh. So much damage. Avant need to respond. Out comes the Nature's Grasp to disengage. Violet is the one to find a kill. AD carries reign supreme as Harry responds in quick fashion. Disengage surely is to take place right now because the third Drake is now online.
It started just as a support trade, a couple of ultimates being thrown back and forth, and suddenly everyone's throwing their buttons into the mix and trying to get some trades. Chaz still has his, though. He is the one member on Summoner's Rift with his ult up, and his damage is high.
Can Syndra look for that one-man execute, that one-man collapse to make this situation just hold on out for a little bit longer? Both junglers are still available, so they don't want to make this a 50-50. The stun connects, Appy jumps in with the chains, and they delete Swiper. It's a shutdown, and it's in this man's hand. We're starting to see why Avant loved this Olaf and really so highly prioritized the pick.
Yeah, extremely highly prioritized now. It will net them the first Drake of the game for AV. Order on the other side already had two, so they avoid Soul Point. That's a very big deal here, of course. Now AV will feel much more confident being able to delay the game a little bit further, continue to play on their terms. Nice hook.
Rare. Had the flash, burnt the cleanse.
The thumbs up and down from Violet.
He hits the Avant emote, and Violet's like, unlucky.
Ice in his veins, Skibby. To be able to emote spam 0 down, he's going for gold with those thumbs down as well. There's
Right next
ice
to the
in that
corpse.
man's veins.
I love it. You wanted to see it right from
Let him
Violet,
know.
and he's doing it.
I don't know about you, but I actually think I like that. That was a big confidence thing for me.
I do
You know,
too. You can imagine how frustrated he's been in this series. The fact that he's always been going toe-to-toe, head-to-head, just unable to really translate in these team fights, and there just gets the better exchange.
Yeah, it's a good punish. A missed position from Rare is immediately punished by AV, and he is very happy about that fact, and so he should be. Now 4-1 on the Varus, has his 2 completed items as well here. He's a powerhouse, Skimmy. He's a big deal, and I really don't know. I mean, a Maokai is going to have a decent time of keeping a Varus down. A Trundle Pillar can be a big deal, but to the initial point, you know, there's just physical damage on the side of Order, and even the slightest amount of armor can really make life hard. He already has that stopwatch, could be building towards an armor item in the GA. Might just be able to stand and deliver against his opponents.
And that's what he'll be looking to achieve with the space that an Olaf and Syndra can create. Both the supports now had that stone plate online, so it's going to be a little bit easier for them to jump in, create space, zone out, and engage. And Chaz definitely having a far better time in this game. We spoke about it from the very get-go here. Up in CS, always a kill for it. Now working towards that Leandries, looking to delete.
And we're getting the big magic resistance items completed from Order's side of the coin. While there is some pretty good damage items being done now on AV's side, we already highlighted the Proto Belt. Now building towards the Luden's Echo is this Silas. As they get completed, there is still a behemoth of an opponent to get through in Swiper with his 2 completed items, but it's also the Spirit Visage for Only, which is what I really wanted to bring up there. He's gone for the full tank route. Bit of cooldown reduction in the build, but definitely just wants to stand and soak damage in front of his 2 carries. And, you know, Aphelios and Lucian, mid to short range champions.
Yeah.
They are, you know, the Lucian dashes forwards if he wants to maximize his damage output. So you need to be able to stand in front of him. And I think that's my biggest concern in this game, is all of the damage that can just incidentally blast Hayri out of existence is pretty powerful from AV.
Could be very important from defined value, not only obviously with his teammates' positioning, but with that exhaust too. We've yet to really see it find a moment that has really been clutch, at least from what I've noticed in these team fights as of late. And I very much have my eyes firmly fixated on the 280 carries for the points you mentioned, right? With that low mobility, or with that low attack range, how they can navigate these team fights to find maximum value.
Yeah, for sure. Waiting for the next big objective. You know, you don't want to give... You definitely don't want to give 4 Mountain Drakes over to AV with a soul. That is just disgusting. And it means that, like, you know, the Bruiser champions that exist in their comp, you know, they're not all going to be able to just stack armor and deal with Order's composition easily. 4 Mountain Drakes can. The smallest amount of resistance then adds up to be a significant deal, let alone the shield that goes on top of it, so...
But how interesting is this game? Yeah. You know, this third game in comparison to the first 2, right? You know, game 1, all about macro, very little kills. I think it was like only 6 in its entirety, all going the way of Order. The second game, a complete bloodbath, you know, like 30, 40 kills. This game is like a happy medium between the 2, you know. You've got Rift Heralds going left and right. You've got kills even in the balance. The gold right now, still dead even.
It feels much more like a fighting pit this time, right? Like there's still it's a very high kill game, to say the least, but it does feel back and forth at the minimum, where the first 2 were very much one-sided. A flash hook.
Gun grab with the flash hook. Instantly going to respond there with Summoner Cleanse having to be used. I don't think I've ever seen a situation where Rare has that Summoner online for more than a few moments.
I don't know, man. The flash was very aggressive. The hook's on.
It is. The box locks him in place with a twisted advance going in. Actually, no, it's going to be the Nature's Grasp to lock them in place. It's a familiar zone, a familiar territory for where Order find examples of damage and destruction. Appy gets the first one. Ayla falls on down. It's all lining up blue so far with a shutdown picked up too. Swiper's rewarded for his chasing attempts. But Avant are incredibly healthy with Lisa leading the line. He's got his eyes set on the tank. He's looking to chop down Wood. He is the Lumberjack coming in clutch. He is definitely not quarantined, and he wants to let them know. He just wants to try and destroy this Syndra. But they're playing soccer with the balls on the field. Out comes the exhaust, and Harry is forced to disengage, the only member surviving. Avant are going to find themselves an ace.
They get the ace with 3 people still alive here, Skimmy, so they're going to be able to go over, get that Mountain Drake completely uncontested. Second of the game for them. AV are in this one, and they are well and truly taking it to Order.
2 Mountain Drakes right now. You look at all the tanks that Order have, but Avant are well up working towards a similar situation too, with the resistances that are going to begin to start stacking up.
We'll get to see this fight again, of course. It all happens in a pretty big choke point position. I mean, when you're looking at the way Order want this, they choose to take the fight. It's Ayla getting hooked to start this off. But Rare can't really get in to deal damage, and Hayri can't really get in to do damage himself either. And just like that, you know, if only one team is dealing DPS effectively, then only one team is really successfully winning this game. Quite simple there. Nice flash trade, and then Swiper has no mana. So the rest of this is inevitable. As we get to see how Rare dies here. I think it was Guncrab that ends up picking up the kill. It must have been a hook.
Oh.
Yeah, nice hook from him, and at the end of the day, while it was Guncrab that gets it, it's still a positive trade. And then Hayri flashes, exhausts in, and just dies. The flash is traded from Violet. He can't get himself out. We're back. They're pressuring mid.
Just look how many summoners were used as a result of that. And they want more. They find a kill. Stoneplate buys time. Teleport comes out. Everybody turns their attention and say hello. As the Nature's Grasp goes down, Rooty members in place, but he pays the ultimate price, the ultimate demise. And Aphelios starts to hit that point with 2 items online, these 2 crucial items where he can do damage from afar. Guncrab's so impressive with these hooks so far, allowing these plays to happen, but Chaz is in the middle of nowhere. He's left on an island, buying time for his team to come on in. He's the only member left with that flash, and he uses it to great effect as they turn the momentum back on its head and say, no, Order, you need to disengage.
Yeah, a lot of respect still needing to be shown. You know, they're not out of troubled waters just yet, AV. It is Order who are fighting back and still staying resilient. And even though the turrets go down, and even though AV are starting to build up very effectively in this game, they've got a 5-1 ADC. They still need to play this out perfectly, and they're still losing summoner spells on the defense as Order are able to at least match them. Once again, we came out of a replay to see this fight happening. The pressure onto the mid lane inner turret always starts with a hook onto Ayla, but because the stone plate exists, he at the very least gets that ultimate off and buys some time. It was time for a teleport to come in for Swiper, who just gets evaporated. But a million chakrams are still there from Rare, as he was actually left untouched. And, you know, that wasn't the perfect fight from Order, but that is the way that Order want to be taking these fights. The tanks die for the carries dealing damage.
And how frustrating must that have been? You know, you see Ayla find a 5-man ultimate knock-up, Swiper locking in place, the culling as well as Aphelios is able to find so much value in that choke spot. But just not coordinated as they would have liked it to have been. And you know, from that fight beforehand, we got to see a bit of an assessment of really whether these 2 teams value their spikes of damage, their presence in this game. Avant slowly starting to find advantages, eking away with that economy. The first team to find themselves at that magical 50k mark and 3k above.
Nice little play there from Order, trying to get something back in their favor once again, but Guncrab's there with the lantern to make sure that nothing further happens. Looking towards this next play, you know, 1 minute 30 seconds until the Mountain Dragon, and Baron has been alive for 7 minutes, almost entirely untouched. You're really waiting for a team to set up with authority on an objective itself. You know, a lot of the fighting at the moment, if it's not around the Drake, has actually just been like a pick, like a thresh hook. Or something insignificant that just kind of blows out of proportion. We're waiting for that breaking point. A big 5v5 team fight. Another hook off.
Swiper's being caught on the late recall. He's going to get punished again. Every member of Avant are just sitting there. They have grouped up. and they are bringing it to order. And my point to add to that is they have double summoners in teleport available, so they can just find so much macro pressure if they do see fit.
And they have started the Baron. Order obviously have to be aware of this one. The blue trinket confirms that it's at half health already. It goes down so quickly if Violet's hitting this. I don't even think they can get there. No, they have to concede.
They absolutely have to concede. They realize it's just not worth it at this point of the game. 30 seconds on another Drake. That would put both these teams onto sole points. And Avant right now, I don't want to say they're being gifted kills, because they definitely haven't, but they're definitely in the right place at the right time.
They've earned all of the kills they've got, but, you know, there is two sides to every story. That one was a hook on somebody recalling, and suddenly they find it. Now, Order, they have the Drake in 5 seconds. It's 3 Mountain Drakes to AV if they concede this. It's not a great time to have to fight your opponents, but it is a time where you feel a mighty need. And this is a time where you feel that mighty need, but they just can't do it.
Well, Violet is 6-1 right now. Has the Executioners online, so he's got the healing reduction to spread across many members, as if his kit didn't already have enough of that already inbuilt. Guy is a monster if he is able to execute, which, as it stands right now, has been the case. Third Dragon, as you say, is in their pocket. Baron buff still alive. Lanes are being pushed, and Harry is forced to try and find some kind of love in that side lane.
AV fully grouped up now in the side lane themselves, maybe pressuring Swiper out. He cannot defend this by himself. The damage from Varus is way too significant. Gunkrab has been definitely getting his eye in with these hooks.
Yeah.
Nary a miss coming out of him at the moment. Now they continue to pressure. Order have finally responded, but is it too late?
That was my concern from game 2, you know, would this Fresh be able to find value up against tanks? You know, with the draft that they presented, you thought maybe a similar situation would have happened again, but it's not to be the case right now. This Fresh is definitely the one in the driving seat, able to really make this team find success that they need to try and turn this best-of-5 series around.
This turret is definitely going to go down if those cannons do not get dealt with. So turret drops. Aphelios ult hooks on. The fight's happening.
Hook again. Out goes the box, and every member of Order run through, but they have the ultimates from afar. They dash on in. Out goes the Nature's Grasp, but Lisa just deleting the support and Ayla. They both go golden. They both disengage. And out comes the Cleanser's Ray is forced to disengage as well. It is an all-out get back to the fountain. We need to heal on up. We cannot contest. We cannot deal with this. And we will lose our first inhibitor here.
And they're looking to end the game right now, Skibby. They could have gone for 2 inhibitors, perhaps for free. Nice hook, though.
He just does not miss these hooks. The stopwatch comes out again. Rare's forced to burn out that flash as well. Every single time this guy has got his number, he's unable to find any love, any uptime, any chance to execute. Nexus turret falls on down. 1 remains. Avant very low now. No sustain to re-juggle around with. Will not look to throw here.
Yeah, instead of perhaps going for 2 inhibitors, that mid lane turret had minions crashing on it, and they had a significant numbers advantage. They choose to try and force and end the game, and honestly, I don't mind that. That's the bold shot calling and decision making that you need to see from AV to keep them in this series. Now, unfortunately, it doesn't work, but they do get summoners off rare. They do break a turret, which gets them a stone throw closer to being able to win this game. And they're getting ever closer to a 4 Mountain Drake Mountain Soul, which no one wants to deal with in the history of League of Legends. That just sounds like a bad time.
I mean, you've got not only the inbuilt stats, but then the shield added to that as well. I don't see a world in which, you know, this double AD carry comp that Order have, can they even present them a problem?
Yeah, and that's like, the thing is, if it went according to plan, then this wouldn't be so much of an issue, but the Lucian hasn't been able to control the Syndra. And that started very early into the game, right? It was a solo kill from Hayri playing very bold League of Legends. That comes back to now hurt him, and you can see that now they're missing a mage, a control mage of some kind, maybe a mage assassin, whatever it was. They're an entirely physical comp, and it's easy to have a single armor item now. The Zhonya's Hourglass for these mages. You get some extra armor because you've got the 3 Mountain Drakes to buff up those stats as well. And then they just become a powerhouse composition that can just mow you over.
Well, all their attention to this top lane, wanting to keep Order locked in place unable to put down any kind of vision, knowing that these next two very decisive objectives are spawning in just over a minute. They will push out top lane completely. They will now gear up for a final shot, the ultimate power, and a potential comeback to make this a 2-1.
Yeah, now is do or die. It's the put up or shut up order in this game. And this is obviously the crucial moment for AV to be able to win this one. If they get the soul, it becomes nearly impossible for Order to continue to contest and fight. Their damage is starting to wane already. Hayri now moving from top side. He's pushed the wave out as far as he can, what is deemed safe or well-timed, and now starts to make his way down towards the Drake. Mid lane priority is the place you have to look at first. Step one is being able to set up for a Drake fight. You at least have to clear the waves of AV to not give them a free track towards the Drake uncontested. With 20 seconds and those supers building in bot lane, it's not an easy thing to do.
Not by any stretch of the imagination. 18% extra boost to the armor and magic resistance that Avant have already. Violet has already completed items. Look at him. The guy's full 6.
Huge. He actually has his full build right now, 34 minutes in. I mean, if you wanted to, you just send Violet to solo this while you keep everybody else showing in mid lane.
Yeah.
But instead, you know, it is a free objective. They know that Order aren't coming to contest them because they cannot see them on the map through any of their vision. They know that Baron was the place that perhaps they look at. But that Drake was gone way too quick, so they can't even consider the Baron. The vision that they get there is minimal at best, and Sleepers will clear this out. Order just couldn't find their moment.
Is there ever a world in which I've looked at a screen and seen 4 Mountain Drakes? I mean, I would probably cry at this point. 24% now, buff. Not to mention the shield it adds.
That was nice, actually.
A good time.
Order, if they survive this, which may not.
I'm not seeing it happen right now, Rusty, because they're going to go for an all-out engage. This is a do-or-die moment. Stone plates come online, and they are very tanky members, so we're not going to see that one-shot burst that you would expect in other games. Uncrab is the one that receives the full brunt of the damage as he rotates through double actives. He can go for a healthy rotate back to base, and Avant can keep up the pressure in mid to assert their dominance towards this Baron.
Yeah, that support looking like a bloody Sejuani in this one. Way too tanky. They know that Order have to go back to base and deal with Super Swiper. If he's going to sit there by himself, he has no mana, even though he has the teleport. So Baron is just going to go over to AV's hands. No contest. And even though nobody dies in that fight from either side, AV are still the ones who come out on top.
AV now for the final time in this game will go back for a shot. I say the final time because it looks like the odds are very much in their favor. Baron and a Mountain Soul. 4 of those Drakes. They are incredibly tanky, and I just don't see a way or a world really for Order to even look at contesting a 5v5.
I mean, they have no choice, so if they have to, I guess what you're looking at now is all about the engage. It's who you actually get to pick off as a target. If Nautilus finds a hook onto Violet, things could be different. That was a flash ultimate from Violet for a cleanse. It wasn't even a cleanse, it was a QSS. I mean, that opens up risk for a Thresh hook, but that was once again very bold here from AV, really trying to force their hand while they think that they are just stronger than their opponents.
And look how Appy is prepping these waves. Completely pushes out top side to threaten the top inhibitor. Now going to the bottom side to re-establish and take down an inhibitor again. Mid lane still being threatened. The hooks just do not miss. I said it all game. And the amount of damage, the punishment that comes across onto this Trundle as a result. He is now down to half, looking to defend mid lane.
Yeah, this mid lane's going to be pressured. Bot lane also having the Baron minions there. You'd expect they will lose this inhibitor at the bare minimum. Remember, they're missing a Nexus turret already. So defending this is a difficult thing to do. Here they go.
They're going to go all on out for this one right now. Chaz popping the Zhonya's, baiting, and all the members here of Order. The box goes down once again, buying more time, more room for them to maneuver. A massive stun as Central connects, and Order are forced to disengage. Only 2 survive and only 2 live, but without a summoner, without a chance to respond. Yes, they killed Chaz, but their base, their Nexus, will fall.
37 minutes on the clock for this game. It was a 0-2 scoreline as well for AV, but they are able to get themselves the win. It was a hard-fought win, a hard-earned victory, but they still get it. That's what matters. Now they bring themselves back into a best-of-5 with something going for them. Switching the blue side, it's very clear that they have found at least something in the way of taking down Order and making the series better for themselves.
It looked like Avant finally actually showed up. They're finally playing the game. The first two games, number 1 and 2, or under 30 minutes, like 27-minute wins that were very, very one-sided. You come into this game and it was neck and neck until around about the 20-minute mark. That Dragon contest comes online and Avantness wiped the floor. And from that moment, they just showed no signs, really, of slowing down from that one.
Yeah, there was a serious concern that this would have just been a 3-0 shutout and we wouldn't even have got to see AV play League of Legends. So it's genuinely very refreshing to see them here in this third game. And that felt much more like the AV that we have seen, at their best in the OPL regular split.
Well, Avant find themselves a much-needed win to keep their playoff stream alive, or to still lead the best-of-5 series 2-1. Don't go anywhere. Game number 4 after the break.
I mean, we said it was going to happen at the start of the day. Order win 2, lose 1. I'm expecting that they take out the next game, but this is a much better showing from AV, a much better result at least, Juves.
Yeah, I think we have a series on our hands now. This is where you see panic start to creep in, and you still have no pressure. There's no pressure on Avant, and so I'm excited because that was the first game we got to see AV play League of Legends.
What is it about the way that they changed up their gameplay that got them this win? Because, I mean, they did win this, right? This wasn't an order loss.
No, I think, so we were talking about the first two series, right? The first game, I think we put down to draft. I think the draft was just unplayable. The second series was just, we're talking about some very uncharacteristic mistakes. And then the third game, this game that they finally won, it looked like a team that 5 players were following one call. And the best analogy I ever got from a coach in League of Legends sometimes was, you're not going to make the correct decision every game, right? As a team, you'll never make the correct decision all the time unless you're winning worlds, as an example, okay? And so if you have 5 people following an average call or a call that's not necessarily great, but 5 people are doing it and they believe in it, it might work out for you. It probably will work out for you because on the other hand, you have a team that's hesitating and 3 people decide to do one thing and 2 decide the other. So to go to the point, the 2 games before, AV looked like they were disjointed. 4 people were making one decision and the other one was, running away, and it didn't look like a cohesive unit. And in this game, whether it was the right call or the wrong call, sometimes some questionable teleports and questionable, team fights, but there was 5 people going hard, skill checking their opponents, outplaying their opponents, and it worked out for AV.
I mean, that's just good life advice, right? Like, when in doubt, just make a decision. Don't
Yeah,
just
and
sit
go with it.
around. Like, just do something. Something's going to happen. I do see Brandon Defino, big fan in the chat, says Sinju's has never made an incorrect decision in his entire career. I agree with that.
He's not wrong though, is he?
No.
No.
You're every decision you made brought you here, my friend, and therefore they were all the right one.
Calculated too.
The little touch of the glasses was a lovely choice. So who then stood out on AV from you? You got 5 people making active decisions. Who were making the best ones?
Well, I got to give a big shout out to Violet and Gunkrab. I think that they were pivotal in their team's success. They actually put on a lane kingdom in the bot lane. I think no one, when you talk about this series, no one expected the Avant bot lane to be like the vocal point or the point in which they can play around. But Gunkrab landed hook after hook specifically on Rare 7. Violet positioning was pretty much close to impeccable. He was pumping out DPS when needed, used stopwatch when needed. He was hitting Varus ult, he was flashing forward. It was the type of aggression that like I said, it may not be the right thing to flash forward and burn the ult into a QSS.
Yeah.
But like, everyone's behind that decision, but
it was a decision.
Yes, it was a decision, and so I think big shout out to the AV bot lane. They're actually playing some real PogChamp League of Legends, and if they are to take this series, I went from saying API is going to be the person who turns this series around for them. API into Swiper is going to be the guy that we need to watch. I'm actually leaning towards now seeing AV just put on, pick a real strong 2v2 bot lane and just go for a lane kingdom. It's not too far away. I can see the kingdom in the horizon.
That's a worry for Order. Now, when we were watching the game, you were saying that a lot of the stuff that we were seeing happen on Order's side, a lot of their mistakes or the things that brought them to this point are not one-offs. This is kind of emblematic of Order's split so far.
Yeah, so I said to you that this game that we just saw from Order was their split in a nutshell. It was. Sure, we won't talk about the laning phase because I don't think we ever see them lose lane too hard. Whatever, we can put that down to an anomaly. But once laning phase ends and you get to 15, 20 minutes, 25 minutes, it's just one person getting picked, another person getting picked. I could count maybe 3 or 4 times Rare 7 got picked. I can count, Swiper's recall getting caught in mid lane that led to AV's Baron. So, it's problems that creep in and become more evident when you're in a high-pressure situation like a best-of-5 in playoffs. You start to see your worst habits come through, and the habits you were trying to fix, sometimes they creep in. So what they need now and how they fix this is there's a leader that steps up. Whoever it is, someone steps up in-game and says, okay, boys, right, that was that game, that happened. We let some old habits come back in and that we don't want to see again. And when it gets to 15, 20 minutes, you're basically checklisting. Okay, mid-wave. Right. Yeah, not getting caught. Checklist bot lane, checklist top lane, and someone's got to step up because we've seen this order too many times and we've seen what happens.
Well, to that point, if we've seen Order do this too many times, then how, is it too late to be able to make these changes to themselves when they're in this high-pressure scenario? Or is it the fact that Order are a team that are filled with people who are used to being in this position, who are used to coming to these sort of best-of-5s, which is so much different than just the sort of one-offs that we see during the regular split, that experience can overcome habit?
I think it's both. I think that they have big game players. They've got players who have historically popped off in big games in pressure environments. They've played in gauntlets, played in finals, played in playoffs. So they have the experience to be able to tone it back a little bit and I use the word pull their heads in. But more importantly, the thing that I find refreshing from Order and the reason why I'm confident they can do that is because their super weeks were really good. They didn't have those mistakes popping into their game. That's why I said Order looks like a team who's steadily improving week to week. And then if you go off their first 2 games, sample size, they're able to do it. It's just that AV pushed them that little bit harder these games. So it's it's cool. It's a cool game of cat and mouse. If AV pushes them a little bit harder, do those mistakes come back in? And then if AV's pushing, have Order learnt their lesson? Can Order just, okay, they're pushing, we'll push back. And not get caught and not let those things come back in. So I think we're in for an interesting series. It's going to be really exciting. And I think that there's 2 polarizing playstyles now. One team's just going full pedal to the metal and the other team's trying to pull themselves back a little bit and not let their old habits kind of creep in.
Do you feel like AV needed the 2 games before this to warm up?
I definitely think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think. I think that AV just a team with 0 experience in this scenario, right? 0 experience, and it was almost like an adrenaline shot, a wake up call, and they're like, "Oh boys, wait, we're in the playoffs. Wait, we're 2-0 down. Well, there's nothing to lose now."
Yeah.
So almost getting 2-0 at the start maybe was the best thing that could have happened to them, in a weird way.
No, totally. It's just that kick in the pants that they need. What's behind you on the floor? I'm curious.
Over
I've
there
been looking
in
at
the
it the
corner.
entire time. The other side. Is it like a cow rug? Is it a big chocolate milk spill?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Is it a table?
Oh, that's a table. Yeah, look.
Is it wood? Oh, it's wood.
Yeah, it's a
you're
wooden table.
You're in a tiny screen for me. That's a very nice table.
That's a very expensive table. My parents picked it up a long time ago. It's very nice wood, very good design, very sturdy, very heavy. Also, some chalky eggs that I've been snacking on. So everyone, watch your quarantine diets, please.
Okay. I'm just saying that table looks like it's a good sit for a glass. You put that down, that glass isn't going anywhere.
Nah.
Big fan of that table.
Yep.
I'm a big fan of the next game we got coming up as well. Like you said, we could have a series on our hands. It was looking like Order were just going to roll over them, but AV are fighting back and may have found the spirit that they need to be able to take this to the full 5. Let's find out as we head into Game 4 of Order versus AV with the Macca's Champ Select.
If you're craving the taste of your favourites, head to Macca's for a fast, safe and contactless drive-through experience. For your Macca's run, contact-free, we'll be here.
Welcome back. Here we go. It is game number 4 right now. Avant have just come back into the series in I don't want to say a convincing fashion, but they definitely showed up. They definitely brought it back after Order were in the hot seat, just convincingly. And Order had some moments of madness, that is for sure, but Avant were definitely a new leaf, if you want to say, was turned in that they came in with an idea. They were able to find very early leads and were able to then utilize that to stay ahead.
If nothing else, Skibby, it was a surprise. It was a surprise turnaround from the first 2 games to be able to see them very successfully come back into that one, get some momentum and shut out Order pretty easily once they had the lead that they did have. Now, for what it was worth, they had a pretty good composition against Order. Once they got ahead, they were getting Mountain Drakes as well, which is pretty perfect for them, honestly. 1 tank item apiece, which is like, that's a pretty prime Drake for their comp. And they were able to play it out decently well. You know, the Thresh hooks were connecting from Gunkrab. You have to give respect where it's due. He was hitting the mark. But there were still a lot of things that had to go right for them, you would say. And so this is one of those games where you have to see if they can build off what they earned, or if Order can halt that straight away and say, nah, shut out right now.
What's fascinating to me is just how these pick and bans have slowly been changed. You know, it's always that one pick adjustment. Now we're seeing that the Varus is taken away, so much respect shown here by Order towards what Violet can achieve. And Avant, now that they don't have first pick, revert back to what was an Olaf denial all the time. They were actually very fixated on the Renekton, so whether or not that is a pick that will come back to haunt them, we'll have to wait and see. But they go with the Aphelios to make sure that Rare once again has the quote-unquote meta ADC. And Gunkrab will just stick with the Thresh. Why not? The guy is an absolute monster on this pick.
Yeah, it seems to be working out for them so far. I mean, there are some considerations here. You know, the Nautilus pick was okay from Ayla, but we've mentioned this before already in draft phase. It could just be a diffusal pick like a Tahm Kench. It's pretty free to pick when your opponents rush their bottom lane in their first 2 of draft to be able to play League of Legends slower on your bot side and just draft for a winning top side. That's possible. We're yet to see exactly how Order are going to play this draft out. You know, they've already gone for the Renekton, so it's clear to me that they might be wanting to play around that top side as it's Swiper's first game, not on a pure tank.
Exactly, right? He's now going to be able to show what he can do on a pick like this, which we've seen has now transitioned into a more Blade of the Rune King focused build. And based on sort of the performances that he was able to have in the first 2 games at least, he was very much the one that wanted to drive that factor home forwards and get the damage done for his team. So it's so fascinating to me to see these small adaptations in the pick and ban and just to see, well, if you're going to let us have it, we will choose it.
Wow.
And if I say, well, let's have a Kali.
Yeah, they didn't just say let's have a Kali. They haven't even seen the mid lane matchup if that's where it's going to go. So it makes me feel like it's top lane. It makes me feel like Arpi has said, I want to play the Akali into the Renekton. And that's one of those matchups, right, where like Renekton's got AoE. He can spin his blade around in a circle and he can heal, but he can't stun the Akali easily. If you project that you're going forward with the slice, the dice proponent can actually be dashed away from if you're Akali. So I actually don't mind this. It's a confidence pick for me though, and that really is a statement saying that, you know, Swiper is a good tank player, but the second he picks a bruiser, we have his measure.
Now, where do we go with the second bans? Now, once again, very much the focus is towards the jungle. It's been, I want to say, a fairly noticeable factor for the most part in a lot of these games so far, dictating how they can find these advantages that allows the likes of Chaz or, you know, Rare to come online as a result. The Elise and the Jarvan denied away. Now the LeBlanc as well. It's only gone through the draft once so far, and it wasn't really able to find the kind of success that you expect from an assassin-style mage.
Yeah, LeBlanc is still going to be denied here. You know, the Azir is something that is up and is present, however.
Yep.
Which is what we haven't been able to see from him all series long. It does seem like it's one of his default champions. You know, if you don't know what your lane opponent is going to be, it seems like he always goes that route. And especially with the LeBlanc graciously banned away by his opponents, if all to go for like a Syndra as their last man, which they don't, they continue to focus Lisa, then I think that would have been a clear sign, right, that that's where we were going to be going. Now, I think we wait and see where AV choose to go with this pick. I think it should just be a jungler to hide that solo lane until last.
Jungle options will they have available towards them? They're just going to say, only we're going to take away that Karthus that we know you are so damn proficient on. He's definitely smurf on it. I respect it a lot. What is the response from Order, however? Do they go for the likes of a Sejuani? No, they go for the Nidalee, which is an interesting turnaround. And where do we go now with Hayri? Is he going to lock that Azir in, as you mentioned, to get them that AP damage?
I don't know. I don't know if that's the way to go here. I mean, you could consider something, again, like an Orianna. You don't have the Jarvan in your comp, so it's not as easy to do so. This actually, to me, does make a lot of sense. You've now just straight up gone for a Karthus Light and a Nidalee who farms and matches the tempo of the Karthus in the jungle. The risk is exactly what you're seeing right now in that you have given your opponents, you know full well, first of all, that it's going to be a physical damage champion because they've gone for a Kali Karthus.
Yeah.
The remaining solo laner is physical, and Chaz has gone for his Lucian, which he does look confident on when he gets that pick to try and bully out Hayri and keep him down.
Comforts are denied, and comforts are required as well right now. I feel like Avant have a chance to really make this a 2-2 situation. I'm really liking what they've got right now, and the fact that their bot lane duo are going to be very comfortable, very warmed up. And then you've got the ability for this top section of the draft to really pop off as a result. Obviously on the end for Order as well, Renekton slips through the draft finally into game number 4, so he's able to really make an impact happen with that one. The Silas, as you say, a lot of options to steal away, and definitely suiting his playstyle to be that one to engage.
It feels like to me, Skimmy, we have a lot of measured strategies coming into this game. You know, the fact that they've given the Renekton, they've willingly done so, and then they lock in a Kali early. And then you see the Karthus on the other side, and almost instantly was a Nidalee. You know, it makes me feel like both teams are pretty comfortable with their opponents' drafts because they think they have the answers, and that makes this game even more exciting. You know, are those answers legitimately a thing? Like, we know Nidalee can keep the pace of a Karthus, but if Karthus gets a single gank off or gets ahead, then he's just going to be relevant regardless. You know, keep farming, dodge the Nidalee, press R, and your team starts winning trades.
Yeah,
that's always going to be a concern. You haven't gone for the Elise route, or you know, something that's got a super high kill threat on the Renekton lane, and so it's a little bit disjointed compositionally for like ganking, and it's much more about scaling now for both teams.
Well, welcome into game number 4 with Order leading the series 2-1. But Avant, quite honestly, hitting the lottery with a lot of these picks right now, having so many conditions locked in for early all the way through to late game. You talk about it being Lisa able to influence from afar or even through a direct lane gank. But the Silas will definitely be very content with what he can deny away as a result. Gunkrab, don't do it. Oh, so disgustingly close. And that would have been a 1 minute first blood, which honestly, Violet doesn't need any more help at this stage. The guy is a monster in his first playoffs.
That would have been at the very least both summoners from Red even try and survive that one. That was super close to the hook connecting, just not quite there in time to hit that hook. Gunkrab may even have been able to flash for that one if he really felt like he was going to hit it, but at the end of the day, it's just a forced recall, a little bit behind in the wave perhaps, but Order, you can see, they're not going for that level 1 red buff start on their side with the leash anyway. They're invading.
They are indeed. The Crocodile Hunter leads the charge, lands a stun, Appy down to half, the hook doesn't connect, but Harry actually jumping on in with the chains, forced to burn the flash, and that's first blood onto Chaz, the member on his comfort pick. If he finds a double, would have been very, very dirty.
Oh, that's disastrous. To be honest, that's just everything you want if you're AV. Not only is Gunkrab surprisingly there, they get Chaz a kill. They get Chaz feeling confident. They also make the Italy start solo with Spear on the blue buff, so it's going to take a lot of damage at least, or a lot of time to kite that camp out. Swiper starts with no potion and half health to his name against the Akali. I mean, that's a disastrous start.
And mid lane now having no summoners at all. It's already a rough matchup, right, to go melee against range, but now it just feels like, Avant, you found the dream start to this one. How do you hang on to it, and how do you really utilize it based off the victory from last game?
You can definitely see that they're not perturbed here, though, Order. You've got the AV emote coming out of Rare in bot lane after the hooks go wide. They're still feeling themselves, and for what it's worth, while this is not the best start, you still need to see that consolidation attempt from AV. You know, Lisa gets to start his camps, he doesn't lose any tempo. How will that look around the map, and how will that influence the map? Because so far, it's still pretty successfully farming is only on this Nidalee in comparison to Lisa at the moment. It's still going to be a little bit ahead in jungle tempo. And a similar thing could be said, you know, like, while there's a slight CS lead for Appy, there's going to be a CS lead for Chaz in mid lane, particularly because he's got Ignite against no summoners. CS leads aren't going to just win the game in an isolation. That you need to be able to do something with those leads to get more.
And that was going to be my question now as to how does this Karthus look to prioritize? Does he want to power farm to 6 to make himself a valued member of this roster with the Requiem to assist from afar? Or does he want to utilize the fact that, you know, members are low or members have no summoners, in particular mid lane?
I mean, can I ask you the question, Skimmy, on have you ever known a Karthus to prioritize something other than themselves? They're a very self-indulgent champion. If there is an opportunity to sit there and hard farm your way to 6, you better believe he's going to do that. If he could get a minion wave and just catch it for someone that's recalled, you better believe that's when he'll be there. Most likely, anyway, what we'll see from Lisa is try and get some ganks off when there's no camps left to clear. Right now he's got doubles, so that the potential is there. But ultimately, both junglers will be happy just getting their farm on. Because honestly, both of them, when it comes to farming, are accelerated with the items that they complete. You know, Nidalee at one item, the jungle item completed, speed runs camps.
Doesn't look like, as you say, the spear start for Blue has really impaired her as much as maybe Avant were hoping. As now the top scuttle is achieved by them. Actually, double scuttles now achieved here by Avant, so plenty of vision, plenty of denial to prevent really what has been the factor of only running rampant towards this Drake, always getting the first one, always getting the objective started.
One thing we have noticed, though, even though we're only 4 minutes and 50 seconds in, is that mid lane's pretty boomed.
Yeah.
The CS difference is significant, and not just that, you know, it's a triple lifesteal itemization here from Chaz on his Lucian. Pushing him out of lane is nearly impossible. And he doesn't even need to expend mana on waves anymore with all the lifesteal that he has. He can save that mana for hitting Harry in the face and making this wave even worse, making this lane even worse. And look at how the wave's set up. He's in struggle streak.
Look at that, the flash play. Lisa rocks on up with that death ball. Out comes the Nord hook, but it's going to be a kill achieved again here by Chaz, punishing the fact that there's no teleport, utilizing his sustain in the lane, and just able to make that lane go from, what, boomed to bust.
Mega boomed. I mean, it's a good read. That's what we could say here from Ayla. Very good read, only also in the right place. Throws a spear, unfortunately does miss that one. So the trade doesn't get the assist anyway. So it could have been better from Order, unfortunately, because at the end of the day, while that was a decent read, it's still Hayri that goes down. It's still Hayri that has 22 CS, and he'll just be thankful that he got that kill above all else. You know, that was money into his pockets. But that experience difference is going to be so big.
Absolutely, going to really impair his ability to make things happen. The Seeker's Arm Guard, the first item here, very cost efficient, obviously with the armor component and what it works towards. But he's going to be very reliant now on those consumables to keep himself sustained here, at least until the teleport comes back online, to have any real ability to farm with safety. Chair's definitely finding a lot of value with the triple sustain to justify the ignite.
The bush. They've walked mid lane, they didn't check the pixel brush. Once they get back on the way, they'll see that there was a ward on their way to mid lane. Just protecting Hayri regardless. They need to crash this wave. They need to crash this at a time where it will then reset, so the tower needs to deal significant damage to this wave if they can. And Chaz seems like he's content to let that one crash and bounce back. Now, that ward from Hayri...
Surely that was meant for the pip.
Makes you think that was meant for the Raptors, but either way, he's got a ward there, so he can't get ganked from that angle. It's Raptors and Red Buff that are about to spawn, which is why I think it's pretty obvious that he just missed the ward when he was aiming for the Raptor camp itself. Lisa now going to commence his second clear of all of the jungle, being level 6, rushing the ability power aspects of his build as well. He's in a pretty comfortable spot so far, but that's not to say that Only's behind. He's actually found himself reasonably ahead.
Absolutely. He's by no stretch of the imagination out of this one. But it's definitely an advanced game to showcase what they can do. With this early lead they were able to find, a lot of that, Rusty, has to really come from the fact that they went for the invade and were just thrown off a lot by the fact that Gunkrab was there.
Yeah, I mean, everyone should be surprised that Gunkrab was there. Even Gunkrab probably only just had spidey senses on the fact that it was happening. But in the right place at the right time, a solid, hard read on their opponents. And you can see how that influences the game state. You know, any early tempo or priority that Order would have been looking to have is even harder to achieve than it would have otherwise been through the draft alone. So it's a significant thing for the start of this game, but we have highlighted this once already. It doesn't mean that the game's over. It just means that the game starts harder.
Definitely does start harder. Harry, well, they're going to have a drive-by occasion in mid lane, and he's going to fall on down very much as a result of that one. Both teams fighting for control towards this Rift Herald. It's going to be Order that get the scuttle. Be ordered to have the controls down as well to deny the vision.
They could contest this though. This is risky. Your mid laner doesn't have teleport up just yet and was forced to base.
He'll be up,
Chaz
I want to say, in 10 seconds.
Here.
Chaz will come into this one. Will look to contest. Gunkrab will not land the hook. TP's come out from both of the solo laners. They want to force a 5-man fight right now as Lisa jumps in to find value. Won't use the Requiem until the last minute required. It's going to be all things Order so far as they find kills. They are going to find themselves a triple kill. They say, come at us, force that fight, find that lead. We will win.
Oh, he doesn't even get to reset the Herald, so they secure that one as well. Cute attempt there from Violet, but Swiper gets there in time. And Order just wipe the floor with Avant in that fight. They teleport first, they get in here early, and you're just waiting for that teleport to come off cooldown for Hayri, and it's just in time. So whether that was something AV was tracking or not, unfortunately for them, that's one of the key features here that comes back to hurt them. Now Appy desperately wants to try and go forwards, get some damage, but that Carter's ultimate just doesn't do enough to secure them the kill onto Only. Has a bit of magic resistance there in his back pocket as well. Order, very convincing win.
Very much so, and a lot of that through, you know, quicker rotations and just positional advantage. The Carthus for the dash into the backline to try and make something happen there with the Requiem. Not going to be a factor. The bullet time, quite honestly, just finding damage to assist Order in picking up that subsequent Rift Herald. So not a desirable fight for them to find. And Order, as a result, will get a Drake, will get a Rift Herald, and will find themselves in the gold lead now.
And we had the opportunity last game to highlight Gunkrab's ability to hit those hooks, and I think it's worth pointing out that even though it was a loss, Ayla was still hitting most of the hooks that he was aiming for, and that's still true in this game. You know, that confidence on Nautilus is definitely proving to be worthwhile. That last fight that we saw started from a hook from Ayla, and I think that's something you'll continue to see from him as well, as honestly he's had an outstanding showing on the champ.
Always find it so interesting to, watch the tank engage supports just to sort of get into their mind and understand, are they looking for defensive hooks? Are they looking for aggressive support, engages? And try to understand really, yes, you can talk about item spikes, you can talk about the state of the game, but just their overall confidence on the champions where you may otherwise default onto more, passive and just sort of, look, I can assist you in making things happen. I'm far too terrified because this pick right now is essentially dead weight. It's unable to find the value. Right now, it's definitely been a case for both of these supports to get the engage, get the value, and get the job done. It's whether or not they can continue that up, because this could potentially be a banger of a series going to full best of 5.
We're starting to hit that point, though, where Guncrab's readability on his Thresh is becoming a little bit too high. His willingness to throw hooks has been very noticeable, and now it's the Dukes that are actually starting to come through, meaning that those hook rates very low compared to the last game. He's been struggling to find Ayla. Ayla clearly starting to get a hard read on him at the very least, and that really has been an influencer in this game. It's one of those micro interactions. Every Thresh goes through it. Every hook you throw, you have to check what your opponents are doing, and it seems like they've got him downloaded.
Well, it's going to be a big swing in the tempo right now, as they're going to zone Appy away from this tower, get the second Drake to their name, and it's summon the Rift Herald for the full execution. 2 turret plates remain, they are deleted, and they're going to look to try and push this wave in for a potential second headbutt.
Yeah, and it looks like it will be off completely uncontested here. AV, when you look at where the rest of their members are, Chaz recalling top, fresh off the reset, so they're not going to be here to stop this one at all. A second charge gets in. You've also got Rare holding mid lane in what was a 1v2, perhaps more, he doesn't know. Pretty successfully. There hasn't been any pressure put towards him right now. Who is it that could pressure him? Well, he doesn't have flash or heal, so a hook is meaningful. Akartha's wall sets that up very nicely as well, and Guncrab has the flash, so he does need to show some serious respect for what his opponents can do. But, I mean, it's promising, and the reason I'm saying this is because he hasn't died. And that's refreshing.
Absolutely. And
I love
it's refreshing.
Rare, but he loves dying.
It's refreshing to see that he's able to stand around and keep up here. Because the fact is, right now, he's got to be that damage from afar, that respect, as Hayri continues to fall behind in this one, down by maybe between 40 to 50. Everywhere he goes, Chaz responds, and he's just going to walk into his face. Double ultimates come out. He does get the trade. Thankfully for him, he much needed that. That may just be enough to find some form of value as the Proto Belt is there.
Surprising that he was able to get the trade at all. When you look at the state of those mid laners, I mean, Hayri does exceptionally to make that happen. But now they pressure mid, hooks on.
They do. Depth charge comes out, stopwatch underneath tower. Bullet time to zone them away. Lies to be used to survive here and prevent that tower falling as a result too. Swiper was definitely keen as he was on the hunt from that flank.
Yeah, good vision here actually from AV as a Guncrab ults only in a decent amount of trouble there, but they are both just disengaged. The pressure continuing, it was bot side pressure from Swiper. Now it's top side pressure from the rest of Order. Anywhere that is near mid lane, it seems like they want to control it outright and then really blow the map open if they can.
Speaking of blowouts, you spoke about what happens when Nidalee gets their completed item for the jungle online, and definitely has allowed her to hyper-accelerate her lead in this jungle. Up by 20 now. Always having the read on the map as to where to respond to. Has the Dark Seal now in her pocket. So looking to try and influence in some kills, and he's going to come up here to babysit Harry, because you can imagine every single time Chaz shows face, he is looking to force fights.
Yeah, he's the Ignite Lucian. He wants to be aggressive, wants to punish on every single last hit that Hayri goes for. Guncrab in a world of trouble.
Yeah, Guncrab had the read on that one, and he wanted to assist, but he's going to pay the ultimate price right now as the pounce comes out, and Aphelios gets kill secured. Find it at a very desirable time, with Rift Herald soon to spawn.
Yeah, it's one of those spidey sense things, it was dangerous to go top lane alone, but he chooses to go up there anyway, just to check. And then he gets punished with death from the Nidalee, who is able to find him in a nice position there to take him down. No reinforcements from the rest of AV. It protects the Lucian, but the cost was a little bit too high, I think it's fair to say.
Both have an understanding of the map state, but one just having the superior influence on the map as a result. Lisa will take that opportunity to go in for an invade and steal away not only the Raptors, but the red buff too. A nice little acquisition here, right under the nose of or the entire order lineup, right? You know, Nidalee is well on the way. The rest of the members are defending mids. Nice little acquisition there to get him back online with double buffs.
Still starting to snowball this game further and further, though, is Order. You know, this is one of those games where with Infernal in 50 seconds, I think that is one of those pressure cookers. And for AV, you have to look at the items that they start to complete before that pressure actually mounts. And I would say at this moment, you know, with the Gunblade, with the Blade of the Ruined King, with the Essence Reaver there as well for Violet, they are fighting fit. And this is one of those Drakes that you may not want to give over for free, not because it's an Infernal, but because it's the third and sole point for Order.
Absolutely. And it will be a delayed Blade of the Ruined King on that Renekton, as he has gone for the Black Cleaver Rush instead, aiming to be the hybrid tank, if you will. Give them much needed shred to burst through a lot of these squishy members, quite honestly. There is not a, you know, standalone traditional tank on this Avant roster. They just have buckets load of damage, so if they can be met with a spear or a bit of action from Aphelios swiping through those weapons, then they will be deleted.
Drake started here by AV. No contest on the other side, though, here, Skimmy. So it's interesting because I'm just talking about how important it may be to try and pressure that soul point. It seems like Order have the gold values in mind more than anything else. So they'll actually get the Herald. They'll prioritize the mid lane outer turret. And now that actually opens up the Silk Road to top lane outer, you know, and it makes it a little bit easier to break down another turret, blow the gold lead even further out. And I think that, you know, if you're going to compare the two, getting an Infernal Drake threatening the Infernal Soul, or actually going for two turrets, blowing open the map control, getting better vision, and then just getting another free Drake in 5 minutes with more gold in your pockets, Order have made a very good choice for themselves to keep snowballing this game.
100%. I support that decision, and now completely all the others have fallen on down here from Avant. And this is a familiar situation where Order will just go straight into your jungle, lay down as many traps as possible, and just always have that read on the map to say, we know where you are, we can find those angles, we can get those kills. Appy in a situation where he's forced to try and defend a tower. Not the most desirable situation if you find yourself as an Akali.
Yeah, looking to trade objectives at the moment, as best they can anyway. Chaz, note that it is not the teleport user who will be able to influence fights. So if you see that Lucian in a side lane, you'll be very aware that the way they want to play this one is try and keep Chaz against anyone. I don't think that he has too big of a preference for his 1v1 matchup right now. It could be Swiper, it could be Hayri, and then just try and pressure those turrets in the 1v1 sense. He still needs to be careful though. The way that you could play this out if you were Order, and I think that's what they will start doing, is put Hayri and Swiper in the same lane. If AV continue to show a propensity to that, to sitting in side lane, to just let Chaz win the game, use a Karthus ultimate and pressure the 1v1, then you bring two down there. They both have teleport. That's an advantage that Order have that AV don't. And I think that could be a difference maker in the macro map movements that we'll start to see.
I just get more and more concerned every single time Chaz comes back from this base, because I keep an eye on his CS counter and it's getting very well close to that 200 mark. I mean, he's had his read on this lane from the get-go up by about 60 now, Rusty. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, you want to talk about CS values as well. Don't forget about Violet. He's got 196 at 19 minutes. He's keeping up with his mid lane compatriot there in Chaz. They're doing very well for himself. And I think that the thing that you're trying to highlight here is that Hayri has 130.
Yeah.
And that's not a lot. Now, what he does still have is 2 full items. So he's not actually that much weaker than that of his lane opponent, even though it's 60 CS. And I feel like that's really surprising, right?
Compared to, you know, yep, you got a Zhonya's and a Proto Belt. Yeah, he's got the Blade of Ruined King and the Black Cleaver, so slight cheaper item, slight easier ability to get himself online and influence in these fights. Really keen to see what kind of ultimate he decides to choose when they go for these all-out brawls with the 5v5.
Yeah, this is... I still want to say this is better than the first game for AV. I think that's obvious, but we are waiting once again for that moment, if that makes sense. Order is starting to build pressure, and you can feel like, at least in the red side quadrant, they have control. AV have now traded sides of the map, and with a Drake in 1 minute and 40 seconds, you feel like that's going to be the moment. But I don't know if either team feels exceptionally pressured to take that fight. You know, a mistake could be a Baron, and it's only an Infernal Drake. While it scales up nicely in the late game, it doesn't mean too much at the immediate moment. So we could hit a lull state where a mistake, like a pick, Gunkrab hitting another hook that he was doing expertly last game, Ayla could do the same, could actually just result in a Baron. And so a lot of respect needs to be shown.
And respect it will be right now as both these teams look to establish that much-needed vision. Oh, Gunkrab, no. Flashes and misses the entire combo and gets punished exceptionally here by Ayla. The bullet time comes out as the box slows them in place. A double ultimate to slow down the aggression, but it will not slow these members down. The Croc goes in and he swipes a double. Lisa down to half, down to 1 HP. What am I talking about? He's got half a chance. That's what I'm after. And they snipe it, and it's this man here in the mid lane that is able to achieve it.
Oh, you hate to see it, Skibby. Oh, why are we... Oh, get it off the screen.
Gunkrab, that's so tragic. He's gone. I mean, realistically, we didn't even get to see all of this, but Chaz has just been ruined by Swiper on the bottom side. 0 HP to his name. Lisa has no mana to contribute, so this is why, like, Karthus with no mana has to choose, do I die? Like, do I int because I can ult? Or do I run away? Like, how is this fight going? Would I make a difference with my ult? And that deliberation from Lisa is enough time for him to just die anyway and be killed by the chase from Order, who convincingly won that fight. Here we go, Violet in trouble.
They are looking for it time and time again. Now the Drake is up, they get the Baron as a result of that successful team fight. They want more, however. Gunkrab is the focus. His damage will not connect. The hook sidesteps.
Nice
Can he disengage
dodge.
himself away? He does not need to. They survive just a little bit longer. Now the Drake engage looks to take place. You can sense the
Swiper
tension
flanking. He's looking for the fight. Give me the hooks on.
Oh, it's on again. Gunkrab whiffing completely. Bullet time is able to do a lot of damage to zone them out, but it will not matter. The Dragon is picked on up. Chaz finds himself a kill this time. He's able to get that shutdown. The stopwatch will survive, and he will not die to Requiem. But it's looking like Avant are the one hunting on down with Order down low. The cannon will lock him in place. Buffs acquired, but Avant's still showing what they're made of.
Yeah, I mean, a close trade there. That was with AV having all of their ultimates up as well. So that was closer than Order would have liked, but they do at least get the Infernal Drake. So they secure the objective, and it was after a lot of do-si-doing from Gunkrab to enable AV to even be in this position. Hook starts, and it's onto Uppy, who's able to just use a Shroud if he feels threatened anyway. Gunkrab instead will just sacrifice himself and stand in front. And then from this moment, they're fighting on top of the Karthus if they want to. And he has the ultimate available. This time AV execute their team fight properly. But Order do still get the Drake.
Team fight aside, as you say, Order are definitely the ones that will say, we'll take that. We are that bit closer now to getting that unleashed power online with the Infernal Soul, but it definitely shows that they have a lot of damage left in this pocket, that they can definitely dig deep if need be to find themselves able to go toe-to-toe, despite the goal now starting to fall ahead of them. 4K is the lead here for Order, sitting at 44. Just need to see how they can look to juggle these minion waves, and if they can find any value at all with the remnants of this Baron buff.
Yeah, you've got your 2-item Renekton now running around, absolutely rampaging on Summoner's Rift if someone comes near him. So you can see Chaz actually hovering Uppy, neither of them having teleport and Order having Baron. Not the best map setup if you were AV to stop the push that's going to be coming out of Order. You can see them now start to try and collapse in mid, and all Order need to do is harass. Great spear from Only. Continue this, and Silas is just going to break top turrets as well. So throw your spears, hit your marksman Aphelios Qs, and lifesteal back up and watch as the gold lead just skyrockets.
Absolutely. I mean, the combination between those two in particular is really allowing them to zone Avant away. This duo of Avant forced us to concede pretty much everything here. And Avant seeming a little bit shy to the opportunity to try and find those hooks right now. Hasn't been able to find them in the last two exchanges. May pay the ultimate price again.
Base.
Turret falls on down. They want this inhibitor. 25 minutes in, or to find the best situation possible.
Yeah, they get it very successfully. No contest there from AV in response. And that's one of those things, right? Like, Nidalee hits a single spear at the same time as Rare hitting one of those sniper Qs, and suddenly there's no health on Violet. And if Violet has no health to his name, pretty hard to contest the rest of that push as they just constantly onslaught of arrows and spears.
Ayla! He read it like a book. He gets it. He connects with absolutely everything. He will take that kill away from Hayri, but he will break open the side lane. And Chaz, you know, despite being so far ahead, forced to clear these side lanes, is going to have to respond to this. And it's not going to be a nice time for him.
Yeah, but how do they respond? Oh, the flash.
Again! Flashes in with the flay of the hook, will not connect. Requiem, what can it achieve? Nothing at this stage. Actually, it got cancelled. Now it comes out. Stopwatch is used. Stopwatch is successful. But I'm seeing AD carries picking up the kills, and they are incredibly strong now.
Yeah, that was a very aggressive move here from AV, and it was very good from them in the end. You know, once they have their ultimates, when those are available, you get to see what they're truly capable of. Hayri comes in and steals the Karthus ultimate at the start of this fight, and then Lucian just smacks Rare up. No one stands in front, no one tanks for him. And it was actually Hayri channeling the first Karthus ultimate while sitting there in a bullet time, in an entire bullet time. So he has no health left, and they just dash forwards and run him down.
I will be honest there, Rusty, it did throw me off for a second. To see two Karthus ultimates, then I remembered that Silas is a thing in this game. So there you have it. Silas and Karthus in general, just OP.
He just channeled a full Karthus ultimate while Misfortune just... like, oh my god, that poor guy. He didn't know it was coming. And then it comes at you quick.
That has to be a soundbite, surely. How Rusty describes channeling a Requiem. You're in the middle of an ADC.
It's Rusty living with people, so he doesn't really
Oh no! Gungrab in trouble again. This combination between his bottom Joe every single time, it is on point. They're looking for the flanks, they're looking for the flashes. They are unable to find a kill target, and the tanks start to reign supreme. The damage that they can actually really output onto the disengage.
It's the soul. They're going to get it. They're going to prevent the soul. At the very least, that's a big win here from AV. They're stuck on the disengage. Order are still chasing them down, but they get the objective. They have supers on their Nexus, so there are still some concerns here if they were to die. But they might have done enough to at least get some recalls off.
Such a delicate situation right now. They need to make sure they can find it. They do. Gravitum is just OP. The hook connects. One recall goes off in the bush. And Violet with the passive will be able to run away from harm. 3 members chasing. Does Ayla have the ultimate? He does not. And Swiper gets in there with the TP, securing a Nexus turret as well. Cue the Benny Hill music.
Yeah, Hayri actually takes down Uppy in the base as well. Violet is a very fast champion, so this is kind of comical. I mean, honestly, there's only so much map that you've got left, but it seems like he's done enough just walking in a straight.
Well, he managed to run away from his problems, that is for sure. They just buy so much time for Order to dictate what happens on this map. And that is Baron now achieved. You've denied us the soul point, but we'll pick up the second Baron. Now off a fresh recall, we can come back in and we can make things happen. I'm seeing Rusty in the chat say his PC's turned off. So I guess we are at it with a solo cast from this point onwards. Regardless, team, here we are. Baron achieved. Order 2-1 in this series. This game, if they were to win, would secure them the victory, would advance them through, and would get them a shot at taking on whoever wins between the Chiefs and Direwolves. That is coming up after this, bear in mind. Another best of 5. And it won't be Legacy showing until tomorrow, guaranteed by the fact they got first seed in the regular split. It's a do or die moment right now here to see exactly how Avant can handle this situation. There are no summoners available for this Misfortune. Incredibly tough for him to survive. The amount of damage that comes at him, the punishment that can become really unreal as a result of having no ability. Going to be up to see what Chaz can achieve with this one. If he can find a big culling to pad these members low, to get these members online, to make the bullet time reach its full value. But Inhibitor will fall down again. That is mid lane broken. Bottom lane soon to follow. Silas stealing away the Requiem, zoning these members away from that second inhibitor. Now they look to try and turn their attention towards the Nexus. Only one turret remaining. Order very close now to securing victory. The hook will not land. And I think Carpenter's Wall would have been just enough to slow down the mobility to make it happen. Chaz needs to make something happen. You can see how aggressive he is to try and make it a reality right now. Moonlight Vigil coming on out. Harry destroying Gun Crab. The Nexus turret will fall on down. The Nexus is exposed. Stopwatches galore again. Misfortune fighting for her life. Avant, what can you do? You need to find a shutdown, but you will be shut down. And Avant are knocked out. And Order will go 3-1. A slight blip on the map. A slight moment of worry, but they managed to bring it back, and boy, those were some scary times. They are able to execute and bring this game back into quick contention. And Rusty, do we have you back? Are you back online with us?
I don't know, am I?
You're back in the mix of things. Rusty, you've just missed an absolute closing to a game. Order have won the 3-1, and I think you were so excited. I'm assuming Windows updates just came in clutch there.
Oh yeah, no, dude, I was just so pumped. I fist pumped the air and somehow my computer turned off in excitement. I don't know, man. Congrats, Order.
Well, I'm going to let you work out what's going on in that department. You keep smiling. We're going to go to a quick break, and when we return, it's the boys in the couch to break down that series.
Welcome back, everybody. Big welcome, of course, to Rusty. Thank you for joining us.
Hey.
I'm glad you could make it. That was a much cleaner game from Order, and therefore Order taking out Series 1. Juves, what did you like from Order in that game? Did they listen to the advice about the 20-minute checks?
I think it was a lot cleaner from Order. When I say cleaner from Order, obviously I think Harry had a bit of a nightmare that stemmed from like level 1. But the important thing for Order was that they were able to stabilize around him. So it's very easy when your mid laners behind to crumble. And I think the real big positive to come out from this is that they were able to stabilize top lane, to be stable in bot lane, to have a very good jungle performance, to have a very big Rift Herald fight that actually like swung, I guess I would say, got Harry back into the game. So sometimes it's not necessarily about like, did you play well the whole game? Were you in ahead from first minute to the 30th? It's, what were you doing, or what were you able to do from a pretty big deficit? And I think Order showed us that they do have the resilience and the smarts to kind of slow that bleeding or stop it like they did.
Yeah, no, definitely. I'm like, when I watched Order's games, I think game 3 was like a blip on the radar because they really did find themselves again straight afterwards. I didn't feel like they even lost any confidence. Like, they were actually still emote spamming in lane, even after the level 1. So it seems like they were very aware of what they needed to do. I think Papa Spawn came to them between the games and clipped them behind the ears, and they were good to go again. So Order definitely performed well.
And this is one of those things which is like the talking point for Order, I guess. But the fact that they are good in this scenario, they are good in these sort of like high pressure best of 3s, best of 5s. They're better at the end of the split than they are at the beginning. This again begins another long gauntlet style run as they try to go ahead. What is it about the Order team? What is it about the mentality that they have that allows them to flourish in these moments, as we've seen them do?
Well, I think they've come out and they've been very open and honest. They have kind of like a brother relationship in that team. Like they what did they say? They said something like, "It's the first time I feel like I'm not playing with my team, but I'm playing with my brothers," or something like that. I believe that's something someone said a while ago. Maybe I misquoted a little bit. But I think when you're playing in a team where the environment, if it is that good, then I think no matter what deficit you find yourself in or what scenario you find yourself in, it's definitely a very pleasant thing to be, very, very pleasant to be playing with. Like, I've played in teams where we've had a similar environment where we're all best mates outside of the game. And when you're in game and you're in a deficit or you're struggling and you're battling uphill, it doesn't matter because you're just having fun with the boys.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's big. And I think the other part as well is like that there's emotions behind that team. And you have to look at what those emotions actually are. Because in a brotherhood type environment or in a friendship type environment, you can bring those up around you that need to be brought up. And when those big moments come, you feel that together, right?
Yep.
And you're able to actually rally behind each other and get in the zone. And that was something that they had last year with the roster they had, and I think still persists this year as well, is like give them the big game, give them the pressure, and watch them actually rise to the occasion and say, we can do this.
There's also, after the game that they lost, there's no scapegoating either, in the sense that there's no bad blood, there's no, that this guy played poorly, we need to fix this. It's all right, like we played poorly as a unit, as a collective, and I think that's why you got players like Rare 7, players like Swiper that are, I would say, not the most emotional in the league, but they're definitely some of the most animated. They definitely take to social media and post about what they're feeling after a series. And so, like Rusty said, picking them up and getting on their momentum, they're a hard team to beat when it comes to pressure situations.
So then let's flip and talk about AV, because obviously this is the end of the split for AV. And Rusty, I think that it would be fair to say that this was not a team that we were expecting to get here. I think everyone would have had the money on Pentanet.gg at least being in the conversation for this, if not, potentially higher than where AV were right now. You've had experience with AV last year where they had a more successful season. How would you characterize Split 1 of 2020 for AV?
I mean, they're fighters. That much should be known for certain here to be able to get into the playoffs in the first place. Like, they very clearly faced adversity, whatever that may be. They still came through on the other end and put their all into the series. I think it's worth commending that, like, every team improves during the split, right? You tend to start a bit shaky, and you tend to improve as a split progresses. And I think we saw AV go on this journey of self-discovery as a new team with new players in new environments and try and find themselves the best they could. And I think by the end, they were getting closer to that recipe, and it's just not enough to take down a team like Order in the end.
Yeah, I actually I had AV as 5th in my power rankings at the start of the season.
Well, look at you.
I just thought I'd mention. No, but the reason being was because that I think that sometimes a team with a little bit of crazy, and I mean that in a good way, sometimes a team with a little bit of crazy can do crazy things, exceptional things. They can steal results. I think AV is one of the only teams in the league that has that crazy. They have that, we will take a 4v5 and we'll lose 3 weeks because of it, but there'll be a week where we win because we've done it and we're not afraid to do it. And I think the one game that they got in this series is a testament to their attitude towards the game and how they play. So I think what they need to do is they need to keep that attitude, because I think that's what defines their team, is that they aren't afraid. They're not afraid to go toe-to-toe. They're not afraid to take a skill check team fight. They're not afraid to just, take a 4v5. But they need to take that attitude and take that dynamic and hone it in the right place, because there's sometimes where it just looks like they're mega inting, right?
On that point, obviously, we're heading into the off season. There can be some shakeups in off season. There were some shakeups towards the end of Split 1 for AV that they needed to deal with. But Juice, what kind of off season do you see AV heading into? Is there the potential for a lot of big change? You say that there needs to be a honing. How much of that is just about making the current system work, and how much of that is replacing a piece or two to be able to make the ideal of what you're trying to go for happen?
I think that's a very hard question to answer, because we could see some as
But
much
you're not
as
the GM of AV. Have I
exactly.
got my
We could
information
see up to 3 changes potentially, right? We could see different top laner. We could see Violet. The way Violet played this playoffs, we could see Violet be the starting AD, right? Like that guy, he was pretty good today. We could see Gunkrab try and play support. We don't know these answers. The one thing I'll say is the one thing that I think they need to fix, if possible, is that I think they just need to get a better understanding of game states and what's theirs and what's not theirs. That's a very broad statement, but like, is this dragon their fight? Is this river their river to contest? Should they be invading? Just fundamentally, they need to get better at the fundamentals. They have an X factor, many teams don't, but they don't have the fundamentals that a lot of the teams have at the moment.
Yeah, I agree with that actually as well. Like the one thing that AV had when we spoke in week 1, I was like, I think Lisa's a wild card rookie that you should be watching, because he's like a solo queue monster a lot of the time. And then when he falls behind in a competitive game, you don't see him. He disappears from the game. And like that to me it's a combination of him not being comfortable being behind, which can be a solo queue problem, or the team not understanding how to help him when he's behind. And that's just one player in a team of 5, not understanding their windows or being able to get back from behind. I think league fundamentals is a really good thing for them to attack in the off-season.
Alrighty, well, AV, we wish you the best of luck during that off-season. It's a goodbye for Split 1 for AV, but they will be back for Split 2. Let's take a look at the teams now that we are about to be watching for Series 2. Chiefs versus Direwolves. I mean, this is... we spoke about it at the top of the show. This is a matchup that at the beginning of the split, I may have just gone, look, this is 100% Chiefs. But then this is, there's a lot more at stake now, given the way that Direwolves continue to impress Jews.
Yeah, so I think Chiefs are a team that started tremendously, maintained it somewhat throughout the season. And I think now we're seeing a few kinks in their armor now. I think that... the team that lives and dies by Croc, and I think that's a dangerous dynamic to have. Especially because the jungle position, I feel, isn't in a meta isn't in a position where your jungler is the 1v9 player. And I think Direwolves have been very linear throughout the season, in the sense that they're a play to top side team. Yes, Vital's had a very good season, but if you look at jungle proximity, he's been top side a majority of the time. So I think this is a real battle to figure out which team's going to come back to form, because it's hard to say that they're out of form, but like, what do you think, Rusty?
I think Direwolves could be considered out of form when you look at OPL results. It's like, obviously, we don't all have insight to what's happening behind the scenes in their practice. They may be stomping scrims, but they've lost their last 4 OPL games on the trot. They don't look like the team that they were the week prior to that, where they beat Legacy and Chiefs. They dropped off a sheer cliff in comparison. And I think that, like, it is a skill check for me, this game. And the 2 things that I'm looking at is, like, 1, Claire and Tian have off games, or they have games where they're just relegated to full tank champions, and that does actually put a lot of the onus on Croc being the carry. I would like to see that diversity thrown in again, where both of them can play their flex carry champions and put in some work together. And the other thing is, not only do Direwolves play the top lane, they default to it when they're behind.
Yes.
And I think that's a glaringly obvious weakness, is that exactly where Mir is with no wards on the map if they're losing the game.
Yeah. Because there's times where actually their win condition is playing to Vital, because he's sometimes the most stable player on the roster. He's 0-0-0 when everything's falling around him. And it's like, okay, Mia he has to play through bot lane. He has to get something off top, but it looks like he's trying to recover losses elsewhere. And the one that sticks out to me was when they played Renekton into Kennen in one of the last weeks. The Renekton's never going to win the Kennen matchup, right? Like, it's just going to be Kennen favored, but it was trying to recover losses in that lane, and inherently they lost the game trying to recover that lane when Vital was free to play around. So I think like it's both these teams going back to the things that work for them early on.
So how many games do you reckon we're getting, and who's going to win? Rusty, I'll throw to you first.
I suspect that we'll have a long one, or it'll be a surprisingly short one.
Yeah.
That's the two ways that I see this going.
It's an excellent hedge.
Well, I mean, prior to this gambit, we've just spoken about a skill check, right? Like, how is the form coming into this? I think that if both teams show up, we'll have a 5-game series. I still would pick the Chiefs winning this one, but the way the Direwolves can show up sometimes, it's very hard to say that for certain, and they often cook up some strategies. Like, I know these players, there's a chance that they've come into this best of 5 with something that is unexpected.
Yeah, I think 3-1 Chiefs, I think. I also noticed that Cupcake's playing the first game, so that's going to be interesting to keep an eye out on.
I agree 3-1. I have no real analysis to back it up. It's just a gut feeling. I just feel like Chiefs are going to drop a game. And the Direwolves, I reckon Direwolves are good. They're probably not good enough to be able to take it out. But I think it certainly, I feel like those 4 games will all of them be bangers. We're about to head into game number 1 of Chiefs versus Direwolves. And a reminder that the loser of this series, it's not the goodbye for them. The loser of this series will go on to play Order next week. So there is a second chance for these teams to be able to make the run. But for now, we're focused on this one. It is Chiefs versus Direwolves. It is game 1, and it's the Macca's Champ Select.
If you're craving the taste of your favourites, head to Macca's for a fast, safe and contactless drive-through experience. For your Macca's run, contact-free, we'll be here.
Welcome back for our second best of 5 set of the day. It is the playoffs here in the OPL, and if you've just tuned in, you missed a banger. Order securing their spot to go through as they took down Avant handily 3-1, and now it gets a cast with none other than Spawn himself, which would have been a very different cast had you guys lost.
Nah, not at all, Skimmy. We're just here as the professionals we are, ready for a long day in the office. As you know, I kind of want to touch on what the guys were saying before the game, because they thought this was going to be a 3-1. But I think they're kind of underselling the craftiness of Chippies and Shock in a best-of-5 series. And I think if anyone suits a best-of-5 in the OPL, it's those 2 individuals, because they have so many of these dynamic picks that you don't really want to run a gambit on in a best-of-1, but in a best-of-5, you know? What about an Olaf top lane? What about a Fiora or a Jax? What about an Urgot in the mid lane with maybe a Yuumi support? Like, they just have so many curveballs to throw at you. But this is a much more standard game, I think, as we look at the pick ban phase. A lot of respect given towards that Aphelios and Kalista, as we've seen kind of all night, Skimmy.
Yeah.
But I think getting it off the board is kind of what we need to see here in these games. They are just too strong. They're meta-breaking champions.
For sure, and I think it's interesting for me to see the fact that, you know, Katsuri in particular has been so strong, in particular on those 2 in Aphelios and Misfortune, now starting to expand that hero pool by, you know, showing that he can play the Varus. And we haven't seen the Kalista come out of him, but, you know, we have definitely seen it come out here from Vital, and this is a guy that will definitely, if given half the chance, abuse the mechanics that it presents.
Yeah, and I mean, I really like the Kalista ban if you're going to have this high priority in Tahm Kench, which it seems like Katsuri and Korea CK are going to have. The reason that they would also ban away something like an Aphelios is this is much more of a bully lane. And I think we saw it last series, you know, with Violet picking up the Varus. This is a champion that, in the right hands, can really win early game hard, right? So, you know, I don't expect the Chiefs to want to pull this one late. Everything they've locked in so far, Skimmy, just says that this game is going to be over very, very early.
Yeah, it's definitely what they've made apparent with their play style coming into these playoffs, that they are very much, we hit a certain break point in the game and we look to just shut it all down. We want to force that team fight. We want to showcase that we are a very mechanically gifted team. But then, as you highlight, in terms of a best of 5, yes, you've got mechanics, yes, you've had best of 1s, but how do you face now up against the Direwolves that have a lot of experience, a lot of knowledge, and the veteran status, if you will, to survive these kind of slogfest that could be for the next 3 to 4 hours?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that this pick right here that we see is actually a little bit surprising. Bard has got a pretty free lane here against Tom Kench. However, I would have expected to see something like a Yuumi prioritized. Ezreal Yuumi is such a hard lane to punish, and it just has scaling written all over it, right? Bard is a little bit more of that early to mid-game champion. When I have a look at what the Chiefs are building, Skimmy, I just don't know if this is a team you want to run toe-to-toe with in the early game. Sure, if you lock in something like a Yuumi, it does give you that potential to be run over, but the Direwolves have shown that they can get enough pressure out of their solo laners, and Vital is a good enough carry. Like, in my opinion, he's the best AD carry in the comp at the moment. To be able to get through these tricky matchups, and I would like to see a conflict in styles here. One of the things that I kind of heard from the analyst beforehand as I was jumping in and out of the channel trying to get ready for the cast was like, can you beat the Chiefs at the Chiefs' own game? And we've seen teams try and do it. Yeah. And I think the definitive answer is no. But the one team that has got a winning record versus the Chiefs is Legacy. And what does Legacy do against the Chiefs? They're able to take them late, and they're able to punch them up in 5v5 team fights. And I think that other teams can start to learn kind of how to play around that if you are looking to mirror something with the Chiefs.
Absolutely. I think that's definitely the idea behind it, in terms of, if you date your minds back to that head-to-head Chiefs had against Legacy, they brought it late, they were able to get the cog more online, and those tanks just had enough items to sustain themselves to become relevant, right? So you look at this one here and you highlight with the early aggression, is this them saying, look, it's the first game in a best of 5 series, let's get a bit of a feel for things, let's see if we can really bring this style of gameplay to it, or if we do need to sort of dive into that option. What's interesting to me in these second bans from Chiefs, obviously the Cassiopeia, we know how good Shock is on it. The Galio, 10.7, his ultimate now gives shields to everyone. Yeah, and the funny thing is, right, is that the Chiefs were banning a couple of champions to set themselves up for a Corki pick. And then the Direwolves just sneak in and snake it away. The LeBlanc is also a relatively easy lane for Corki to deal with, so I don't think this was a deliberate choice from the Direwolves. I think they kind of cottoned onto the Chiefs' game plan and went, hey, that's a heck of a lot of scaling, let's not give that towards them. But I love comps like this, Skimmy. In fact, if I could pick any comps for my team, you know, player ability notwithstanding, this is a comp that I would run. You've got early game everywhere, you've got really good 1-3-1 and 1-4 throughout the middle stages of the game, and you do have a late game endurance policy and a Azir Tam Kanchar, which is just super easy to play around. I think the Chiefs' composition, if played flawlessly, is actually really hard to deal with early game, and you know, this is a 5 or 6,000 gold lead. Speaking of the Olaf top lane, I think we might have just seen it. Yep, this is a Chippy special. He's showcased it at least once in this league so far, and to great effect as well. I think really what springs out to me is the, you know, revert back to old, and it's a Jace mid. You know, this is exceptionally annoying to deal with from a poke. Actually, you know, going to be top. TM's going to be the one to play it, which is interesting. Yeah. So, haven't seen much Jace in recent times. What do you really think this brings to the table to sort of go up toe-to-toe against what Direwolves have here? Yeah, I mean, this is what I was saying. It's seen huge play in the LCK at the moment, right? Because it is just hands down the best lane bully. Although not many people play Olaf with Corrupting Potion top, so maybe we'll have to reserve judgment, right? Sure. But what I think is going to happen is he's going to go back, he's going to buy a Dirk. There's going to be very limited armor picked up by the Direwolves members. And on that 1.5 item spike, he's going to be the strongest person on Summoner's Rift. That's how pretty much every Jace matchup goes, Skimmy. Generally, you pick something like a Poppy to be able to weather that storm and then have a much more relevant mid to late game. With Chippy's going for Olaf, I think that this is them saying, hey, let's roll the dice. Like, they're going to try and beat us on the top side of the map. At least Jace, one of the strongest 2v2 duos. Let's get Chippy's to level 6. You know, let's try and gank his lane. Let's get him rolling, and let's try and run away with this. So, I mean, we highlight the top lane. I'm going to bring it back down to the bottom lane where you mentioned with Vital obviously being so profound in his ability to really break into the scene and showcase that, you know, age aside, experience aside, this is definitely one to keep your eyes on. With the Bard, do you really think with now what we see here, the Yuumi would have changed much?
Yeah, I think Yuumi would have been like the best pick hands down because of how well they would have scaled. Like the Bard to me is kind of the one pick that sticks out like a sore thumb because everywhere else they've got scaling. In saying that, Cupcake is a really, really good Bard, so maybe it's just player preference. But I would expect them to maybe even win this lane. Varus Time Kench is one of the strongest laning duos, but just given how good Vital is on Ezreal, I've been on the other end of his Ezreal a couple of times. It's very, very tough to deal with. He is very elusive. He plays it very aggressively. So I like the Direwolves bottom lane. Actually, I like the entirety of the Direwolves comp. It's just about whether they can weather that early game storm that at least Jace Varus is going to put on them. These are some of the highest one-item spiking champions in the game at the moment, Skimmy. So the Chiefs all about packing that one big punch early and trying to get themselves in an advantageous position.
Well, let's jump into it. Our second best of 5 series of the day. Chiefs taking on Direwolves. It's been a head-to-head that has shown that Chiefs have won 2 out of the 3 times these teams have met. The stats between these two teams incredibly close. Very little separating them. Best of 1s are one thing. Best of 5s a completely new can of worms.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that this is the bit that is going to be interesting. Shout out to a couple of players in Harry as well as Bill, because on my team, they just picked up their first best of 5 win. And the reason I bring that up is you have players like Katsuri, who's played in 1 best of 5, did not win it. Kurius AK, yet to play in a best of 5. I don't know about Croc. BN hasn't won a best of 5. Claire is the only player, to my knowledge, on this Chiefs team that has played and won a best of 5. Whereas you look at the Direwolves lineup, and with the exception of Vital, this is just best of 5 experience everywhere. And you can see that they are going to put the Chiefs to the test very early. This should have been able to be read. When you have Olaf topside, you never start topside unless all 5 people are there.
Well, let's see what the response is here from the Chiefs.
Oh!
And Tien just jumps himself right into the mix of things right there.
This is
going
bad.
to be the blue that gets taken away from them. Croc is in a lot of trouble and has to burn that flash to disengage. Claire unable to respond or provide any form of protection. And instantly, just like that, blue buff acquired here by Direwolves.
Yeah, and now Croc has no flash, has no ability to really be able to contest in this early game. We said that this 2v2 topside was going to be the important area of the map, and they've just lost at level 1, Skimmy. Until Croc has flashback up and available, you do not want to go anywhere near that Olaf.
And it makes it incredibly scary to sort of stem the early game, as you say, the strength that you want. So Direwolves with a nice little heads-up play to make sure that, hey, we can navigate ourselves through this one, we can reach that mid-game, we can get those item spikes, and we can look to crush it if we bring this one late.
And credit to Miru, he's done something really clever here. He's actually stuck it around and taken the whole topside jungle. So now Croc level 2 definitely doesn't want to fight, but he doesn't really want to path back down bottom side either. So it's kind of between a rock and a hard place. Do I go for this prayer gank? Do I actually just recall, come back out onto map with something like a pink ward and try and secure my bottom side? You can see he's actually going for the third, often unused choice, Skimmy, which is stand still and contemplate life.
It definitely feels like that, as in you're so far behind. Look at that lonely number of 4. Definitely feels like Jungle Kingdom only 3 minutes in here.
And I mean, they've waited for that ward to expire. He's now going to pick himself up a Scuttle Crab. That's a long time to wait around for a Scuttle Crab, Skimmy.
Very much denied in this early game where, at least definitely thrives. And we've seen Croc single-handedly dictate games. If his team isn't in a desirable situation, he is able to find leads on his own. He's able to dive in, go 1v9 and make things happen. So I think this is a beautiful little read from the level 1 mark to say we can shut down that condition and now we can just play and focus on the lanes themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. And now you can see that they're starting to get some pushing lanes as well. Claire as well as Shock should be bouncing waves back and forward. But without any real prio in side lanes here, it's going to be a nightmare for Croc to try and get back into the game. You can see at the moment that
there's already a 2-level difference.
Yeah, you can see at
disgusting.
the moment that he's not going to be able to get his way back into it all that easy.
I want to see how Croc decides to respond going down to bottom golems. We'll be there if the Direwolves continue to be aggressive there. But really, really bleeding. Has there ever been a number where you see 34-10, a jungle difference this big between such well-established organizations, sub 5 minutes?
Yeah, no, this is a nightmare, Skippy. This is the worst case scenario if you are in Elise. You've been put behind as the early game jungler. And I think, that's going to be very, very hard to deal with. Sorry,
Very excited to see.
I'm actually
go ahead.
trying to figure out some audio issues at the moment, guys. So sorry if I sound distracted, because I am just bloody distracted at the moment.
Well, that's okay, mate. I was going to say, let's have a quick look at sort of really what the game plan is now for Miru. Yes, obviously, there was a cute little play in the start to make sure that he finds himself in a 2-level advantage. But when he hits that magical level 6 moment, is he going to really look to try and continue going through top lane to make sure that this Jace gets shut down and really bullies out that ability for the 2v2 to be as strong? Or are they going to look just to continue to invade and make sure that this Elise has that early game window, and that's all they really had?
Yeah, I mean, when I have a look at it, I think that they will just be able to play this one, low and slow. This is, if you are the Chiefs right now, you're like a really nice steak. You just want to get a hot pan out, get a good sear going. You want this to be over and done with, let it rest in between games and then scoff it down. Whereas if you are the Direwolves right now, this game can go forever. I mean, the only champion that you're going to have a difficulty with is probably that Azir. Everything else, you were quite confident being able to play against. I mean, Olaf is going to be able to shrug off any of the CC fought by Croc or Katsuri. And I think that this is just a really great early game, and Direwolves now should not be in a rush at all, especially given the fact that they're 1,000 gold ahead with a better scaling comp skill.
Well, the dream start for the Direwolves here as they can cleanly rotate not only from an Ocean Drake, but to a second Scuttle. Beautiful information that can now be achieved. Extra protection for this very important bottom lane, as we keep our eyes fixated on how Vital can navigate this one. If the Ezreal Bard duo is going to be the turning point. This is a
window right here. You can see that right now the Chiefs have gone for a 3-man dive topside. Chippies is yet to hit level 6, but they pull out immediately because you can see that Direwolves have forced priority in that mid lane, and that's just too much CS for Claire to be able to miss out on. Not to mention the fact that if it doesn't work and they lose topside jungle again, I mean, you may as well just write the game off for release right there. So you can see that they have to back away from that. Chippy's now successfully ticks over that level 6 mark. And even areas that the Chiefs would have hoped to win. I mean, you pick Varus and Tahm Kench to win the lane is starting to fall down. You can see this Ezreal starting to slowly build himself a CS lead. And Ezreal's one of those weird champions, Skippy. You either want to get the perfect tier or Sheen purchase and try and force out long swords, or you actually want to stay in lane forever, because at 0 items, Ezreal is actually really, really strong. Most spell users are stronger than their auto attack counterparts if they don't have to buy items. So right now, if Vital and Cupcake can get control of this wave, they are in such an advantageous position.
Well, it looks to be that is the call as the True Shot barrage goes on out to make sure that this wave sits around for little to no time at all. Must be sitting on a very big portion of gold right now if you were to recall back, which seems to be the play. And
the only reason I would think you would recall right now is if you want to do Rift Herald by bringing your bottom lane up. I can't think of any other reason that this Ezreal should base. He knows that Elise isn't ganking him because look at the vision coverage they have on the bottom side of Summoner's Rift. They know that, in the 2v2 they're stronger. Chiefs are going to take a handshake and recall, so Vital will get off Summoner's Rift, but I would have liked, honestly, Vital to try and play for some plates here. Chiefs bottom lane not going to make it to this Rift Herald in time. The fight's going to be decided without him, Skimmy, so why not just stay bottom? Eat the extra wave. You know that Thean's not there to be able to contest it, and in the end, he is just going to recall. He has a great recall, by the way. That's a tier Sheen. That's perfect.
It's
for
the dream.
Ezreal.
Absolutely.
And they're going to be able to get what they needed on the top side of the map as well. I mean, I like people that are team players, and that is a very heavy team call there for Vital, but I don't actually think he was needed in that play at all, and he could have played really selfishly.
Could have, should have, didn't, I suppose, is the takeaway from that one here. But as you say, he definitely gets the items that really does make an Ezreal a terror to deal with. Now going to be even stronger against this Varus.
You hate to call him in 8 minutes, right? But the reason I'm going to say this next statement is just to stress to the audience. It is going to take something spectacular from the Chiefs to win this game. And I want to draw people's minds back to the regular season, Skimmy, when the Chiefs were playing against Direwolves with Cupcake, and they were playing a Tahm Kench composition, and Direwolves had them in this like 1-3-1 squeeze, where the game was just becoming increasingly difficult. And Chiefs playing double divers were able to claw their way back into that game with a brilliant teamfight around mid lane tier 1 turret. that team fight was like nothing short from like very special from the Chiefs players. That's what they're able to do, right? They are these players that can take over a game. This game needs something equally as special, and they're going for it right now.
They are indeed. Katsuri is the one to start things off as the Abyssal Voyage comes out. Croc not going to land the CC, but Mages have the damage. The exhaust is there, however, Devour gets Croc out. First blood picked up here by Katsuri.
Yeah, and great job there from Katsuri. I mean, they really needed that play. It was well set up from Korea CK, but Katsuri being able to land his ultimate, then pick up the follow-up kill without burning summoner spells, Skimmy. I mean, this guy's just a wizard when it comes to these kinds of play, and the Direwolves will look to try and hit back on the flip side of Summoner's Rift, but that just brought the Chiefs well and truly back into this game.
100%. Can never discount what this man can achieve. Has really shown up this season, and just been a sentiment, really, of consistency for this lineup to always sit in the lane, go even at least. Not necessarily have to win all the time, but be a factor they can rely upon, and they punish the fact that Cupcake did not use that ultimate to keep Vital alive.
Yeah, and I do want to draw your attention to this play, Skimmy, because I think their Direwolves right now are kind of playing to the wrong side of Summoner's Rift. Even though they are right now high level in the jungle, I don't think they still win this 2v2 if both members go onto the Jarvan. So this is one of those very risky plays.
Well, they're going to make that risk happen. The Cataclysm goes out, and I think that was really, if anything, to make sure the Rift Herald found its ultimate value, buy some time, get a distraction. But he's going to flag and drag out of that one.
Yeah, I mean, that's like one of those optimistic ones. Maybe Fat Fingers Ease like takes full damage and then you can just Ragnarok in and kill him. But I think you're right. Like that's for the plates, that's for the chunk coming across here as Korea CK Katsuri look aggressive again in the bottom lane. But what I meant by that is, if the only win condition like you really need to be worried about is like CC and the map being taken over, just play towards your bottom lane. You get some plates onto Vital. And I think Juice was kind of mentioning this. Sometimes when the Direwolves have a really clear win condition of playing towards their 80 carry, they will choose to play towards top lane. This looks like it's going to be a 5v5, Skimmy. Everyone's here.
Well, this is going to be our first glimpse at what these two teams can achieve. And it is going to be a case of Miru getting a second dragon for the team. Another scuttle as well. Teleports were burnt in that exchange. But no fight will take place as a result.
Oh boy, if this is a Mountain Rift and Direwolves get Mountain Soul, that is nearly the ideal thing for this composition. There's going to be a lot of flat pen in this game. You know, wouldn't be surprised to see an Oblivion Orb to try and combat some of the healing that's going to come out. So if Direwolves are able to pick up a Mountain Soul, that would just go, you know, insanely far at being able to shut down any damage that Chase is going to bring to the table. And Varus is also one of those champions because he does such hybrid damage, Skimmy. He doesn't really want to buy a Last Whisper item, right? He's nearly better off buying a Void Staff with how his damage spread is sometimes. So, you know, I think Mountain Soul could be right with the Direwolves order. Scaling comp, 2 dragons so far. Things happy days for the Wolfpack.
Yeah, we've seen situations where 4 mountains can be achieved, and I hope we don't get another one of those situations. That was
thanks,
pretty
just bring up the
disgusting.
one game we lost. That's good job. A way to keep your Colourcaster just in a swimming mood. I had a coffee. There's some chicken wings on.
I've got a coffee here as well, mate. I'm glad we're on that same page. Caffeine is... Oh my gosh, the piercing. Oh, Katsuri, you're just dirty. He's
Rob,
up 2 kills, up
filthy.
by CS. The man's going to make it happen.
And I said you pick this lane to win this lane, and I thought the window had closed, Skimmy, when that perfect back was achieved by Vital. But since that gank came in from Croc, this has been an absolute wash. And now they're about to take a turret in a 2v2 scenario.
He's up by 1,600 gold as a result of that one right now. He is making it a case of, this is where you need to keep your attention, ladies and gentlemen. Bottom lane, ADC flexing, who has the bigger mechanics to really make things happen.
And this is kind of amazing to me. Remember how much of a lead Jungle had? It is 20 CS still, but it is only 1 level.
Yeah.
And you would argue that right now, Croc's pressure on Summoner's Rift, outside of that level 1 play, has been higher. He's significant. He was able to avoid Rift Herald taking down a turret in the top lane. He ganked bottom lane and generated this gold lead that we're seeing, you know, take into full effect. Mir has been able to pick himself up 2 dragons, which is really awesome for a scaling composition, don't get me wrong. But in terms of actual skirmish pressure around Summoner's Rift, you'd have to say that Croc has, after a disastrous early game, like done his job almost in being able to generate an early game lead. He's got BN in a good spot in his bottom lane, very far ahead.
Yeah, basically back into it, right? As if you can almost forget what happened in those first 5 minutes. And I suppose if you're just joining the stream right now, you look at this and go, what on earth are these casters talking about? Well, you know, this at least, there was a time and place where they were sitting top try, waiting for a scuttle to spawn at 4 CS. Blue buff denied away, unable to really do anything. And now, the one in the driving seat.
There was a time where it was a 20 CS discrepancy, and Mir only had 20 CS. Like, Croc had nothing, Skivvy. He had a red buff and a dream at that stage of the game.
He packed up his bags and he was like, let's go next. But unfortunately, you can't do this. Or maybe fortunately in competitive games, that would be an interesting one to commentate upon. Regardless, the Rift Herald will be taken out of time.
Too far.
And that is going to be a reset as a result of that one. That is an interesting situation, which really gives Direwolves plenty of time to re-establish them, their control on this river.
However, I do love what the Chiefs have done here. Whenever you drop aggro on an objective, go and get a wave of Prio. Like, no one likes to see those 6 creeps just die, although if they go...
Oh, Shock actually just disengaged the wrong way with the package. That hurts to see. Mirror going with the Cataclysm. Used the stopwatch, expecting follow-up damage. But all I'm seeing are things that look blue. It's Chiefs getting kills. Claire dashing into the backline to make it a triple kill. And get these boys on the score sheet. 3 kills now on this Varus as Katsuri survives.
Yeah, I mean, Katsuri at the moment is just huge. Theon's going to fall down, but who really cares? Even team fight, but the objective goes over to the Chiefs. And all that I can really say is, how did Corki fly backwards, Skivvy? Like, what happened there, actually?
Let's have a quick look here. You have to imagine, is this a smart cast issue? I really wonder.
I don't know. I mean, you have a look. This is such a decisive turn from Miru. And then Shock wants to be able to catapult himself through that Cataclysm, but not able to do so. He would love his W available right now so he can get over this stupid wall as well. But he has to burn the flash. Claire's going to pick him up in a 1v1. That hurts if you are the Direwolves mid laner. That's all I'm going to say on that one, Skivvy.
Absolutely.
The team fight looked like it was going to be all Direwolves, and then it wasn't.
The red carpet, the I want to call it almost like a baby rumble, if you will, but if it goes the wrong way, it doesn't do much.
It is the baby rumble, especially when you have the package. It's significant damage at this stage of the game if you're able to land the package on 2 or 3 members. This is going to be the Chiefs as well, challenging a dragon. Chippy's in the top lane, teleport down. Wonder if that's why they feel like they can make this play. Yeah.
This is going to be what Chippies likes to do, right? Is to set up pressure on a side lane, really draw in the attention and force the opponent to respond by making a proactive play, which is what Chiefs do. Now they pick up the first of the Mountain Drakes that I have spawned. And they get themselves in a situation where they can buy more time, continue to get items online, and look for more desirable situations.
Yeah, and everything we said about, you know, the Direwolves wanting to pick up this Mountain Dragons, you can also probably say about the Chiefs, the Direwolves conversation as well.
Yeah.
When you have a look at Corki, he is a marksman that you take his AD damage and then 60 or 80% of it becomes magic damage. I think it's 80% nowadays. So he doesn't really want to buy penetration either. Then you have a look at something like an Ezreal. He's definitely not preferring to buy a Last Whisper. In this game, I wouldn't think. You know, there's no healing. There's no real armor stackers. So these Drakes are going to really buff up any small armor purchases that we see. You know, whether we see a GA picked up on something like a Varus, or if, you know, Tabbies come through later because they sell some items and they realize that Swifty Boots and Zerka Greaves are kind of trolled this game if you're going the attack speed version of Varus. So, you know, there are lots of little ways that you can augment your armor and MR if you are the Chiefs right now to make these Mountain Dragons super impactful.
It'd be interesting to see actually what they are, what both teams are willing to sacrifice as a result. As you see now, Chippy's once again in the bottom lane. He's just, you know, keeping them at bay, saying, look, as long as you guys are trying to make things happen on the rest of the map, I will always be hard shoving. I will always be looking to try and take down some turrets, buy some time. And yes, Azir can definitely bring those structures back to stem the bleeding and prevent an all-in on those structural collapses. But I start to get very concerned when these team fights are to take place right now. You know, you got a 3-0 with Varus, definitely ahead in CS, well on his way to, you know, completing that second item in Ginsu's Rage Blade. And you start to think, you know, Chain of Corruption lands, it's lights out.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Katsuri is huge. Claire's in a good position as well. Until Trinity Force is finished for both of these carries, you don't really want to be fighting. Vital probably needs 2 items, but they go in anyway.
They really want to make things happen right now. A beautiful Bard's done up against the wall. They all sidestep to make sure they don't get locked in place right now. And now the disengage attempt is forced to come out. Direwolves unable to execute. They will be able to take a couple of summoners as a result of that engage. will be hurting as they wanted more.
But they were traded summoners, Skippy. So that's support summoners for support summoners. And, you know, earlier collapse there from the Direwolves. Thean was able to get his wave out. Now on the rotate, they know that Chippy's probably wants to go back and collect that bottom lane wave. So they do get the Rift Herald charge off in mid lane. Although now Shock here, and Chippy's is actually cheating over.
Oh, Croc. He's being devoured. He's being cataclysmed, and he's just going to get slam dunked down. It's a 1-for-1 trade. And now they look for more. A big buffer of shields go onto that Time Kench. And it evaporates as he's out of harm's way. Direwolves with the numbers, with the health balls to work with, can look to reprimand what was done to their mid-turret by taking down their enemies.
Yeah, and this is why Tahm Kench is really valued overseas and why so few teams in the OPL can actually utilize it well. In a 1-3-1, it gives you such safety against these all-in engages. And what the Chiefs are doing super well is they're playing in a relatively safe area. Like both times that Miru's had to go in, he's actually been in turret range, and the Tahm Kench has been able to save people. Now, Croc was way out of position there. That should have been a much better fight for the Chiefs with how Katsu was able to free hit. But still, they trade 1-for-1. They trade one turret for one turret. And Azir didn't have to burn anything. He just stayed in the side lane. Now they've got both outer turrets down. You know, Baron has spawned. The Chiefs at this point of the game are at their strongest. We spoke about this stage. You know, double lethality item, 2 items on Katsuri as well. Croc has equalized the CS, has equalized the experience. He's heading towards the second item. If I'm the Chiefs, I'm saying, you know what? We're still on for this 20 to 25 minute Baron. We're still on for a second Mountain Dragon. We might not have a Soul Wind condition, but we have definitely slowed down the Direwolves' pace, and we have not been outscaled yet. Still no tier item upgrade available here for Vital. Shock is very big. Chippies is going to become a problem on the second item purchase. But for right now, the Chiefs can definitely fight.
Well, that's what they'll be looking for as they've stayed present in this mid lane right now. They will be going up against the double Trinity Force. And the Mikhail's Crucible also completed, so a fair bit of protection to ensure that these two AD, or I want to say AD carries, these two carries in general really, can output the maximum damage to really prevent what is going to be Chiefs forcing engages themselves.
Yeah, look, what do you call Corki nowadays? Because he certainly builds attack damage, right? And that's where the name comes from, attack damage carries. It's not like we call them physical damage carries. There's Thean in some trouble.
Absolutely. Forced to burn the flash as Cataclysm lands, and Chippy just runs him down with the Ragnarok active at the very last moment. That's disrespect. The Axe gets the kill. The toss is done. The damage is out. They all jump through a magical journey. They're having a grand old time. And they actually feign the engagement. Clear caught completely off guard by that one. But so much damage comes out as a result of this one. Varus pumping from afar. Croc jumps down. He gets devoured. He gets taken out. And now they get locked in place. Miru's so low, and he is deleted. No junglers if this fight were to take place. A big shield on the Fishman, and he falls on down. Olaf makes it happen. Shutdowns galore as Katsuri falls to the floor. But Clear survives. He's juking and jiving. He picks up a triple, and it's all things Direwolves.
Yeah, it certainly is. And I mean, that's what the strength of the Direwolves composition is. But Thean was so far out of position at the start of that fight. The rest of his team posturing in the jungle. He looked like he wanted to contest through mid lane, but unfortunately you can't do that yourself. Dare I say, Rare 7-esque from Thean in that regard, in that moment in time, Skimmy. And the Direwolves going to be able to put themselves on Soul Point.
That they are. Definitely going to give themselves that situation where you're thinking, you know, you're scaling on up. 2k gold now and a Soul Point. It's looking great. Just these engagements, how meticulous it was.
Look at everyone else goes into the jungle, and Thean says, okay, we're still challenging mid lane Prior. That was definitely not the case there, Skippy. Mid lane Prior was well and truly gone. This magical journey was a strange one because it meant his team took a lot of damage. And Claire with a great flash over the wall. Croc, if he had killed Vital, that's a game-winning play. Because he didn't kill Vital, it actually ends up losing them the team fight. Because Cupcake is able to lock down the 2 key members. And you can see from here, it's just going to be a back and forward affair. Cupcake landing another clutch stun, kind of solo carrying this fight. Shock will flash in and be able to pick up the end scraps. But Azir still very much is a champion on Summoner's Rift, picks himself up a triple. So while Soul Point has been achieved, Claire definitely cannot be slept on right now.
Absolutely not. He's definitely a force to be reckoned with as he's starting to hit those major power spikes that we know that an Azir can definitely do.
And I think that should have been the fight that the Chiefs won, right?
What is my question now? Do they look to say, look, we're still as strong as ever? You know, that was a blip on the radar. We still want to make this Baron a reality.
Yeah, so that's I mean, I'll speak for my team in particular, because I don't know how other teams function. But what we would say is we're still just as strong. Katsuri might be caught out.
Well, there's a lot of ultimates engaged to make things happen right now. He's just going to stand strong, but fall just flat on his face. There's no other way to describe it at this stage. It's disengage mode for Chiefs. They wanted to make the Baron a reality, but back-to-back team fights have not gone their way. A beautiful flash stun from the Bard, ensuring that that will connect. Cosmic Binding, something out of the Nexus, the planets, the solar system afar. It is making it happen. They have made a wish, and they are looking to take this Baron now.
Yeah, and I mean, losing this Baron would be a disaster, but how do you really contest it? Maybe you hope for a steal. Croc coming in, 2,000 health.
Don't do it. He gets deleted. Vital prevents the potential steal here. Now they have the Baron, and in 2 minutes 40, they can look to close this out with a soul point too.
Yeah, and what I was going to say, Skimmy, is you're not any weaker. They're just stronger, right? And because they're not building defensive items, they're building offensive items. You can technically still win fights. They're just much spicier, is the word we generally use. Now, the problem is you saw that Katsuri actually just got one hit by Vital in that Cataclysm. Katsuri kind of looked like he was just chilling out. You know, this is a day spa. I'm just going to stay inside the walls. I'm going to be safe. And then Vital hits him with 2 spells, and all of a sudden, his game is over. Like, he's not taking all that much damage at the moment, but then he just takes all of his health. I think also there was a Corky Rocket in there as well. But Cuppers is just having a bloody ripper, isn't he?
He really is. And it begs the question right now, how do they look to try and utilize this, double support advantage they have in a
if
best
he
of
plays
5?
this well, you don't. You just keep playing it. I'm a big fan of, not changing things if they're not broken. And Cuppers is just popping off. He's 0-1-9. He's been a part of 9 out of 12 kills. I think he's having a ripper game on the Bard right now. Would be making Rusty very, very happy. And why would you ever think of bringing in a player in if this is how well your starter is playing? I think Decoy, if he wants the title, would be more than happy to just let Cupcake play this one out if this is the level that he can continue to play at.
Well, if you're a team player, obviously you want your team to go through further to the finals. And right now, they are definitely putting on a strong performance to give Chiefs a hard time here. Bear in mind, Chiefs finishing that season 17-4 with Direwolves only going 12-9. So it looks at face value very different. But in this game at least, and you highlighted at the very start of this one, the experience that Direwolves have in best of 5s is starting to show here.
Yeah, and I mean, when you think about the Direwolves season, there was a 2-week period where I genuinely thought, hold the thought, we're fighting again.
We are indeed. Tempered Fate and Cataclysm, it's all things AoE. 2 members are so damn low, but in the end, the carries make the damage connect. They delete them at their turrets, and they want to look to collapse. They want to really make things happen here. Baron buff would ensure an inhibitor, but with the soul point up in 29 seconds, restraint is shown, and they can just look to disengage.
Yeah, I mean, why would you not take Soul Point at the moment? We said, this is a composition that's going to struggle to build those resistances. Look at Chibi's item with a Mountain Soul. Look at Miru's item with a Mountain Soul. This is just such a gross comp to give that to Skimmy.
Yeah.
And what I was going to say is there was a 2-week period between maybe week 7 and week 9 where I thought the Direwolves were the best team in the OPL.
Yeah.
Now, they subsequently lost their games versus Legacy. But when they were playing aggressive styles like this, it was actually very nice to see.
Oh, that's so
as,
smooth.
Vital actually sniped Katsuri out at the end of that fight. Looked like we missed it. Sure, they had a shocking last week, right? Let's call a spade a spade. They got blown up in a couple of games, and they looked like they were a little bit arse about face. But I think that now we're seeing that Direwolves at their best. This is a late game scaling comp. They've now got themselves a Mountain Soul. They've got Corky Ezreal to 4 items nearly. You don't lose games like this, Skimmy. It's nearly impossible.
Well, we'll have to wait and see how they look to try and close things out here. Mountain Soul online. And all the pressure to just haphazardly, quite honestly, just force these fights. Mirror, every single time he's got the Cataclysm, I feel like the Arc here is just bound, almost strapped down with sellotape to make it happen. He's always looking for those fights. And just always has protection, always has members around him to say, we will follow that up because we have the damage to connect.
Yeah, well, that's what Miru's job is in this composition now, right? Early game, Miru's there to protect the lanes, get the scaling going, he helped with the level 1 invade. At this point of the game, Miru's and Cupcake's job is to just make the fight start. Like, just get it going. Like, however you can. Throw your body at them, throw some meeps at them. I don't know what Bard does. Tempered some fate, whatever the heck that means. And then the carries will like delete and two-shot people. We've seen how strong the carries are at this stage of the game. So it really is like Miru's job is just make it spicy, just get the action started. Chippy's now, however, is in the bottom side of Summoner's Rift. They do call Theon over there to defend, so I thought they might have looked for a 5v5 team fight instead. But you can see they're just seeding objectives slowly.
Well, it was looking like a three-pronged attack for a second there, with every lane pushing on in, and Chiefs just like, well, how do we respond to this one? Where can we look to try and find a pick? They've definitely been on the back burner for at least the last 10 minutes right now, with fights not going their way and
Most teams are terrible at this, Skimmy. I talk about it a lot on broadcast, but matching waves at this stage of the game is so crucially important. If you're Chippies and there's no one on that mid lane wave, there is no reason to fast push it. You want mid lane to be crashing right now. And it crashed about 15 seconds ago, because obviously middle wave and bottom wave, they take about 10 to 15 seconds additional time to walk down the longer lanes. But you can see again, Chippies is one-shotting this wave. So what that means is Varus can deal with the wave right now, and that wave's going to be gone by the time top wave crashes. It allows the Chiefs to fight a 5v5, when at this stage of the game they should not be able to. Those waves should be synced, they should be crashing at the same time. Obviously, then Chippies can leave, go into topside jungle, they don't know where he is, maybe he's going to be Bard portaled in, and you should be able to find 5v4s off the back end of that. So, still little holes in the Direwolves closeout. That means this game has dragged on. It's now 31 minutes in. Now look, I don't think they're worried about that. Their comp is just much better in the late game, but maybe should have been done by now.
Well, begs the question, right? With Baron now online, how do Chiefs look to try and navigate this one? Because you can see Direwolves looking to really play with vision and mobility to get the job started. Every single time Cupcake is there with a Cosmic Binding, he is always connecting, always making members scuttle away. It's really up to Chiefs to try and find that one crucial pick to really turn this game on its head.
Yeah, and I mean, the Chiefs' ideal game plan, right, is they just sit here for 3 minutes and nothing happens. However, that's not going to be the case because there's a two-man Baron effort going on at the moment.
That it is. The rest of the members are sitting pretty in the mid lane, keeping them distracted, and whether the Chiefs know it or not, they're unable to respond at this stage, at least anyway, because there is just so much damage between these two to get the job done. They now secure the Baron. Out comes the Azir turret, delaying the inevitable, quite honestly, at this stage. We'll take a quick stock check of the goal difference, and yes, while Mu did fall behind, well, I want to say fall behind, whilst Croc was allowed to get back into this game, he's definitely been shut out once more.
Yeah, and look at the top lane discrepancy. 3,000 gold lead for Chippies on this Olaf. He's just taken so many structures, Skimmy, and Katsuri, you cannot take that poke before an important team fight, trying to heal himself back up, but it's not happening. And these mana minions, this poke composition is just so online, Skimmy.
Yeah. You can really see the proof in the pudding right there as to True Shot Barrage coming on out. And if that even tickles one of the Chiefs members, they're forced to recall.
And this is what I meant. Now that the waves are crashing at the same time, you cannot defend. Like, both of these turrets will go down just because of a really good sync wave. Miru going in.
Yeah, expecting that Tempered Fate to land. It will not, however. The shields will keep them protected with the Mountain Soul, as you can see on your screen right there. Double inhibitors falling on down. It's a do or die chance here for the Chiefs. Katsuri now has no flash.
Oh.
Very low mobility as Clear is forced to disengage away down to half. Very low on mana as well. So it's going to be a 4v5 as the siege begins on towards these Nexus turrets. The first one falls on down. Cataclysm is still there if they decide to try and make things happen. Cupcake always threatening to land a stun if he can do. The Magical Journey goes out, feigning the disengage. Up comes the Ragnarok, the Redemption to top him up. And look for that one big pick to seal the deal, to end the game. Unable to find it, and with Elder Sporting at 50, we may see one final fight.
Yeah, I don't want to see him go towards Elder Dragon. This is the exact same scenario that I said for Legacies. Now, Legacy took it really cleverly. If the Ezreal can solo it, maybe there is a good way that you can pick this up. But why would you just not put Chippies in the bottom lane, put 4 people mid lane, wait for Super Creeps to crash top? Like, if you 50-50 an Elder, and the Chiefs somehow steal it, maybe you lose the game. I still don't think you do if you're the Direwolves. Like, they're 11,000 gold ahead.
Yeah.
But why even risk it? There is such an easy closeout here available. The only way this game ever goes Chiefs favored is if they somehow get Elder Dragon.
Well, they can start doing the dance of letting those super minions crash in through those lanes. And they assert their dominance with that strength you highlight by going through and clearing out vision, pushing the Chiefs back towards their base, and that will allow the Ezreal to start off their Elder Drake. That will allow them to look for that one-man start. Question is, do Chiefs catch on quick enough? They do not. Out comes Yoda instantly to Cataclysm. Devour won't do much. Tempered Fate sidesteps, but Chippy just jumps into that backline. Hack and slash, dash delete. Elder Drake doing the job. And they're going to look for a full 5-man ace. Clear the sole survivor. He's looking for a 1v1 up against this man right here. Will he find it? That is the question. Forget about the Nexus. Forget about the gaming end. They're looking for the 1v1. Direwolves will start this best-of-5 series with a bang. 35 minutes in, they take down the Chiefs.
And a pretty convincing game there for the Direwolves, all things considering, Skimmy. When you have a look at how that started, like, big level 1 advantage.
Yeah.
Rock, who we keep saying is a star player of this lineup, was put so far behind. The Chiefs had like this 5-minute, 6-minute window where Katsuru was able to pick up a couple of kills. They were sieging down turrets where they looked good. But then the Direwolves just were able to hit key item spikes. And I said this, like those champions just get so much significantly better with items that the game was always going to be difficult, you know, once it got past the 2 or 3 item mark. So Chiefs, they play a difficult to execute comp. And just due to the foresight of the Direwolves, like that easy win condition of a level 1 Olaf invade, were able to kind of get a big enough lead to secure that one. So really well played. What an entertaining game 1 of a series.
A beautiful game 1. And forget about the Yuumi. The Bard definitely finding the value that you want to see coming out of it from the man known as Cupcake right there. That is it for game number 1. It is a best-of-5 series, so stick tuned, get yourself hydrated, grab some snacks, and we will see you after the break.
Couple one. Welcome back, and after a surprising game 1 of Series 2, not what we expected, we spoke obviously before the game started that Direwolves, you know, have the capability to be able to put it up against the Chiefs, but well, at least I didn't think it would happen this early. Rusty, what was your opinion on the first game of this series?
I mean, when you come into a best of 5, Nick, it's often the first game where the biggest spanner is thrown into the works. And I think that, you know, in terms of the skill check, the form check, you know, how are both of these teams going? I think we saw a lot of expected things. I think at the same time, though, it's worth pointing out that Direwolves obviously came in with an early strategy, and I really like that, because for me, the fact that they threw a spanner into the works just after draft at level 1 I'm talking about with the late invade, I like the idea of don't make anything easy for the Chiefs and attack where you think that you can beat them. So attacking the jungle level 1, picking an Olaf and playing to the Olaf side on a blue invade against an Elise, I like it. I think it's great that it works, and for me, that's Direwolves playing to not only their strengths, but against the Chiefs' strengths to keep that down. So, I mean, really, in terms of form check, I think that was a great start from the Direwolves.
Well, this is also the 2 weeks, kind of 2 respective games at least, that we've saw Direwolves get massive gold leads against Chiefs. One of them they threw, which was just like a horrendous throw, but that's not the point. The point is that Direwolves now 2 games in a row have severely punished the Chiefs. And I was talking to you, you guys off camera about how I think that the Chiefs, or when pressured or when Croc's not running the show, they go into like some form of damage control, which they can never really break out of. And it's always like, okay, I'm just going to catch waves. We'll just catch waves and we'll scale. And that's fine. And that's all we'll do. And we'll be back in the game and it'll be good. But there's no like, what's the step after that? And as we saw, like, they just continuously got engaged on, continuously were getting pressured and just taking fights that they didn't want, but they had to take. And I think that's a big problem for the Chiefs when their Croc engine isn't running.
Yeah.
You got to get that Croc engine running.
Sorry,
you got to get.
there's a cycle for both teams, which I think is interesting to Juice's point as well. Like the Direwolves cycle involves Mir going top lane at some stage for pretty prolonged periods, and we even still saw that, right? But the way the game started was giving the advantage to that side of the map, so it wasn't a negative thing, so to speak, on the state of the game. I do think that we would agree that Mir could have done a lot more with his lead and been able to influence the whole map. But he defaulted to his habit, his known, and what works for him. And so for better or worse, that's the way he plays. And then Chiefs do those similar things, right? They fall behind, they damage control, they do what they know works for them, but there's perhaps other things that they could have been doing, like at level 1, not starting blue buff. And ultimately, we hit a point in this game where it just kind of came down to team fighting. Direwolves did out team fight their respective opponents here in this game. But it does still draw, like there are so many concerns from a game that was resolved in just team fighting with the way it started.
Well, that's a big thing that you said, the concerns. I don't, Direwolves on this game, so I should be riding the high horse of the Direwolves are actually in this series. I mean, are favourites in this series now. But I'm concerned at how Chiefs were able to stabilize with that level 1. They had a 2.5 level lead in jungle, and as Rusty said, we saw Mir get into his, I guess, what I would call them habits of going top lane when there was maybe for 5 minutes, 3 minutes, he could have tower dove bot lane and just accelerated the game. The game would have been a blowout. He had ample opportunity to go to the other lane, but it was like just both teams going into habits in which may not be the best for them in this series.
So Rusty, you spoke before about the idea that like game 1 is where you sort of feel the waters, throw things out, see what happens. Direwolves, we've spoken about not potentially capitalizing on some of their advantages early. What sort of playstyle do you think that they could settle into for game 2, given that it looks like Croc may not be on the form that we're used to him being on?
Yeah, so Croc was pretty heavily attacked here on the Chiefs side, so it's hard to actually give him a pure form check and know what we'll get in the second game. He played the Elise, he was into the Jarvan, it was a gank-style matchup from both of them, and then he was level 1 invaded on the one camp that he really wants. So I don't necessarily think that this game's an indicator of anything different or new that we'll see from Croc in the forthcoming games. I do look at, so for the Chiefs, the Jace pick is something that's interesting to me. I'm not sure if we will see that again, particularly when the Chiefs are on blue side, because that to me was weird. So the first adaptation could be red side, and then looking at the Jace pick, because ultimately the draft wasn't the biggest problem in this game. It was a lot of just reflected through in-game decisions.
The draft definitely wasn't the biggest problem, but in saying that, it could have been a lot better. Like I think that the Direwolves draft was good for them. I mean, I'm never a big fan of the Olaf, but it's worked countless times for them, so you can't say anything other than pick it. But yeah, like you said, like you pick Jace. Jace goes down 40 CS in a side. He's like doing nothing to pressure the side, and then it's just coming to group and team fight. Like surely something else would make sense. Something else would be better. I think like I said to you guys, this game, if anything, left me with more questions than answers. I'm just as confused coming out of that game as I was when the series started.
I was going to say, you did mention that. What are the biggest answers you need from Chiefs for Game 2?
From Chiefs, I need, again, okay, we've showed that if Croc has a bad game, we can stabilize, but what happens next? Like, what happens when we stabilize a game that we should be behind in? How do we then get a lead or then press, like, to get a lead? And then the other question I have is, like, what's our champion pool like? What are our picks? What are our blind picks? What's our 1-2? Do we have a blind top lane? I haven't really seen these answered during the regular season. And I think it's, well, no better time to answer that than now. So those are the two main things for me.
I wouldn't say this for certain Jews as well, but like we had this conversation off air, and I think it's important to bring up. Like TN can play things like the Ornn, and that may be one of the things they look at. But for me, like thinking upon that fact, like while he can play a tank and while he could be the Ornn first pick blind into whatever, it may be playing into the Chiefs' minds that like isn't that exactly what Chippies is comfortable against? Like if you first pick an Ornn, like don't you just give them the perfect comp, and especially when they're on the red side?
I like to use this analogy, or not even analogy, but everyone can play something during the regular season. I can play whatever I want during the regular season, right? Like, you know, I maybe only had a week practice on a jungle champion, but I can play it. It's fine. It's week 5. Of course I can play it. But can TN play Ornn in playoffs? Can TN play Ornn in playoffs? Can TN play a tank top laner in playoffs versus Chippies? You're right. Like that's a different question. We're not asking the same question anymore. The question is in the biggest pressure of your career, in the highest pressure environment where like the dub is really important, what's your champion pool like then? Because I often ask a question, I ask players a question when I coach them. What are your 4 champions that you'd play at Worlds or play for $1 million right now? And people, the cogs start ticking and they're like, and then you realize they've only got 2. They've only got 2, they've only got 1. So what is it?
Well, that's an excellent question, and we may be finding out the answer to that question for Game 2. As we've mentioned, the stakes only get bigger from here on out, and this is where you start to question yourself, you start to double guess yourself, and the screws really get tightened. So it is time to head into the next game. It is Game 2 of Chiefs versus Direwolves. Chiefs, obviously, not the start that they were looking for this game. Direwolves, very happy with the way the Game 1 turned out. Can they not make the mistake from the beginning of the last game and start to capitalize on this advantage that they have now? Let's find out with Chiefs versus Direwolves in the Macca's Champ Select.
If you're craving the taste of your favourites, head to Macca's for a fast, safe and contactless drive-through experience. For your Macca's run, contact-free, we'll be here.
It's Macca's Champ Select time. It's game number 2 here with Direwolves leading this best of 5 series 1-0. Definitely bringing it to the Chiefs. Definitely having some creative draft instructions and ideas to navigate through that early game, and just some great plays from level 1 there, Spawn.
Yeah, absolutely. And the real question on everyone's mind right now, Skimmy, is obviously you've cast 4 games in the first set. Now the 5th game is the game 1 of the second set. This has the potential to be a long night, especially if the Chiefs turn back up. You said you had a coffee last game. What's for dinner, mate?
There is no dinner, mate. It is just caffeine. We're living the full liquid diet.
So, I cheekily marinated some chicken wings before the show.
Yes.
And I've just been chowing down the whole time on some delicious chicken wings. Skimmy, food is fuel.
Do you know what that is, though?
That's to be able to keep your body going, mate.
That's adulthood right there. See, for myself, I might have to buy into the hype. I keep seeing those golden arches. It may have to be a McDonald's time.
I did that last week. I think, like, yeah, I don't know if you were in the studio when I was doing it, like the virtual studio.
No.
But, like, I was just sitting there just eating. I think I got a quarter pounder meal and 10 nuggets.
Oh,
and
man.
I just sat there and just ate it on webcam for everyone in the control room.
And you've got like the ASMR stream going on where like production are like, oh, can we get a mic check? You just like chomp, chomp, chomp.
Yeah.
That is the kind of content that they want to see. But the content we're going to see in this draft, all memes aside, this is not a food stream. It's definitely going to be all about playing League of Legends. They're going to stick with the Varus. Katsuri, obviously fantastic in that laning phase. Fell off a little bit in the later stages as the team were just able to get collapsed upon. Well, both really are going to stick to that same content. They're going to say, we're going to rock with the Ezreal as well.
Yeah, really interesting here because we see a priority on Trundle that we might have not necessarily seen in game number 1. Now, that could be jungle, that could be top lane. Cast your mind back also to Eons Gone by Skimmy, and it could be a support into the Tahm Kench. Very good at playing keep away here.
Nope.
But it's not going to be, because that's a Taric.
Big Taric is going to come online. You take away the Kalista. I guess this is a hybrid of that same sort of idea with the mobility.
I mean, well, Taric is just the best team fighting support, mate. He makes everyone go invulnerable. So, like, if that's the case, if what you think your game plan is survive the early game, put Croc behind, our team fight late game with things like Ezreal and Corki, Taric is maybe the best support to have because he doesn't provide great hard engage, but he does provide really good follow-up CC into some of Chippy's champions pool, and much in the same way as Yuumi, it just scales forever. Like, it's one of the best scaling supports in the game.
It's interesting to see that they've actually denied away the Corki again. Well, they've denied the Corki, I should say, just flat out. Not going to allow Shock to have that one. Found a fair bit of value with it. The response from Direwolves is we really want to limit what Claire can playmake with. Take away the Cassidy, take away the LeBlanc, and make sure that we are fighting on terms where maybe the Cosmic Radiance will be able to get that full channel time off and actually stick.
And are we going to see the first Galio? Because the way this pick down is gone, I think both teams would really like Galio right now. He's great initiation, he's great re-initiation. That's not a Galio, it's a good block to Galio, however. Azir, one of the best answers to Galio mid, especially with Hail of Blade. You just like destroy him all laning phase long.
Yeah.
So maybe we don't get to see it. What does Claire play then? You can play Orianna. It's a crappy matchup for Ori. Diana, also a possibility. Then you're playing Diana into Taric and Ezreal. That sounds crap.
It would be rough, yeah. You wouldn't want to do that. I'm wondering if he wants to go for like someone scaling, like the Rise perhaps.
I mean, Rise is an answer, but it's not a good laning phase. Karma has a good laning phase. But I really am not a fan of the Chiefs' first 4 picks. Like, a hard split pusher would bail them out of this so much, in my opinion.
What is that split pusher going to be as TN cycles through multiple champions? He originally started with the Aatrox, and that may be where he lands as well. It's been his most played champion this split, but he will default back to the Akali, wanting a playmaker. And now you've got plenty of targets that can really utilize the movement speed buff that Karma provides.
But how do they ever fight? They're relying on Katsuri to start every single fight here.
Correct, yeah.
And then once again, you're playing against Corki Azir, Ezreal Azir. This comp just, if the game goes for a year, they're stronger after the year is over. Whereas I look at the Chiefs composition, and they have very limited windows to be able to get this going. They need to be able to generate action. And I just think Claire's champion pool right now doesn't generate the action they need. So they are so reliant on Croc and Katsuri to perform out of their skin for this composition to work. And I think, like, Juves was saying it, right? There is one thing to be a big game player during regular season. We see everyone kind of step up and do that. And I'm sure you've seen this in your casting career as well. You've cast a lot of different games. But to be a big game player in a best of 5, the names probably come to your head like immediately who those players are.
Absolutely. That's what you're expecting in this situation here. I mean, this is a big call from CL to say, look, this is the draft we want to bring into game number 2. This is what we feel like is going to be an answer. I don't know. There's obviously so many different mindsets that come into it when you're looking at a best of 5. As do you want to once again be creative in the second game? Do you want to really draw out all your cards and say we just need to get any form of numbers on the board? I feel like it's such a fragile but very controversial topic because there's going to be so many different aspects or ways to handle it. But, you look at this one at face value and you go, oh, I understand what Direwolves want to do. Chippy's going to split push. He's going to get those 3 to 4 items. He's just going to just destroy people when he can jump in with those hook shots. Trundle, he just wants to put down pillars. Taric can just do Taric things. You kind of look at really what Chiefs have and you're thinking they need to, land something, hope that nobody gets blown up. Karma and Tahm Kench just need to always be there holding hands, like skipping ropes. You get worried.
Yeah,
You do.
absolutely. And the thing about Karma is you want to get multiple rotations out of Mantra Shield in a team fight. That's generally how Karma plays. But if you're playing against Ezreal Azir, you want the team fight to be over in 2 seconds. Like, you want them to be dead or you to be out, you know, with maybe a kill or two. So I don't really see where it fits in. However, the level 1 strength is very nice, and you can see the Chiefs use that immediately to not repeat the mistakes they run in. They get a vision of the jungler immediately.
They do indeed. Whether or not Direwolves have any other tricks that they want to display on this game, we will have to wait and see. But let's crack it into game number 2 of this best of 5 series between both the Direwolves that lead the series currently at 1-0, taking on the Chiefs. Going to be an interesting draft. We're going to understand really as this game progresses how they're going to execute. But a face check like that would spell disaster for Tahm Kench. Running into the bush to spot a Taric. Never a good time.
We said it already. This is a wave that's supposed to get priority, Skimmy. This is a wave that you want to have push. But when you take 50% of the Tahm Kench health, can you really generate push now in this lane?
And he's sitting back for a fair bit, right? Just looking to try and burn through those resources to top himself up. Could be rough.
And both junglers will solo start. This is definitely going to suit Lee Sin in my opinion. Trundle has got a pretty good clear as well. But Lee Sin is the best solo clearer. He solo clears without using potions. And the answer is yes. Apparently they still do get priority without potions.
Well, I'll have to wait and see how these levels start to scan on up. Already Croc having a much more adventurous start, if you will. Already going into the enemy jungle and saying, hello, I know where you're at. There's a ward down to keep bit of an eye on where you're at. Now, who makes the alpha call to smite away this one? It is going to be Croc that steals it away. Instantly letting know that Miru, hey, you had my number in game number 1, but I will not allow a repeat of those mistakes to happen again.
Ooh, and I think that's super interesting for the mindset of Croc. He didn't just hard cross mid lane and go to the red buff instantly. As we see a bit of a fight in the top lane.
It is the shield that Camille offers in her kit, doing a lot to negate the burst that can come out from Akali, but the shurikens from afar, always so annoying.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see that actually Theon gets very hard push priority in this lane. That means top lane Scuttlecraft definitely is going to be the play. And I didn't expect this early game to go this way, especially after the chunk in bottom lane. I kind of expected Claire to get prio, but Halo Blades Azir can fight for it, definitely, can get that push back. After the level 1 chunk, I think Ezreal and Taric should have been able to control this wave. And it looks like they're even struggling to control the wave off the bounce, Skimmy. And Theon has just got hard shove in the top lane as well, so Croc should be able to re-invade here. He has full control of both sides of Summoner's Rift.
That he does. He's going to start off by going to top Scuttle to guarantee some vision for those easy rotates between lanes and keep eyes on where Miru may be. Chippies was looking for it, but a beautiful Shroud will cloak that engage and prevent any form of retaliation there.
I think Theon could have looked for a mini all-in there. I mean, Grasp of the Undying down, you could see that the shield had also expired. And dodging out of the hookshot is a lot of the setup for Camille's damage, but Theon, he realizes that he's not here for a good time, he's here for a long time, wants to stay healthy in this laning phase.
And has to be careful as Miru is on the hunt, having used that sweeper now, preventing any form of vision, but that damage that comes out of this bot duo warmed up from game 1, ready to exert it again. The retaliation as the pots come rolling on through is that Katsuri can definitely take the pain too.
Yeah, can we just appreciate how well Katsuri has played this laning phase after Korea CK came to his lane with no potions whatsoever? He is having push prio, he hasn't given it up off the bounce. He's now taken a very advantageous trade and baited out a summoner spell as well. And you can see that Croc is a huge beneficiary from this. As Trundle showed on the top side of Summoner's Rift, Croc has just been able to waltz in. He's stealing himself a Gromp right now. And he can stick around and maybe threaten a dive or threaten an all-in onto this Trundle. Although he hasn't back, so maybe not the best time to go for it.
No, not at all. And the vision will spot out that Lee Sin is in the area as a reset happens in mid lane too. So it seems to be a bit of a stalemate here as lanes look to reset.
I wonder if the observers are listening, because if they are, it would be great to get a look at Croc's gold at the moment. Because there is 2 trains of thoughts with Lee Sin right now. One is kind of the old school, like ganking Lee Sin warrior, super strong. The other is that Lee Sin is a really good power farmer on the current patch, and can win out a lot of these matchups if he grabs himself an early Tiamat. And it looks like Croc has stayed around on Summoner's Rift for a very long time, so I wonder if he is sitting on the 1200 gold mark, where he can grab himself a Tiamat. 35 CS doesn't seem like enough. I think it's just going to be, you know, Red Smite plus a longsword, but it will be interesting to see what he goes towards.
Yep, that is the call. The boots are there as well with the control to add into the mix of things, so plenty of vision that the Chiefs can look to establish as they turn their attention towards this first Drake, which is going to be an Inferno one, so not a bad one to get off the board.
So he did have enough for the Tiamat, so you can see that this means that Croc just looking for early skirmishes, not looking to farm all that much at all. Because, you know, 650 plus 650, you know, 1300, that's definitely Tiamat and a pink ward if you want to come back out on Summoner's Rift. But he doesn't go towards it Skimmy, he's a disciplined man, instead just goes towards that Red Smite. And he has really good dueling power against Miru right now. At level 6, the tides might turn again, but Lee Sin can really pick the fights at this stage of the game. And with the additional longsword, should really be able to win majority of these skirmishes.
Well, Chiefs are going to set themselves up for success in this bottom lane to make skirmishes like that a reality. We know obviously how good Lee Sin is at soloing away those dragons, and the Scuttle will ensure it. As Korea CK takes it away, preventing any potential contest if Miru was lurking. But they keep up this bounce, as you say, they keep up this push.
Yeah, and what I mean by the bounce, right? So as this wave is coming in right now, with the 3 caster creeps alive, they should start taking heavy aggro, and as it's on the direwolf side of Summoner's Rift, they should be really confident of walking up and hitting the melee creeps first, and they should be like looking to constantly chip out. You know, maybe Taric can get some cheeky auto attacks as well. Obviously with Trundle on the opposite side of Summoner's Rift, this is more difficult to execute, but what that means is it's really hard to maintain priority off this bounce, you know, when it all in.
Now comes the Chenic Eruption as they look to really make things a reality in this bottom lane. The Devour goes out as he gets dazzled, and that is all that will happen as First Blood is achieved and a dragon to follow in quick pursuit. A great little achievement here by the Chiefs.
Yeah, and I mean, you can just see that means that they don't get priority at all, because the one time they try and fight for it, Skimmy, they die. So, I mean, not getting prio in any situation, that means that Croc has been able to solo out a buff. With Taric dead as well, they're able to shove that into the turret. They also should be able to recall, run topside. It's going to be perfect timing on the blue buff spawn. Also is going to be a Rift Herald spawn as well at 8 minutes into this game. And Chiefs definitely got the early game they're looking for. That is for sure.
Oh, that's a nice little read there by Tien as well to say, look, I know you're looking to try and reset and go back. They're maybe looking for an all-in. One more would do it. He locks him in place under the tower. They're both so low. Unwilling to make that final mistake, unwilling to be the one to lead the charge. Top lane lives to survive another day.
Very well timed all in from the end though, because look at the wave positioning. That is starting to build, and it actually looks like they're going to ult to try and trim it, although not going to hit the wave. And that means that Katsuri can just slow push this wave. Now there is no ult, no summoner flash available for chippies, so this is going to be a double creep wave crashing. No one on the right side of the map to help defend it. And this should be first turret falling down. I don't know why he dropped that so early. Oh, we've had this conversation so many times.
Absolutely.
Don't drop until there's 2 plates left.
And now the armor is going to be so big as a result.
They don't get it. It's
going to take
as simple
so
as
long. It really is. And as you say, I don't think they're going to get it. Another creep wave will come in. So if they do get it, we're going to be here for another 10 seconds.
We're here for a very long time. I feel like Azir could have rotated up in this time. Trundle could have rotated up in this time. You look at Claire, he's out of mana. But they will get it. Okay, all's well that ends okay. But people at home, do not drop Rift Herald like that. That is a terrible Rift Herald drop.
Yep, you want it to go down when there's 2 turrets remaining. Otherwise, the armor that it provides makes it very hard to... well, destroy, as you would have seen on your screen right there. Now the bot lane is still sitting in strong. They didn't fall victim to the lane swap, and that's obviously what allowed the Rift Herald to come online. So Vital was looking to get some plates of his own, get some XP and gold to get himself online that much quicker. Really looking to get that sheen and start getting the components to make this Ezreal a sniper from afar.
Hey, Skimmy. What's your favorite champion at the moment?
I really like Wukong. I just started playing Wukong. And I find him so fun to play.
And do you have days, right, where you'll start a new champion and you'll play it and then, like, it'll just feel amazing? And then you'll play it the next day and you're like, oh, I have to go back to my main because, like, my fingers just aren't working today?
I've definitely had moments like that. I don't even know if it's my fingers or if it's just my brain lagging.
Yeah. So, like, what I'm getting at is maybe today is a day to play Lee Sin. Because every single jungler that plays Lee Sin, like, he went completely missing from the OPL, right?
Yes.
We haven't seen this guy in a long time. He was hot commodity. Then he went missing. People were playing like Sejuani and stuff instead. Then today, Lee Sin, out of nowhere, in a primary tank meta, has just reared his ugly head again. The two people that played it only played it in the Advanced series, and now Croc is obviously playing it this game. They've had really good Lee Sin performances. This is a warrior Lee Sin with a equal levels to solo laners on the Direwolves, having a really great performance so far.
Absolutely. It's interesting to me, right, because I was expecting to come into this week, we'd see a ton of, like, Braum and Sejuani, because they just found so much success, just, you know, the dirty double stacking of the stuns, and just the beefiness that it provides, but, you know, each week we always get a slightly different idea. Yes, obviously 10.7 came out, but I suppose the biggest change for me had to be the Galio.
Yeah, absolutely. Kick on.
Kick is on. Sonic Wave will not connect, however. That's all Shock needs to make sure that he can disengage from that one. Keeps all the summoners. Lives to fight another day.
Ah, I spoke too soon.
It's
you
the
hate to
caster's
see
curse.
it.
You praise the Lee Sin. Who do we need to praise next?
I don't know. Shock just played that really well, didn't he? That's a funny one, Skivvy. I would hit that Q for the viewers at home. When you kick someone on Lee Sin, they fly in a straight line, and you're able to guarantee that Q. Well, it's still a skill shot. It turns out even God's immortal because Croc is a very good jungler, and he misses that one.
Now, what do Direwolves look to capitalize as a result of this one? You can see that the Ezreal is getting a little bit pesky here from afar. Always landing these skill shots. You can understand that Ketsuru is looking to go back for that base. Must be incredibly close to completing that balk, but Ezreal will stick around and continue to grow with the CS lead he's now achieved.
Yeah, and I mean, this is kind of what happened the first game, right?
Yeah.
Ezreal was like looking fine and then got 2v2 killed and then, you know, then came back and started pushing again. See whether Katsuri is able to turn this game around. Mirror's going in.
Yeah, we've been looking to see really when this Trundle will find some value, find some love. He's gone for a very early subjugate, which is finding a lot of value right now. As he just walks into the front line, out comes the Cosmic Radiance after that. And if it was disengaged before, it's definitely disengaged now. But a Chain of Corruption will turn the tide of a fight. Thank you very much. Chiefs just pick up a double, and it felt like they were CC'd in place for 10 years. A double kill now for this Varus. The fight continues. Chippy's desperate to take that man down. Devour is much. Vital, please. He's burning the flash to ensure it. Is it worth it? I don't know. The carries get doubles. There's kills galore. Chiefs well and truly on the map.
And this is the thing, Skimmy, is the Chiefs just somehow always manage to win these 50-50 team fights, and they do it so decisively. This time around, what a great re-engage. They wait out the Cosmic Radiance, they wait out all of the, I guess, subjugate, everything that was here, and they wait until the Direwolves comp is mortal again. What I mean is, right here, they're immortal. You're not killing anyone. You know, multiple members in this Cosmic Radiance. However, they bide their time. And the great re-engage here from Thien. And once that corruption spreads from the Varus, look at the pop-off attack speed that he's able to get in these fights. Chippies dives forward. He's not going to be able to get it done as well. Claire with a really great tether. And then Vital looks for it. Has to burn the flash in the end. Will ultimately get his man. But that gives over another kill. And come out of the replay, Mirror is in trouble, but I think the Direwolves are in trouble in general. This is now a Gunblade 3-0-1 Akali for Thien.
Absolutely, both of those members right there really finding value with their ultimates, and not a single flash remains after that skirmish. It looks so damn good for the Direwolves, but they stacked on up as you would need to with the Taric ultimate, but paid the ultimate price there. And Chiefs now finding that advantage, knowing that they are up in gold by at least 3k at this stage. We'll say we can bully you away from this Rift, Herald. We are well and truly back in the driving seat here.
Hold the thought for a second. Croc looking for Vital.
Uh-oh. He's going to disengage for a little bit. The pillar needs to come up.
Oh, what a
the first
kick.
one. Oh my gosh, the kick. And all that Trundle can do is look in amazement, thinking, I can't protect you.
That's my favorite thing to do on Lee Sin, is when someone tries to peel for a carry, to kick the tank back through the carry. It does more damage to the carry, and then it sets up your other Q, your Q off the knock-up as well. Really well played from Croc. He's made a mess of a couple of plays, but that one definitely nailed. Food for thought, Skimmy. You know, when I've watched so much League of Legends at the moment that I've kind of gone insane, as you might have been able to notice from Carson and me. I'm very erratic at the moment. The indoors from COVID-19 and the too much League of Legends really melting my brain. But do you ever think of who the best team in the OPL is without summoner spells?
It's a good question, because I've never actually really sat down and analysed it, but I always wonder, right? Obviously, solo queue is no metric to ever utilise in a weighted pro conversation, but I always think, you know, when summoners are down, surely you should be looking to, you know, execute on it. And I'm imagining at this level, right, it's so well timed out that you go, this is our moment, this is when we want to execute, this is when we want to force those fights.
Because I, in my opinion, Direwolves, Legacy and Order are kind of the two teams that play really well with summoner spells.
Sure.
But, you know, without summoner spells, I'll speak for my players. I won't throw any of Jensen's players under the bus. They have a propensity to get caught out a little bit without their summoner spells. Whereas I think Chiefs without summoner spells are one of the few teams that still keeps up the aggression. So I really like in a game when all flashes are down, like the 5-minute window that it provides the Chiefs, because I think that they are, you know, kind of LPL-esque in that they will just always look for fights.
Sure.
And if you're aggressive and decisive without summoner spells, you can get the jump on people. Right, so if I'm Vital, if I'm Shock, I'm really wary of the fact that Croc is the only person on Summoner's Rift right now that has Flash available, and he probably is going to go hunting.
Having to be wary of that one. I suppose, I mean, you raise a good point, right, in that you'd imagine that teams would play more passive as a result. That isn't their agenda. They only know that they are very mechanically gifted when it comes to team fights. That's not going to change what they want to do in this situation right now. There was a potential for an all-in had Tien decided to go a little bit further with that one and go for the ultimate collapse, because Tarek was waiting in the wings, but they paid a price. Mid lane turret will finally fall on down. Very close one when it's come to structures with 2-0.
Yeah, and League of Legends is a game where basic math really helps. You could see right there that Tien did the quick maths. 2 people on mid lane, 1 person on top lane. I can see chippies. That means that 4 out of 5 people are accounted for, but there is someone not accounted for. I'm not going to take this all in because Tarek could be down here and he definitely would be able to swing it. Chiefs, in the meantime, punish the Direwolves lineup by staying on the map, taking mid lane turret, and now they also take bottom lane. This is a good completed rotation. They also have Tahm Kench ultimate to defend Katsuri right now. A minute on this drag and keeping control of the area and trading cross map is definitely a good plan for the Chiefs Esports Club. And Direwolves, when they're on the back foot, don't look like they have many more answers than what the Chiefs did in Game 1. I know that Juves and Rusty were really critical on the Chiefs on how they played from behind. I would love to hear their insight on how the Direwolves have played from behind in this last kind of 3 minutes, because seeding objective and ground is kind of the aim of the game right now for both teams when they're in a deficit. You know,
Absolutely.
Just catch waves, just farm up.
Yeah, and I think what's interesting for me, right, is how we looked at this draft and we're like, what is the Chiefs composition looking to do, right? You know, looks very obvious at face value that Direwolves have these, you know, item spikes and these abilities to really make things happen. But that last skirmish we saw there where Tien and Katsuri just really popped off, you know, it showcased maybe, okay, that's not the, you know, the expected always situation, but definitely finding value and merit in what they can achieve if given half a chance. And
oh, Shock.
Shock is going to get all ins. Now going to get met by multiple members. Flashes have to be burnt. Cosmic Radiance as well as Korea CK comes in for assistance. Tien actually living as he disengages away into a Karma Shield too. Flashes have to be burnt to ensure that spells connect, but the Great Escape is complete.
That's a bloody nightmare if you're the Direwolves. They set up for a top lane siege. Tien goes aggressive. Shock has to op.
Well, that is a one-man chain of corruption. And
Skimmy,
it will
hold me.
force out.
This game is getting real wild real quickly. All Vital wanted there was to get back on mid lane wave. He's like, just let me get to my turret. I'll catch the wave deep. I'm not here to fight, Mr. Katsuri, please. And Katsuri flashes on his noggin.
He sees red in his eyes right now. Like, I know that you're probably on your own. I'm going to make this happen. I've got boys in support, and I've got damage to make this a reality. Look at the score sheet right there, up by 1,500. He's, once again, justifying his strength on this pick, and they're not done just yet. They're looking for more. They know the weakness of this. And finally, again, he wants us to get that midway. They will fall on down. Lee Sin kick knocks people up, left, right, and center. And they just pick up a triple. Easy as can be.
Yeah, poor Chiefs. Poor Direwolves. They've really fallen into a trap that a lot of people have. They think that the Chiefs are going to handshake control, right? Okay, you guys made your top lane play. We now get to make our mid lane play. Like, good job pushing that wave. We're going to catch it. And the Chiefs, they're just so aggressive. They're like, no, mate, that's not how this works. Any kind of objective, we're going to look to take the maximum. I mean, this right here personifies it. Our Lee Sin is doing their red buff while our team takes the Baron buff. Like, we're just taking everything away from you. If this steals it, it would be like a real serves you right moment. It doesn't, however. The Chiefs get everything. They are a greedy team, and it just pays dividends.
Why not? If you can ensure that you can get everything, you definitely can. And they understand that, hey, a true shot barrage can come across. They won't let that go across for free as a result. And I think, you highlighted at the start, this should be, in the makings of a very long best-of-5 series. There's not much that separates these two teams from a statistical standpoint, if anything, right? So it's the longevity factor that I feel like once we start reaching, if we do get to, games 4 and 5, could be a big point here.
Yeah, and I think also mental toughness, Skimmy, is really big in best of 5s. I always say that give me like veterans or rookies in best of 5s. Not journeymans. I don't want any journeymans. Journeymans, like 2-3-year-old players, they're the worst people in best of 5 because they kind of think they know it all, but they don't. Rookies are kind of oblivious. Like, they just don't know how a best of 5 goes, so most of the time they're just blindly optimistic the entirety of it, right? Veterans obviously know the pace of what it's going. And the scary thing about the Chiefs lineup is they probably don't give a shit that they got beaten in game 1, right? they honestly probably don't care at all. They're just here to brawl and smack on. Like, Proc is pushing top lane by himself at the moment. Okay, interesting tactic. See how it pays off.
But it's an interesting conversation. Oh, okay. I won't be allowed to make that point because Katsuri, he's just gross. King Robert laying down the siege. He's got the crown on his head, and he's taking everything from you right now. He is now going to assist in getting this inhibitor. 22 minutes into this one. The Chiefs laying down the law, sitting in stone that they are the team that came second in the split, that they are the team that you can never discount out. But my question before that, right, leading into your point about rookies and veterans is, you talk about ego. Like, how do you necessarily kill ego? Is that something that they themselves need to do, or is that something very much driven by the coaching staff?
I mean, I think that the Chiefs players probably don't have all that much of an ego. Having talked to CL about it, they actually respect different people within their team than maybe the public would think. For example, like, I hear that Korea CK has a really loud voice in the team, and we probably don't talk about him enough on the OPL broadcast, right? So I think it's always strange as Proc goes in.
Well, that's an insect kick, and that's another kill to the Varus. 5-1-5. A stellar performance, a massive turnaround from what Vital was able to achieve in the Ezreal last game around. He is not a factor right now, as it would seem. The Cosmic Radiance expires, he falls on down as a result, but Chippies is starting to scale on up. He's starting to get those items starting to matter in these team fights, but it won't be enough because Varus is the king of the ADCs. He's only played Aphelios and Misfortune, but he's making a case for this to be his next best. And the Chiefs will look to close this game out in sub 25 minutes. The Nexus turrets will fall on down, and this best of 5 will be tied 1-1, Spawn.
And someone called 000, because there was just a murder on Summoner's Rift, Skimmy. The Chiefs Esports Club just come in and take care of business. If you're a Direwolves fan, please go back, watch game number 1, and erase game number 2 from your memory. Because that was not a pretty sight at all. And Skimmy, I think we have a series on our hands. You said the Chiefs reminding people of why they finished second. I mean, that is the Chiefs lineup that reminds everyone of why they were first for every single week of the OPL, apart from the last one. Yep. Right? This is a team that has sat at the top of the table. And when they are in form, when they get their picks, like, is Akali top good at the moment? I don't know. But Thien really made it look great in that game, so you know what? Who cares?
He certainly did. And as you say, we have got a series on our hand. It is a best of 5 and is now tied at 1 apiece. So don't go anywhere, guys. Get yourself hydrated, get some snacks, come back. Game number 3 right after this break.
And thus, Game 2 cancels out Game 1, and we now just have ourselves a best of 3. Welcome back to the OPL. Obviously, Chiefs taking out Game 2 there, looking more decisive than they were in Game 1. Juves, Chiefs draft. You had things to say about that?
I still didn't like it too much. Don't think I don't think it's very good in the current state of the meta, but who am I to say that when they just won the video game? Like it's yeah.
Okay, explain why in the meta at the moment you feel like that draft wasn't set up for a win.
They love blinding Karma mid, and like Karma sure scales into like a utility mid laner, and it can do things for your team and things for your ADC, but at a certain point, there's like a trade-off in which the pick isn't warranted for what you give away. And so what I mean by that is like, they gave Azir, this is like, Karma into Azir is like a free Azir lane, right? And like, it's rare that you want to give Azir free lanes, especially without an answer. And so I don't care who you are or who your ADC is, but like if the Azir is like competent and it gets to your late, like a 3-item stage, the Azir is going to out DPS the ADC like 9 times out of 10, right? Especially with like a Taric, especially with a Camille. The fact that Direwolves couldn't hold themselves and hold the game in a state in which the Azir could get to those items doesn't necessarily mean that Chiefs had a good draft. That's why they won. It's just that Chiefs played better.
Yeah, there's a couple things there, right? So, like, that's the Chiefs draft, and when you look at even what the Direwolves did in response, remember again, they were red side. They got the counter. They picked Camille into Akali, and Tien handled that matchup fine. There was jungle pressure top lane, and like this is something that the Direwolves picked for themselves. They've gone for a Taric bot lane into the Tahm Kench Varus, which I guess is like a nullifying pick. Like the Tahm Kench and the Taric feel similar purposes. They still died 2v2 down there doing that as well. And like, I think it's fair to look at the Karma blind and be like, this is not exactly the optimal pick, but the Azir didn't do anything. And at the same time, the rest of the map did a lot of positive work on their own. And like, I still look at the Direwolves in that respect for the draft and say, what exactly is the goal here? Is it a death ball where you've got a bunch of disengaged champions going forwards just because of the Taric ultimate? Like, is that how you actually want to play the game? And if that's no, then why are you picking Camille last?
The Rusty, we spoke at the end of last game that last game wasn't necessarily a true reflection on where Croc is at. That he's not. It wasn't necessarily that he is off form today. He looked much better in this game. How do you think he performed, and how much do you think that Chiefs relying on him is going to become a problem for them?
I think it could be against like Legacy, right? And I don't know how much Direwolves will be able to exploit that. And so let's look at what happened in this game compared to the first one that helped Croc out. Number one, didn't get late invaded, had the ability to actually start his camps. There was some mishaps with his bot lane 2v2, but because he was a Lee Sin, doesn't matter. He can start a camp solo and not lose health anyway. And then what he immediately does is he finds the threat on the other side of the map, which is Mir. And then the second he finds Mir, not only does he win the smite check between both of them, he just knows exactly where that trundle is and protects the correct side of the map. So it's weird because you could say that they have a reliance on Croc playing or carrying, but this game was more of a reflection of him just playing the map well, being in the right places and doing the right things, while his laners were honestly carrying anyway.
Yeah, that's a good thing to say. It's important to point out that while Croc maybe did Croc things, he played the game correctly. It wasn't him snowballing a lead. It wasn't him getting successful ganks off. It was a bot lane Kingdom, which Spawns talked about that. Katsuri, and I know the broadcasting were kind of hyping Katsuri up towards the end of the split, as in he was playing a lot better and finding his feet and becoming comfortable with CK. As we've seen in the last few games, they've solo killed them 2 games in a row now. And so Croc's job, again, he knew his job isn't to do things on the map, it's to keep tabs on certain individuals, while Katsuri and CK popped off, because it was really a pop-off game from them.
And so what was it about the Chiefs game, Juves? Where in the game did it open up for them and it became just the sort of the relentless victory that we sort of saw coming?
It was just one instance, right? And it was like a lead up to that. So Tien got Chippy's flash in the 1v1, probably should have killed him, whatever, didn't kill him, but got Prio in that lane. Mid lane had Prio, mid lane was laning really well. Their bot lane 2v2 killed them and had Prio. All lane had a CS lead and everything like that. So with that assumption, they have bot river control, they have top river, they had just river control everywhere, right? Chief walked in, got river control. Direwolves tried forcing them out of river in a game state in which they probably had no means to do so. Direwolves were aggressive with the teleport, got the pick onto Lee Sin, and then it was just downhill from there. The Chiefs just outplayed them. Sometimes when you verse people in League of Legends, Nick Boy, they just click their buttons better than you. Right?
Please, I'm in that situation.
I was going to say, I've never had it happen to me, ever. But I've been told there's a phenomenon where they just click their buttons better and you lose sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
Rusty, is that what happened?
I mean, the way that Chiefs play League of Legends, Juves, it happens a lot. They will just feel confident, and you can actually, if you watch that game back, you can see the build-up. You can see the moments. It was a trade top lane where it was a flash advantage for Tien. It was the 2v2 kills in bot lane. It was winning the smite in the jungle role. And, those things, while they're all, 1% victories, when you're the Chiefs, that's an opportunity that starts to build. And then that team fight comes in, the Direwolves choose the team fight, and the Chiefs say, this is we win this. We're just better players. And that's the fight that they win.
A lot of the time you out-micro people in certain situations too. It's not necessarily because maybe you're mechanically better, but it's the pressure, the accumulative, oh my god, am I English? Accumulative pressure that you put onto a team. And so with that TP, was that the pressure TP was feeling from 2 minutes before, where Akali nearly solo killed him in top lane and he thought his matchup was just going downhill and fast? So it is the pressure and the pace that Chiefs put on you from that early game that led to them being outplayed.
So obviously Chiefs taking out game 2, but it wasn't a total loss for Direwolves. Who did we like on Direwolves' side, Juves? Who's still giving you some hope?
Look, I think that game was a disappointment all round. I don't think there was if I'm being brutally honest, I don't think there was a shining light in that game, in the sense that they were just slowly losing and until they lost.
Everyone should just go. It's a fire sale.
Well, it also wasn't that bad, right? It wasn't a blowout from 10 minutes. They lost bot lane 2v2, which you never want to see in a competitive game. Mid lane was getting pushed in Maybe the only thing I'd like to see is maybe a change up. I want to see Mia play to other lanes. Or maybe get some CC in the mid lane, get LeBlanc in the mid lane, something where there's something else to play around. Get me a CC bot lane, maybe a Nautilus Leona where we can go do something there. I feel like at the moment it's a little bit protect top lane, get top lane through a certain part of the game, and then we'll blow open the game. But I more want to see a change in play style as opposed to who's playing well. Just change the way you're playing as a team, I think, is a fair way to put it.
Rusty, your head's about to fall off from the nodding.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Yeah.
I think that if you're going to change the way that you're playing League of Legends, the hard part for the Direwolves is like that's the way they've been doing this. Like it's playoffs. It's not a regular season game. So changing that is kind of like reinventing the wheel for them. The way that you could address this is through draft stuff, or it could be through itemization. Like at the end of the day, it was a tank build or a defensive build from Chippies when they're playing towards him. And is that really the way that you want to play this out? With Cupcake playing, it seems that they have a preference to the Ezreal and like a roaming or an unconventional support. Is that actually the way you want to play this? Like maybe it's a Nautilus that you need down there to be able to bring jungle pressure down there in the first place. Like they maybe want to reassess the individual lanes and draft to try and fix this.
Is Decoy able to play? Is that what we want to see? Maybe we want to see Decoy.
Yeah, I don't think that would be bad.
Yeah.
I'd love to see a Decoy. I never get to see him in the studio, so it'd be nice to actually see him here. We are heading into Game 3. Direwolves took Game 1. Chiefs taking out Game 2. It's time for Game 3. Chiefs versus Direwolves, and the Macca's Champ Select.
If you're craving the taste of your favourites, head to Macca's for a fast, safe and contactless drive-through experience. For your Macca's run, contact-free, we'll be here.
We are all tied up here in game number 3. Both teams one apiece right now as we jump back into draft again to sort of see what adaptations have taken place with that mini break. Understanding, well, both teams, or both games, quite honestly, Spawn, it was very much the Direwolves show for game 1, the Chiefs show for game 2, and much like the Avant Order series, I wonder if we're going to have a mashup of different ideas, or if we're going to get still that sort of same narrative if it's one apiece.
Skimmy.
Yes.
There is only one thing in League of Legends at the moment that breaks my heart.
What's that, mate?
Blue side Orden bands.
Yes.
I hate them. Blue side Orden bands suck. He is the strongest champion in League of Legends. Bar none. I mean, I love the way LS talks about him. He says he has no losing lanes. He only has like even lanes. Like you can always fight for Prio. In bad lanes, he can run Spellbook and still kill you at level 6 if he just swaps out for Ignite from 100% health.
Yeah.
He gives you about 6,000 gold free, like in an average game. He is just all round. Like he's an initiating tank that's really good at peeling, that also breaks down structures like Java, Maul, Ult. Like there's just so much to this guy's kit. And he comes on board from like level 4. He has some of the best gank setup in the game. If you can't play him, and you're in the second versus third match, I think that's a serious weakness in the Direwolves gameplay.
I'm going to throw this to you. I wonder if it's not a case of we can't play it, but more that we just don't want to have it.
No.
And
wrong. You always want it.
Situation?
Every situation. There is no bad situation. So let's give an example, right?
Okay.
Aphelios is the strongest AD carry on the current patch.
Mm-hmm.
If Ornn is on Misfortune's team, Misfortune is stronger than Aphelios.
It's true.
That's literally how the game works. You at 2 items, if you have Molten Edge plus Essence Reaver on both of those champions, Misfortune is all of a sudden 1,600 gold stronger. Like at a neutral standpoint. So he even swings matchups like that. Like there are just, like if you can get a Obsidian Cleaver or whatever it's called, the Black Cleaver, you get upgraded Trinity Force. There are just some matchups that you should not win at like 2 items. Like Corki has some matchups that you don't win, but if you have an Ornn on your team and he upgrades your Trinity Force or your Infinity Edge, you just win it. Like, it just is a gold injection into your team, and it just warps map state. And I think that is just, you know, craziness to have to ban Ornn and Set on blue side.
Yeah. It begs the question, right, as to, you know, have there been other picks that, you know, Chippies has prepared, that he's practiced, that he just feels like suit what they're looking to do as an overall 5-man squad, and that he's like, look, you know, yeah, Ornn is fantastic, he's definitely incredibly strong on the meta, but I feel like, you know, if we're going for this 5-man composition, I would much rather have the likes of, you know, an Aatrox or, you know, a Renekton, for instance.
Yeah, I mean, that could be definitely the case. Like, if he's more comfortable playing flanking, diving champions, like,
yeah,
I could definitely see that being the issue. But, like, what I'm actually doing right now, for everyone wondering, is I'm just pulling up the Direwolves pick ban for Season 10.
Mm-hmm.
And their most banned champion is Ornn. They have played it once all year.
Yeah, and that was on Chippies.
So, I would love to say you're right. This is, like, a preferential playstyle thing. But my gut feel is Shock doesn't play it, and Chippies doesn't play it, and this has been the best pick in competitive League of Legends for 3 months.
Do you feel like it's going to be a make or break pick in the sense that, you know, if they can't deny it away?
Against Legacy, absolutely.
Yeah.
Like, if you have to ban Ornn, both sides of Summoner's Rift versus Legacy, that's just a free... I mean, it's 33% of your pick ban gone.
Yeah.
Like, and Tally is a gun mid lane, and Top Boom plays it really, really well top as well. So, like, against Legacy, I think, like, this is actually a drafting problem. Unless Shock can play, like, Urgot into it and run over or something like that. Like, if he has a pick that... Like, Cassiopeia is pretty good into it, but we saw, I think, Tally solo kill a couple of people on that. Silas is supposed to be good into it, but in OS we've seen it have no success at all. So unless there is a pocket pick that I don't know about, like an Urgot or something like that, I think it is just, like, a draft weakness. To be brutally honest.
Right? Because look, you got 3 bans towards that top side. Yes, you banned away the Varus, which has caused them a lot of problems in the past. And then the Chiefs have responded by targeting out Cupcake, right? So what has he got left in his arsenal? What he's played in the split when he's had a chance to start over decoy. He's had the Taric and he's had the Time Kench, right? So I start to wonder also, you know, with those 2 picks being the last to lock in, do Direwolves play something standard, or do they have something to say, look, you know, we've been hiding this, now is the time to utilize it. It is a best of 5 situation. Let's, you know, throw our balls to the wall, basically.
Yeah, I mean, this is an interesting matchup. We saw earlier today that Order were willing to pick Nautilus into Thresh multiple times. And they do have a tank prepared in the top lane. Okay. This is the first Maokai game I think I've ever seen Chippies play.
It's going to be interesting. What do you think if the Kayle is the response? Because I can understand the idea of the Vladimir, right? You know, you're looking just to walk at them, destroy them, and Vladimir would obviously shut a lot of that down. Is there an argument to say that Kayle will do much the same?
Well, it's interesting, right? Because in my opinion, Maokai is one of the few tanks that actually beats Vladimir. If you get to him before he uses Sanguine Pool, you actually stop him from blowing up your backline. And you have a lot of layered CC to be able to hold him into place. Now, it still gives Vladimir a free lane, and you never want to be able to do that. And you have to play the matchup really well. But I think that Kayle early game should struggle against Maokai. He's the best laning tank, for sure. Maybe Cho'Gath is up there as well. But both of them are really good laners. But with a Olaf as your jungler versus Trundle, I think that you should have enough protection to get to level 6, and from there I think that Kayle can just free farm. And if you have a free farming Kayle, nothing outscales that. I mean, we saw Eminez, I think, earlier this year play Kayle a couple of times, and we just saw that at 6 items, the champion is unbeatable. There is nothing stronger at 6 items.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about Caston, right, with scaling and hitting those break points in terms of levels. Kayle is very much the same, where it's, you know, hitting 6, 11, 16 and onwards, right? And then you start to go, like, how do we actually beat this? You know, the guy is just 1v3 in our base, flashing in aggressively, and the team are like, we're waiting for a minion to crash in before we can even, you know, assist you, right? That's a gross pick.
Yeah, we actually had this exact argument in the Order House. That's why I'm laughing. Literally yesterday, like, who were the best 6-item champions? We came up with Yuumi because her 6 items are non-conditional on boots. We came up with Kassadin and we came up with Kayle. Now, obviously, Yuumi is disqualified because she's reliant on a tank to get her maximum worth. She's really a 12-item pick, right?
Yeah, sure.
Whereas Kassadin versus Kayle came down to ultimate versus Zhonya's usage. And if something is that nuanced on who scales heavier, like, the answer is they both just scale really, really well. So if Thean can get to that latter stage of the game, expect him to be able to 1v5.
Well, let us see. as we enter the Rift in for game number 3. Both teams sitting at 1 apiece right now. Both games have been pretty one-sided when they have been able to pick up those victories, and with Ornn being denied away with the first pick priority, a lot of eyes and a lot of attention really goes into Chippies to sort of see what this Maokai can achieve.
Yeah, and I'm really excited for the Direwolves comp because they're playing, actually, without giving too much away, what I think is one of the strongest metas, and that is if you don't have center on your team, triple frontline seems to be really good at the moment. Obviously, Cupcake isn't on the heaviest frontline, but Thresh is still okay. He has Aftershock. He's going to build a little bit of health and some resistances.
Yeah.
But they've got 2 really beefy frontliners in the case of Trundle and Maokai. So I honestly think that the Direwolves comp is superior. Now, where does that fall down? If Kayle gets accelerated, or if this game goes too long, then this game becomes quite difficult for you to be able to deal with. But Chippies is going to be able to deal with the LeBlanc pick incredibly well. It's one of the strengths of the Maokai picks. You're going to have Miru to be able to shred through the resistances on Croc. That means he's no longer a backline diver. If Korea CK makes any mistakes, he's also going to get shredded. And then you have Aphelios. It's like the strongest AD carry ever to exist, bar none. So I really like the Direwolves comp. If the Chiefs pick up this win, they are doing it kind of in spite of the pick down phase, in my opinion.
I'm interested to see, echoing the sentiment that the casters made actually on the analyst desk, leading into this one about, can we get Cupcake to play something a little bit more aggressive?
Hate to cut you off, mate, but look at top lane right now.
The level 1 engage, they want to make it happen. Oh, he fails to flash to you, no! Not like this!
That is actually just the wildest gank I've ever seen. Chippy starts W, completely sees any pressure he's going to have in that lane, just to be able to set up the kill. Do they go back there?
You'd imagine so, right?
I mean, absolutely, after he headbutted a wall.
He's getting the Alistair cosplay on.
Oh, you hate to see it.
I was going to say, you look at the Cupcake adaptation here, the fact that he's now gone for, your Nautilus, Leona, your engage hook support to make really the ball roll. Whether or not Miru will show his face down in the bottom lane and really assist Vital to make sure that he can be the difference maker to go up against, Katsuri. But if we're going to see engages like that, where the Maokai is just like, look, I'll go to dub. I'm just going to go engage. Who cares about me finding, CS advantages? I just want to bully this Kayle out. So there's no chance of that 6-item spike that you were highlighting.
Yeah, Croc half health. There is no teleports on Summoner's Rift, so I think they could have gone for that dive if they were feeling very brave, Skimmy. But they decide not to. This top Scuttle Crab, not going to be contested. I thought with mid lane priority they might be able to go for it, but what a wild early game. This is
not your conventional one.
Yeah, Direwolves are so confident in throwing the first, spanner in the works. Stick in the spokes of a bicycle. They're really happy to make the game kind of dangerous or spicy, whatever you want to say. And I feel like if they can continue to find enough of these curveballs, they have a genuine shot in this best of 5. Despite the raw laning power of the Chiefs, which is on full display, because the Chiefs are leading in CS everywhere, including the jungle. And first blood with an assist is worth 600 gold, and the gold is dead even.
Yeah, it says it already right there. And the fact that Croc can just walk into this jungle and say it's mine. Miru cannot respond because he's been babysitting top lane to make sure that Chippies can find that value. And can really keep this Kayle at bay to make it a non-factor, given the fact that there's no summoners available on it. So definitely can't assist in any skirmishes that were to take place if a Drake were to be started. But, as a result of that babysitting, Croc is just so hyper-accelerated. He's just so far ahead and clear.
I mean, and this is a counter matchup, right? Trundle beats Olaf at most stages of the game, especially with Press the Attack. It's such a powerful spell for anyone that has to stay within bite range of you. For those that don't know, Trundle's bite is obviously auto attack reset, so it gives you Press the Attack really quickly, but it also saps AD away from the other user. Trundle's a really strange champion. He's like a legacy champion, if you will. Like, has really strange added movement speed, lifesteal healing on his W. Obviously, the Subjugate is like a lifesteal drain tank kind of mechanic where you sap away. Oh, good hook.
Well, Korea CK finds it. I called him Calvin Klein because he's absolutely styling on these members in the bottom lane. He's making it look easy.
This is just bot gap. This series is turning into bot gap. And it's such a contentious thing to say. But where is Decoy? Because Decoy and Vital look like the best bottom lane in the OPL. And this is 3 games in a row that I would argue that Cupcake and Vital have just been 2v2 outlaned. Now, obviously, this game, that's harder to say because Croc was on bottom side of Summoner's Rift, taking away Raptors into Krugs and now into a Dragon. So there's obviously implied pressure from the jungler. But that's 22 CS at 5 minutes into the game. Yeah. And what should have been a kill if Katsuri just wanted to flash an auto him once. Like, Katsuri valued his Summoner spell and his ability to stay safe over picking up 400 gold there. That's all that was. Otherwise, Vital definitely dies.
And he's forced to burn double sums to ensure that he does not fall on down. A shot looks to try and make something happen, but those chains will lock him in place.
The move.
And then that sort of turnaround.
Claire, just, that's so confident. The Chiefs have their swagger. As you can probably tell, I'm a huge fan of the Chiefs team. I get along really well with their coach, Seal. I think that, you know, of all the teams, I was a big doubter of whether this Chiefs lineup was going to have any success, given their kind of inexperience and kind of the age of some of their players. But this team is so fun to watch when they are confident, because who else goes for a play like that? Extended trade into Cassio, dodging out the ultimate just because you can. That was really, really pretty from Claire there.
Yeah, big flex. And that's what you sort of need at this level, right? Is the 1v1 skirmishes, those small little victories that can then compound and, you know, step by step build into big leads and, you know, allow these teams to find those massive advantages. And, you know, going back to your point, returning to it, you know, you start to wonder, was the game plan all along to have Cupcake in here for this entire Best of 5 series? Yes, they have the safety of falling down into the loser's bracket to take on Order, but, you know, is that something you're willing to do? I would say, you know, 10 times out of 10, no. Next
level 6 to level 5 in the jungle here, Skimmy.
Yes, indeed. Mary forced to burn that flash. Definitely cannot contest it, and it's worrying, right? You know, you talk about the matchup, you talk about the counter to it. He's been countered so hard.
And Croc, one of the only Olafs in the world that is still running this warrior Olaf, like all-out aggression. I wonder if that is because of the subjugate, although he is going to be very squishy as this game progresses. We're going to go wide from Cupcake here, because what we've seen kind of start to rise in popularity elsewhere, Skimmy, is Cinderhulk either into Black Cleaver, or this game, I would love into Spirit Visage, because you look at what his job is, it really is to just be that frontline powerhouse.
The hook will not land, and Cupcake takes that opportunity to flash flay. Does not connect with the death sentence, but that will be Maokai joining the fight with a TP engage. And Katsuri, how do you do it? A numbers disadvantage, but a bullet time, precise as can be.
And it's a disaster. What is going on Summoner's Rift? A genuine 4v2 outplay. Teleport is expended. That is desperation. And the Chiefs bottom lane are completely styling on the Direwolves right now.
And once again, they are going to find advantages by taking out a Rift Herald as well. And it's becoming almost like a bit of a, I don't want to say a running meme, but you talk about greed. Well, it's always donated to them. They're just always able to get so much all at once.
Well, the thing was, CK looked there, and his hook missing actually saved him. Because if he had have been on the front line, he's dead, right? But then they commit the teleport, and Thean doesn't have teleport available. So he says, all I can do, guys, is take an extra turret plate and, like, farm up my wave. And then he just hits him with the salute. The 0-7 in chat, like, Godspeed, gentlemen. Like, this one's on you. And Katsuri and CK, who didn't burn their summoner spells in that earlier engage. Remember how I said they let Vital live by not flashing after him?
Yeah.
That is why you do that, because you create so much pressure on Summoner's Rift. And they know they have to make a play bottom, because otherwise this gold lead is getting out of hand. They look for it, it fails, and now you lose the map in multiple areas.
Well, it's the second time now that Direwolves will be looking to play from behind, and spelled disaster for them in the game beforehand. Now that Claire returns to this lane with the completed boots as well. Got a blue buff to his name. He can just continue to look for those long trades where he can start on his opponent. Top lane, despite having such a big lead with that first blood, given the donation of a camp, hasn't really accounted for much. And the Kel continues to carry on scaling, not very far behind in the CS at all. So it's really in a situation where you'd want to see Direwolves try and force something.
And I think that the wrong areas of Direwolves are under pressure right now. You said yourself, like the Maokai pick has done its job. It got that first blood, which was really, really nice and cheesy. I like that. And now it's kept up. It's going to be a super tank. Like, don't get me wrong, Kayle will outscale in terms of damage, but people will struggle to kill Maokai this game, and he's going to make Claire's life very miserable. As Hook misses again, everyone bottom lane.
It does indeed. Once again, the bullet time zoning out Vital completely, and the drive-by comes through from Miru. He's unable to resist in any capacity at all. Olaf is in the area. He will make sure that they can't look for a potential re-engage of that. And now we're starting to see glimpses of that Direwolves, engage. They need to make something happen. Chippy's responds. Chippy's in the area, but with Dragon up and available, you just still imagine that Chiefs are the one in the driving seat, as displayed by this play here. He flashes in with the Ragnarok, and nothing will stop this man. Summoner Hill comes out, and Vital's left at his tower. Force to lick his wounds.
Oh, Skimmy. I'm having flashbacks. Like, when the Chiefs are playing like this, how do you beat them? Like, it's honestly just, it's kind of demoralizing if you're the Direwolves. I think Chippies has played a really great game in this game. I will shout him out. He has picked a tank. He has had windows to roam. He's looked the goods. But Claire just feeling it in the mid lane is kind of ignoring Shock at this stage, right?
Yeah.
And Croc on his best pick, in my opinion. His Olaf has always been insane in a counter pick matchup. Is now 1,000 gold up, has picked up 3 objectives on Summoner's Rift, and there is a 2,300 gold lead between Katsuri and Vital. The guy that I said is the best AD carry in the OPL right now is being schooled.
Well, there was a window, a few weeks back during the regular season when I was just so damn impressed with Katsuri. You're looking at him coming in from a rookie season. I've had great conversations with him over the course of the season of what his aspirations are after this. Wants to go to Worlds, wants to really make it on the big scene, sort of copy what a lot of these other players have managed to achieve in the OS region. And right now, his team are definitely in the driving seat to make that a potential reality. They come to the top side. One auto would have done it. He actually used the heal to try and get in range, combine that with his passive. Just out of range. Chippies will survive.
Okay, so this time the AD carry sees red, says, "You're not going to get away from me. Will burn a summoner spell, ultimately will not pick up the kill, but still should be able to do so much damage to this turret." And the Direwolves again seem content to trade. They're going to throw 3 members down into this bottom side. Looks like Thien's already got the wave though. If he can get out, this is going to be another turret falling for next to nothing.
Can Direwolves find this one? Ooh, the hook would not have actually connected. But Tien still
doesn't matter.
Still
love
to use
the
that
flash.
Absolutely.
Because the thing about Kayle is all she needs is experience and a little bit of farm. So Thien dying there would have been just messy. And I love players that are disciplined enough to be like, okay, I already made the mistake by trying to take the caster creeps as well. I should have just contented myself for the range creeps. Let's burn the flash. Let's not burn the ultimate so I can actually go back and farm a little bit more. That's really nice discipline play by Thien. And you can see that it is going to be another gank onto Chippies.
It is. Katsuri was donated all that plate gold. He now actually takes the turret down too. And a lot of that is available and made very strong as a result of the fact that these 2 bruisers just go around the side, look for the re-establishment of Chippies coming back to this lane. They burn the ability for him to defend with strength.
And now, bear with me, Skimmy, because I'm going to try and explain a concept of how you actually snowball in League of Legends. So Croc cleared his bottom side jungle before he went into that top lane play, right? And the reason that is important is because Croc then has the option of going topside, actually taking full control of that area of the jungle, and taking down 5 turret plates. Now, the ideal play there from the Direwolves is to split the map and take bottom lane turret. Obviously, they didn't get that objective. They got very little damage done to it. But even in the ideal scenario, they were never going to get any jungle camps. Now, it turned out this time that Croc didn't get jungle camps in the topside jungle either. You can see that they're actually just respawning now. But Croc makes sure he's recalled and off the map while the time that his bottom side jungle camps are also respawning. And this is pretty complicated and it's hard to get your head around. But what that means is every single time Direwolves splitting the map, they don't have the choice of whether the camps are up or down. They're losing 400 gold worth of jungle camps, whereas Croc is always taking them. And this is how you grow your lead as a jungler. Looks like there's going to be a fight over this Herald, however, so we'll come back to it in a second.
We will indeed. He's up by 30 CS at the moment and is looking to make that more impactful, to share the wealth around this team, because the Rift Herald is what they want to contest. Nature's Grass comes out, a flash hook here from the Fresh to flay in a Nautilus of all things. Well, this time, however, will not find much value. The Ragnarok will be the difference maker as it takes down Chippies. Death charge onto 2, full disengage here as Mirror is forced to flash away. No jungle, no smite. Chiefs will pick up this Rift Herald.
Yeah, they'll grab themselves another objective. They win that fight. It was a little bit closer. But what I was trying to get to in a long way is that right now the Chiefs are completely controlling the style of this game. And Direwolves, by not responding to it, by instead deciding to split the map, are just playing the exact League of Legends that the Chiefs want you to play. If you do not take fights like that, if you do not fight fire with fire, they will continue to grow this snowball, if you will, and push it down the hill. You can see the difficulty with it is if you take the fight and you lose out on the objective, you don't get anything on the other side of the map, and you stare down a 6,000 gold lead at only 16 minutes into this game.
It's getting quite ridiculous at this stage here, Spawn. You know, obviously from game number 1, they had the mental reset. They've come into this one. They came into game before just with a complete new identity. Look, you know, we don't really care about that one. We know what we're about. We know what we can achieve. And we know that if we can find these big advantages, you know, in these early stages of the game, we won't allow teams to reach those hyper-scaling moments where we've sometimes, you know, fallen victim, sometimes found ourselves rather vulnerable. And, you know, Katsuri, you talk about him being so accelerated. Croc also, you know, these star players are just making it very hard for Direwolves to find a target to pick and to try and shut down.
So where do we go from here? Looks like they're not willing to give up soul points, Skimmy. We're going to have another fight over this Ocean Dragon. Good news for Direwolves fan is they are there first. They don't have control of their side lanes. The longer this goes on, the more they ultimately will lose out on. But we'll see whether they can actually take the fight before the game is out of hand.
But just look at the damage discrepancy between these AD carries. Vital and his affiliate are still trying to complete that Essence Reaver. You look at Katsuri's Misfortune, he's got an Infinity Edge and an Essence Reaver. The guy is a monster. The Drake will fall on down, Chiefs will secure it, and they guarantee themselves a team fight, which will open up by taking out one. Shock finds little to no value with that Miasma, and Croc just steamrolls through that team fight. You highlight those two members, and they are the ones that do the damage, the ones to keep your eye on. And Claire, he is just roaming around and not letting anyone live.
And I like that from Claire. This Maokai was picked to make his life miserable, so what does Claire do? He sends a really strong message. Don't pick the Maokai. My LeBlanc is superior. I will trade Flash with you, sir. And the Chiefs, they just look at their best. They are honestly such a pleasure to watch when the game is like this. They're going to fix their top lane wave as well. I said after they win a team fight, this is a team that always takes the maximum. They just got 2 turrets and fixed every wave on Summoner's Rift. We take another look at this one. CK is going to thread the needle. Chippies would have loved to have eaten that hook, but he did not. Shock runs the Nautilus ultimate back through the entire team as well. And you can see both carries, they didn't use a spell offensively. Vital not there. Obviously, Shock running away as well after he took all of his health from the LeBlanc burst. Honestly, this is a clinic on how to set up really good team fights. If you are a young League of Legends player, watch this game back because the Chiefs have done it so well.
Absolutely. You know, ever since Kel got taken out there for that first blood and, you know, Miru really babysitting it to try and make the Maokai come online. They haven't shown any signs of weakness from that point onwards, and the scoreline definitely reflecting that, and the objective control to match. It's very nearly coming to a close, to a flawless game, right? Not a single turret has fallen down, and a big component as to why Chiefs find themselves in this situation, around about 7k gold up.
And we have a thing called a golf clap moment in League of Legends, Skimmy, which is where you can do everything right and a team still like just does something that's either like giga brain that you would never have thought of or makes like a really good play. And we say, you know what, you just golf clap and move on. Like, you can't get annoyed about it. And I feel like this game is nearly like a golf clap and move on game. Like, what happened this game if we actually go back and think about it? Katsuri and CK smashed their lane. Claire baited out the first ultimate, and Croc farmed really quickly. Like, that's where the leads came from. It's not like Croc did anything special. While Miru flew topside to get his Maokai lead, which I think was a really nice play, Croc just hit camps really efficiently and stole away bottom side and got a big pressure advantage. And I think it was Jews that was talking about this. Hook is on, see whether they can get anything here.
They're going to look for it, but that's a massive knock-up as a form of retaliation. The Stone Plate buying time for the team to walk into a choke spot.
Okay.
Sorry there.
Nothing achieved. But I think Jews was talking about, you know, do teams actually make mistakes, or is it just a response to accumulated pressure that is happening elsewhere on Summoner's Rift?
Yeah.
And this game, I would argue that the Direwolves have fallen down a couple of times, but it has well and truly just been due to the accumulated pressure that the Chiefs are currently putting on Summoner's Rift.
And do you wonder if that's, a response from these individual players that they feel like they need to overcompensate? Okay, we're losing on bottom lane. I need to try and make something happen. And I feel like, Chippy's on a Maokai isn't what he's really synonymous with, right? It's not going to be his go-to pick where he can really look to try and carry this game on his own and find value in other lanes.
But he still played it really well. You have to think about the windows he had where he rotated bottom lane. You have to think about the fact that he did make that teleport play. And if it goes a little bit better, if Vital hasn't burnt summoner spells or something, that play should have worked. So I think this game has not been Chippy's deficiency. I think that the Maokai was a great pick, and he's played it fairly well. I think that, Miru being behind 2 or 3 levels in a counter pick matchup is honestly a disaster. Shock hasn't been able to win out on mid lane the way he normally does on Cassiopeia. If you cast your mind back to Kai's interview the last time we were in the studio, he said, we love playing mage into mage matchup because we just think Shock is better than Claire.
Yeah.
So they would have said the exact same thing with this Cassiopeia into LeBlanc matchup. And there is no way that the Direwolves came into today and said, we got to prop up Vital because he's playing against Katsuri and that's going to be a really hard matchup. The bottom side of the Summoner's Rift has been the biggest disaster and probably the biggest surprise as well. Whilst we have been building up how well Katsuri and Korea CK's synergy is becoming, I don't think anyone expected, solo kills, 2v2 kills, just outright CS dominance, taking turrets, 10 minutes into the game from the Chiefs duo. I think that if you had that written down on a piece of paper as a genuine win condition, I want to check your notes and make sure that the working out is okay, because I would say the maths is off somewhere.
It is interesting to me, though, as you stay there with the Shock argument. This is a guy that's blind picked his matchup on so many different occasions because he's like, I don't really care who I verse. I'm very confident against pretty much anything.
Well, he's got 3,000 games on it. He's super confident. Teleport coming in, though.
It is indeed. They find their target on towards Shock. He burns that Ceres to give him a bit of chance to try and get some form of damage out into this team fight. It's going to be Katsuri that just hyper-accelerates this team fight in his favor. He just gets a double kill to his name. He's going to look for that triple by taking out Chippies as well. Aphelios is able to pick up 1 kill by denying the clear roam attempts. But it's not enough for them to prevent this soul point being achieved. And Chiefs will definitely be looking to close this one out as they can go for a clean rotate between both Dragon and in towards Baron.
Yeah, potentially could be the case. However, Rift Scuttle is going to be picked up right now for Vital. Really good job of kind of prepping the next objective. But this was a great setup team fight from the Direwolves. You can see they had an outright flank here coming in. And they're able to lock down key members. Chippy's going to fly in on the back line, going to be able to keep this fight going. But at the end of the day, Katsuri has more items than Vital, and 180 carry doing significantly more in this team fight than the other. Chippy's a very tanky fellow, but not going to be able to live through all of that damage. And a 5-0-5 misfortune. For me, player of the series right now would have to be Katsuri.
For sure.
And he's just putting on a master clinic of 80 carry.
Definitely making a statement on this roster, and once again demonstrating the fact that this is a team that just has so many threats across so many different lanes, and that's what I sort of really want to see here come out from Direwolves as a response, because that's what we've known them for. But they are falling victim to multiple signs of aggression. Once they sniff Blood Chiefs, they just never lose track of that scent.
Yeah, they have real killer instinct, don't they? It's not something we talk about all that much, but there are some teams that when they get ahead, they start maybe trolling in air quotes. Yeah. This looks like it's going to be a contest, so I'll talk about it afterwards. Direwolves are coming in here.
They're going to look to make this one a situation that they can maybe go for. They will not find it, however. Croc secures the Baron. Now it's time for disengage. And they just donate their kill across to Katsuri. Look at that.
Yeah, mate, this is real ugly. Another 24-minute win, if that's what you want to call it, because this game is irrecoverable for the Direwolves. And what I was going to mention, Skimmy, is, and I'm sure this happens in solo queue as well, there are some teammates where you get ahead, they start trolling, they start flicking emotes, they start dancing on people's graves. We've seen one of those teams play tonight already, in fact, I think. There is another team that when you are down, they, for the lack of a better word, just put the foot on the throat and make sure that you stay down. And the Chiefs very much seem like the team that when they get a lead, they smell blood in the water and they push every ounce of that advantage. And that's what we're seeing right now. That's why they close out so quickly and so cleanly.
And it must be such a joy to obviously play as well, because you realize your power spike and you're able to utilize it. It's be a joy also for the coaching staff too, just to be like, these are players that just want to execute, want to showcase what they are made of, and really make a case for themselves in this region, which is what they're doing right now. They are looking to make this series a 2-1 lead. They're taking that first mid inhibitor and keep Direwolves in a situation where it's all about base defense. One last chance to survive.
Yeah, and the side lane Croc has come back again this game, so it looks like a deliberate strategy. Hook is on, however.
Well, Maokai's going to go for the Twisted Advance, buying time for his team to try and find some form or angle. He actually gets out with the Fresh Lantern. A nice little disengage. They pay the price, however. Double inhibitors are achieved. The Chiefs disconnect. Look for a final shot, and they'll have plenty of map pressure with all these super minions flooding the Direball space.
Yeah, that's really nicely done from the Chiefs. Generally, in that position, I would say you should stick around and try and close out the game. However, because they just burnt triple ultimates onto Chippies, and he didn't die, with the Fountain being in so much closer proximity for the Direwolves, it is just better to take the recall and come back onto Summoner's Rift. Now, if Chippies dies, you should push for a victory there, but right now they've got a little bit of Baron buff left up and available. They're going to go back, get themselves, red buff, blue buff, be on Summoner's Rift nice and early for the next objectives, and this should be a fairly stock standard closeout. Skimmy, and honestly, I'm really happy that the Direwolves played Chiefs tonight, because no one else wants to play the Chiefs when they play like this.
Absolutely not. Especially off the back of a defeat. We've always talked about this, right? They are just so angry, and you just get, worried for whoever has to go up against them.
They're angry gamers. That's a good way to put it. They're like, you beat them game one, and they're just angry gamers for the rest of the set. They're going to look to actually push this one out pretty clinically. We're going to see, Thean mid lane with the teleport, and we're going to see 4 people bottom trying to break this last inhibitor open. Claire at this stage just has so much AP, should be able to do a lot of damage for these turrets, along with Katsuri, who's got 5 items, if you don't mind.
I mean, credit to Vital, where credit is due. He's kept up in this CS. He still has not fallen down in this game. He's the only one still to retain that perfect record. He's just unable to keep up with the battering ram that is this Misfortune. The Chiefs want to go for a fight. They will find it. Cassiopeia gone once again, and it's always this man, Misfortune, finding the kills. It's going to be a triple for King Robert. They're going to close out this game. The Nexus turrets fall on down. He will finish 9-0-5, and Chiefs will go 2-1 in this best of 5.
And Skimmy, my friend, all I can say is golf clap, because when you look at how well CK and Katsuri played that game, down to the team fighting, the final engages, even the ultimate selection from the Nautilus was beautiful across the board. The Chiefs bottom lane definitely showing that even for a first-year player and a rookie, that they are very much big game players, do not buckle under this pressure, and have put their team on match point.
They certainly have. They are definitely giving themselves a case of, we're the strongest. We are looking to be the best. We really want to make ourselves go back into a situation where we take on Legacy and we give them that best of 5, that, the OPL Classico revenge story, right? Where we could be up for hours on end, and they are 1 game away from that potential outcome. For, the Direwolves, they've had these situations of great strength, but they've just been unable to really replicate it in games 2 and 3. And I'm very excited to hear what the thoughts of the casters on the Hangout session is. And that's where we're going to jump to. So come back and we'll see you after the break.
Oh, it's getting spicy. Oh, it's all happening here. The way that we thought it was going to shake out could be the way it shakes out as Chiefs take out the third game of the series against the Direwolves. Juves, I'm going to start with you.
Yeah.
You said that you wanted to see a change in play style in Direwolves. Did you see that? Because at the moment it seems like Direwolves are playing in a way that just is not working.
I think we saw the literal opposite of a change in playstyle. So I don't mind that Mia went top lane and got first blood on Kayle, okay? It was a bit of a cheeky path, and I do like some cheeky things here and there, so whatever, okay? But the fact that he sat there while Olaf cleared his rates and his Krugs, and then sat there a little bit longer while his bot lane was playing under tower and just getting God knows whatever's happening down there. We couldn't even see because all we saw was Trundle just sitting in top bush. Trundle fell down like a level and a half in XP plus camp respawn timers. The matchup's not a counter pick if you're not farming your jungle camps because your counter pick really stems from level 6 when you ulti the Olaf as Trundle and steal his stats, and then Olaf ultis and then steals his own stats. Then you beat him in the 1v1. But I couldn't believe that Mir did what he did that game, specifically because Direwolves actually picked a top lane champion that was a tank that could facilitate itself on its own. Kayle will outscale in the 1v1, but you're picking Maokai to group, but I couldn't believe, like, my mind, I was exploding that, like, the Trundle just sat in the top lane bush.
I love seeing Juves lose his shit in his rumpus room in front of his giant wooden cutout table, and then
even my table's
Rusty,
angry, dude.
Even your table is angry, and then Rusty just sits there and like sagely nods in his meditation den, and is just like, yes,
You got to enjoy it.
Let the hate flow.
You know, the thing is, Nick, I like it because I don't have to say it. You know, like I was watching that game with Juves, and I'm not gonna say that we disagreed on those points. You know, I liked the draft finished. And we had a conversation, and it was, this is better from Direwolves. They did a lot of the things we said they needed to do. All they needed to do was play the game how we were hoping that composition would, and then they doubled down on the camping top lane. Like, it's honestly nuts. The game hits a point where 3 games in a row, in wins or losses, the Direwolves bot lane has been solo killed by the Chiefs bot lane 2v2. Like, that's nuts. And then you have to look at why, because that can't happen. Like, you can't do that for an entire best of series and expect to win that series, just plain and simple. And it's not just that Katsuri and Korea CK are having a fantastic series, which they are, but it's the other side of the coin where, like, if you're Cupcake and you're Vital, you cannot play League of Legends because your jungler is on the other side of the map all the time. And you're just isolated. You're so far away from your support network that you just keep dying.
So, and one of the fundamentals you get taught by, like, the first time a player comes into professional play that plays in a lane, the first thing they get taught after their first scrim, I'm going to say 99% of the time, is when your jungle is on one side of the map, you can't trade aggressively on the weak side. So strong side, weak side, right? Your jungler's top, the top lane's the strong side, your jungler's the opposite side of the map, your bot lane's the weak side. So Cupcake and Vital are like, okay, we're gonna let the wave come in. We're not gonna take trades. We're not gonna do this. So you're forfeiting the lane. So the lanes that's getting solo killed is being forfeited as is. So they don't actually, like, sure, they're probably misplaying. Don't get me wrong, but we don't know because the jungle hasn't been there to facilitate them playing, like, even just playing the lane how it's meant to play out. Yeah.
You're like, I'm out of steam.
Well, it's crazy because like it can be a real competitive series and really, really good. Like both teams have the skill levels to match each other, and we've seen, like, especially because of the first game, they can skill check each other and they can take it to each other in lanes. And it's not a game that should be a blowout from laning phase. But it only was because I think of the jungle proximity.
The Juice, Rusty mentioned it earlier. Katsuri really is having a great series, though.
Katsuri for me is probably playing the best series I've seen him play, maybe all year, even including last year. He had some cracker performances last year. That's when he kind of broke into the OPL. But I think, you know, this series is really showing a lot of maturity, a lot of, you know, I don't think there was ever a time I looked at Chiefs this year where I thought, oh, their bot lane's going to carry. right? Because they were known as the team that played kind of through Tien and Croc. But this series, I think Tien's just looking like a different kind of animal. Like he's playing really, really well. And I think CK needs to be complimented as well, because you can't do that without your support.
Yeah, for sure. Like those two combined have been able to get their solo kills. You know, it's not just Katsuri by any means. Their team fighting has been excellent as well outside of the laning phase. And I actually think like you could extend that to all of the Chiefs through this series at different moments. Like this last game is a good example of it, because it wasn't Karma for Claire anymore. He picked the LeBlanc and he was taking those fights in 1v1 against Shock, and he was winning them most of the time. Tien played his weak side game, and it was like super duper weak side game, and was even in farm against the Maokai, who like felt pressured to teleport bot lane and started losing the game. Bot lane was getting the 2v2 kills. Jungle was getting the 1v1 control, was even denying camp. So they're super aware of their opponents, and they're pushing their limits in the correct way. Like they're not being reckless, they're being assertive.
Yeah. And top laners like Tien, when they play games, you know, what we call weak side, they don't get complimented for like the carry. But the weak side, the person who plays weak side well, like Tien did, and has a CS, or even CS with a Malachi after being ganked and a tent set up, I would argue is more impactful than Katsuri getting 9 kills. Because without the weak side Titan, which is Tien that game, there is no game, right? The alternate universe is that he dies to the 5 ganks that Trundle put there, and then it's a blowout because Maokai is leaving lane 6-0, roaming mid, killing mid. So it's important to acknowledge, and important for players, I guess, at home that, you know, have questions about what weak side, how does weak side influence the game if you're just even in CS? It's the fact that you haven't died with the allocated resources from the other team, and so that's why Tien, in this game specifically, deserves like a mega shout out.
And we've given him that. Now, I need to shout something out. I want to know, Rusty, how long has the screen been upside down? Because obviously you fixed it when you noticed.
Yeah.
But, was that there last week?
No, the screen moves. So I'm here studying for my fitness course through the week, so I try and set it up for that as well, because I don't need my group of 60 people in the class looking at me with a barely made bed really early in the morning doing squats in my room, because we'd have to never mind. So I try and set it up all the time, and then it just kind of got muddled one of those days, and I don't know which day, but it was this week. I can tell you that much, because it was fine last week.
Because I'm imagining if I was you, I would be folding it up and then leaning it against the wall. But at some point, you've clearly put it down and then have picked it up the other way and then folded it out. And you've looked at it and you've gone,
it got in the way because I had to do push-ups and I didn't have enough room. So I had to put it on the bed. Yeah.
No, I hear you. Look, it's fine. I'm just happy that someone noticed. And I'm a little ashamed it wasn't me when I realized that those roots were just floating up in midair. But it is time to
I thought it was bamboo sticks.
Is it bamboo?
It
it's
is.
Very hard to tell from it. It probably is bamboo. That makes sense. Bamboo has roots, right? Bamboo has roots.
I mean, it's in the ground.
Who knows? What would you know?
Surely.
You don't even know which way to put it up. I can't trust your opinion on horticulture. All right, what I can trust, though, it's time for Game 4. Chiefs versus Direwolves. Chiefs have 2. Direwolves with 1. Can Chiefs close it out, or is the Wolfpack going to take out Game 4?
If you're craving the taste of your favourites, head to Macca's for a fast, safe and contactless drive-through experience. For your Macca's run, contact-free, we'll be here.
Chiefs are sitting on match point, and if you were a betting man based on those last few performances, you'd imagine them to close this one out here, Spawn. They have looked so damn decisive, so damn destructive that, you know, despite everything thrown at them, all these creative concepts that Direwolves look to try and use to acquire a lead, the Chiefs are like, that's all well and good, that's quite nice, but we are just so consistent in our own lanes that it all means nothing.
Yeah. completely agree, Skimmy. And now, unfortunately, as you get put back on the red side of Summoner's Rift, you have to make the tough choice. Do we ban out what has historically been the best champion for Katsuri, or do we ban out what he's been playing this series to the highest degree? Because they only have one ban. Like, the way the Direwolves are playing right now, banning Set and Ornn, both sides of Summoner's Rift, they're really playing this series with one target ban. That's it.
Yeah. It's almost as if, you flip the side, you've gone for the exact same bans on both ends, and now these two teams have said, look, you want these 2 picks, we'll take these 2 picks. It's almost like a gentleman's agreement for the first 4.
I love this. I really like this pick ban adaptation. I enjoy doing this myself as a coach sometimes. So what you've done, right, is you've picked Aphelios, who's the strongest AD carry. He does get slightly beaten by MF in the laning phase. So if you take a solo laner here as opposed to a support, which is generally what you would normally see, we do it a lot with Azir, right?
Sure.
And it's something that doesn't have many hard counters. You get to say to them, okay, are you going to try and all in on your winning lane, your bottom lane, right, which has a slightly winning AD carry by taking the best support and double banning supports, or are you going to take the best counter pick into our Akali? And what this allows you to do, this actually allows you to double ban for the Akali, which means they now have to play the 3rd best pick in the solo lane as far as like counters are concerned. So if you get rid of, like something like LeBlanc here or something, then you can actually threaten an Akali mid for pretty much free, and then still have the flex to the top lane if you want. Now, the one thing that will throw the spanner in the works here, Skimmy, is that the Olaf should still be considered a counter pick. Because they can swap that to a top lane matchup anytime they feel like it will do better in top than the jungle.
I suppose it's the bluff on both sides of the rift right now from these 2 teams. Second pick and ban phase comes on out. Direwolves will have to reveal that ace up their sleeve, and they're going to go for the Karma themselves at this time. So interesting to me to sort of see that these two teams just really have very similar ideas, very similar fashions in how they want to really make things happen.
Yeah, and this is really getting spicy, because generally best of fives build their own mini ecosystem.
Yeah.
Their own mini meta. And what I'll say by that is, like, I went into the games at the start of the night like playing heavy frontline, but then as Avant started disregarding frontline and picking more for lane, we had to start disregarding some of the frontline and playing more for lane. And then in the last game that we played against Avant, like, there was a Karthus and Italy, like, I think there was like next to no frontline running around apart from like a Nautilus support, right? I think it was the only frontline in the whole game. And you just go down this rabbit hole of like, how far do you actually want to chase before you pull yourself back out? And this game, it looks like we have very much a big rabbit hole starting to appear, because it looks like all of a sudden Karma is a priority mid laner that you can just blind pick and is going to be okay.
Just seems to be that, that safe security of if you don't, if you don't know what you want, if in doubt, lock and load with this Karma. And they are going to go with the Olaf now in the jungle. That's been confirmed obviously by Chippy's going for this Gangplank. Diana is the one for me that I'm very excited about, because when Claire has had this pick, he has for sure popped off.
Yeah, and they also flex it, right? So if they decide that Diana's better top lane, then Theon can play that, and Claire can take the Akali into a pretty free matchup, in my opinion. So it doesn't look like they're going to be doing that. Of course, they have until 20 seconds to swap over. But I do want to talk about this Gangplank just quickly, Skimmy.
Sure.
Gangplank hints that they're playing bottom side of the map. Order last year and Legacy the year before, when Mimic was Legacy's top laner, they had 80 carries that were really good to play around. And they, throughout best of fives, really relied on Gangplank to set that playstyle up. And when you've got a top laner like Mimic, Tally, or now Chippies, this is a really successful playstyle. Jules was talking kind of about that weak side mentality, that armored titan mentality, right?
Yeah.
And Chippies is going to really show you that this game. He's going to play really heavy weak side into the Akali, and he's just going to drop ultimates on cooldown, coupled with the Nautilus, onto the 80 carries. And a mobile 80 carry, Gangplank loves these kind of matchups. And hopefully we're going to see that flip in playstyle that we've been expecting from Game 2.
We'd hope to see it, because bot lane in these last few games has definitely been bullied. And Katsuri has been the one running away with all the marbles. Game number 4 now. Chiefs sitting themselves on match point. They have looked incredibly strong in their last 2 outings here.
And
But
whilst,
Direwolves will look to go, really bounce back here.
yeah, and whilst Chippies hasn't played any of the Gangplank this year, I'm just going back through his stats because he is historically a huge Gangplank player. Didn't actually play it in 2019 either. So how far back do we have to go before we actually start seeing Chippy's Gangplank start to emerge? He was on the Mammoth lineup in 2018, I think.
One for the history books.
Yeah, we're really throwing back right now. No, apparently Game of Legends don't want to give me any of those stats. Here we go. He played it 9 times in 2018. So this is his most played champion from the 2018 Summer Split, when he actually played with Juve. So Juve should be able to take us through what this matchup actually does. And they also had a bottom lane, in my opinion, that you wanted to really play heavily around it. I don't know if you've seen from Juve's commentary so far tonight, Skimmy, but he's a big fan about playing around his duo lane. Twice as many people to be able to help kill down there. And he had Mash, who was an import 80 carry, for those that remember, from North America. He's Canadian. And Chippy's used to play this pick a lot. He was a good weak side top laner that year. Played a lot of Gangplank. So very interesting to see if that is a throwback to that playstyle.
Well, they're going to need a throwback or at least a throw forward to project themselves into a game number 5 here, Spawn. It's going to be one that will need all the assistance it can find. And, you know, we were fairly critical of Miru, especially with his ability to fall so far behind in that individual matchup. It's going to be a repeat of that, but obviously flipping the script this time around. And to really understand what his priority is in this game, coupled with the Gangplank, which seems obvious as you've highlighted already, if he is going to look just to make sure that his presence is known, always be there, and make sure that Vital can, you know, sort of take back that crown of being the best AD carry.
And you can see that that's what the expected result is, because already Shock has just burnt so much of his health and mana, and even disregarded a couple of CS to now set up a 4-man dive. Vital and Cupcake trying to build this creep wave in. However, there are summoner spell teleports everywhere, and I don't think this works.
Oh, he just walked straight into that one. He's going to receive the shield. Is it enough? It is. He survives, but flashes have to be burnt, and kills are not achieved. If Katsuri gets this one, he is given double buffs. He does fall on down. It is, however, a first blood achieved by Croc. And Miru is living for such a long time, but Chiefs have enough time to respond. They connect, they kill, and what looked everything green is now everything blue.
So the turret dive comes out, and it was well set up. However, they couldn't crash the wave, which means they had to really rush it. And unfortunately, that is going to be double assist going over for Katsuri. His wave is pushing out, and he doesn't have flash, so there's going to be another window. But let's look at what I'm talking about. See how that wave hasn't completely crashed? That means that the turret reset is not going to be great. I feel like Katsuri should have probably just continued to run and not stop for that auto attack. That was really greedy. That Miru was definitely dead there. Good job from CK to actually give the kill over to a carry with double buff. So now Claire is in a great position for this laning phase. But they need to make something happen right now. This freeze is terrifying for Katsuri. You can see he's gone and bought a pink ward. He's going to ward out. If they cannot get this big wave to crash into the turret, there is a huge opportunity to gank. Croc has just been spotted topside of Summoner's Rift. Mid lane is being re-pushed in by Shock. I feel like you've got to bring multiple people down here right now.
Yeah, they're hovering in the area, and it would really snowball out of control if they can get a pick, then translate that into picking up a dragon as well, give them some very much needed early game control. It's going to be a reset here from Shock, who has already used that teleport, so the freeze will continue, and we just have to keep an eye on how the Chiefs look to respond to try and break that.
And we'll see whether they can, because you can see the freeze is locked in pretty deep. They will keep 4 creeps off the turret, but now they start pushing it back out. Oh, LS would be losing his mind right now. Unless they're going for another 4-man dive. The only reason I can give you that this is a good play is if they're trying to build a way for another 4-man dive. Claire, however, might be in some trouble here, Skimmy.
Yeah, Miru is there. He has not been spotted, but will be seen now. He wants those double buffs back.
Ooh, that is so clever from Claire. And now Miru is thinking, maybe I should have taken all the Raptors, because the Raptor just gave him the free flash out.
Yep, It's a rough time. But what is good right now is Vital, with that freeze, is able to find himself a 20 CS lead. Mira once again in the area. And will connect. The hook and the axe are definitely there, but Crocker's on that number again. He's ready to respond. The pillar goes down. They get the collapse. They get the kill on towards Cupcake. Direwolves need a kill, and they will find it. The barrage from top lane coming in clutch. But Croc is hyper-accelerated now, and he is 3-0.
Yeah, but you don't really want to be 3-0 on Trundle. Skimmy, do you know what the best build on Trundle is?
I've heard people go Knight's Vow and all the rest of it. It's like a second support.
Yeah, I don't know what the best build on Trundle is either, as Carrot's going to eat Vital here. That's why I asked you. It's a genuine question, unfortunately. I genuinely don't know what the best build on Trundle is. Is it Night Vow? Is it pure tank?
I've seen people go like Trinity Force, but I always wonder, is that trolling?
Yeah, I think maybe it is. Katsuri deliberately going to eat up that hook. The worst thing that could happen is just CK has to eat it. You can see Chippy's ultimate here is being used really well on the weak side. However, it's just not going to be enough. The lockdown CC to keep the carries in there wasn't actually in a good enough position. Katsuri back on live is also going to nearly die again. This has been a lot of action in the bottom lane. Definitely Direwolves trying to visit down here a little bit more. But unfortunately for Direwolves fan, Chiefs are still in the lead.
They've definitely been camping, and Cupcake has been very trigger happy with that hook to find those engages, always making sure that Korea CK is there to respond with those devours. But what this has netted them, despite being a little bit behind, is they will get control of this very first Drake, get the ball rolling, and set up themselves for those potential win conditions later down the line.
Yeah, for sure. And let's take another kind of look at what happened here. It's actually a blast cone over the wall. And did Croc die? Yes, he did. Shut down to Mir is huge. We already saw what happens when Olaf gets accelerated during this counter pick. He kind of disregards the counter pick completely. Now has his warrior completed. Red Smite also. Picks himself up a couple of control wards, and it looks like they're going to try and continue this snowball rolling early up into this top side of Summoner's Rift as well, Skimmy. Looking perhaps for that Rift Herald.
Yeah, just look at the bottom river right now. It is lit up red. It's triple control warded. Very defensive angles here from Chiefs to respond and respect, really, all this attention that's been shown here. And they will just say, well, we can look to go topside, and Shock, my friend, you are in a lot of trouble. He face checks into that brush. Croc instantly going in there with the subjugate. And he's going to flash forward. He goes for the bite. He chomps on down. It's a tasty snack. And flash having already been used. That is a kill secured. Mary's there to respond. We'll take down Claire. But there's just so many threats that this Chiefs composition presents. If one falls, two more present themselves.
Yeah, it's like the Hydra, right? You cut off the head and everything just starts regrowing, and it's weird and it's wonderful. They will start up this Rift Herald. You can see Aphelios heading up the river as well. I'm surprised they went for that play. I thought that they would try and dive bottom lane instead, but let's take another look what it actually was. It was just a blatant face check coming out from Shock. Will have to burn the flash as well, but the Chomp still extends that auto attack range. You can see in live, actually, there's a fight over the Rift Herald happening. Didn't quite mention, get to see who got that one.
It's going to be achieved here by Croc. The barrage from above comes down onto the Rift once again. Cupcake going to flash out after using that stopwatch. Vital also. Bear in mind, Tien Zakali has mobility and connects with that one for free.
And Skimmy, this game has got out of hand very, very quickly. You can always tell who's winning a game by A, looking at the gold at the top of the screen if you really want to get technical, but also by looking at whose game plan is being executed upon.
Yeah.
And when I think about how the Direwolves were going to win this, it was through a little bit of patience, it was through a lot of scaling and some late game team fights. And we saw that in Spades game number 1, right? And they won that game handily. If it is scrappy early game fighting where we're going at or above a kill a minute, I guarantee the Chiefs are winning that game. Maybe not even in like current score or anything. It's just in like comfort of playing that style. That is the way the Chiefs want to play. They are very messy. They are very brazen and cocky, and they want to play a high kill game. And right now, the Direwolves are just falling straight into that trap.
That they are. They're falling almost victim to a reactive play style. And the confidence is definitely exuding here from these members as Claire not afraid to let them know that I will jump in 1v3. I am not afraid of you guys. I've got members to support me. I'm coming in to make this a reality of we want a team fight. We don't want to give you that window to continue to scale on up, to be those late game power spikes that the likes of a GP can achieve. And Tien responding to this lane with 2 kills with a nice CS advantage as well. Just look at the damage he's able to achieve. Fleet footwork keeping him healthy. It's going to get almost worse once that Gunblade is complete too.
But in saying that, Chippies has like a boatload of sustain in his kit, right? He's back to full health. He only had to use 2 corrupting potion charges. There is no sustain there for Thien right now, apart from that fleet footwork. So Chippy's weak side is once again really strong. He's got himself a kill. He hasn't looked like he's going to die. His turret is still on 80% health. And this is Thien's best pick. So it's not like Chippies can't play weak side. And I just really want to pay back to kind of like what Juice and Rusty were talking about. Is Thien a strong side player? Yes, but can he play with weak side? Of course he can. Like, he's one of the best top laners in the league. Is Chippies a strong side player historically? Yes, but are there iterations of the Direwolves that he won, you know, championships on, where they played around people like King or Fantix? Is there iterations of, you know, Mammoth that we already talked about? Of course there is. We're going to see a fight here though, Skimmy. How did this happen?
Oh, well, the Herald goes down. They want to really bait members in for a team fight here. Vital resigned to his lane. A bullet time from afar does not account for anything.
How
and
did
now
they
that dive
fight
attempt
that?
is on. This is disastrous right now. A TP has to come in to try and respond. Shock is there for protection. I feel that the worst is going to happen right now. He is going to be deleted. The turret will fall as well. Chiefs taking everything.
Yeah, and Brandon just stopped the teleport from going through, so that's why they were actually able to complete that dive, Skimmy. You can see that, meanwhile, Chippies is doing his best to try and take down this top lane turret. He doesn't have the TP available. And I am so confused if we could get that replay. Why the 0-2 Nautilus and Olaf thought that was the fight to fight. This is a bizarre game of League of Legends right now.
You were right with the cannon barrage being used on cooldown. I don't think I've ever seen that icon eliminated at any stage of this game so far. He's always been a man on a mission to try and get this bot lane online, but it's getting into that kind of dangerous territory as you sort of transition into the mid game. 13 minutes into this game, you find your bot lane down, 0-5.
And the good news is, Skimmy, is that we're not idiots. Because I think Croc is struggling to find the best build on Trundle as well. He's got a little bit of CDR, he's got some health. You know, this one's blue, this one's red. They kind of look cool when I put them together. Not going to build an item, of course, but you know what? Who cares? Just looking for that subjugate off cooldown, right? Is I think what he's actually going for. But 5, 1, and 4, the Chiefs jungler, after game 1, has really put on a clinic. And it looks like the Direwolves want to continue this fighting. They're going into the river again.
Oh no, the pillar! Pixel perfect! The trophy comes down. Denying completely that Nautilus hook. Get himself a clean disengage, or have I spoken too soon? Mir jumps into the fray, popping the Ragnarok, looking for the chase, going for the flash, looking for the kill. He denies the depth charge from sniping it away, but they get a very important shutdown. Chippy's also on the board. And that'll do a great job here of stabilizing the economy if they can find one final. Flash has to be burnt. Aphelios will survive.
You know, that's my new most hated Aphelios gun. The Severum.
Which one? Ah, yeah.
Ooh, 5-man ulti, 5-man ulti. Oh. Did you see how much he just healed off that red ultimate?
It's gross. It really is.
I'm not a huge fan of it. I think lifesteal should be something difficult for an AD carry to build. You should have to choose to pay 900 gold for it.
It just gives you so much protection.
Like, I hate Legends Bloodline as well, mate. And we were talking about how well Vital and kind of Miru had played this early game, along with Cupcake.
Yeah.
And yet they're still behind in golden items.
And that's what hurts, Mir has his work so cut out for him, every single lane he's going to, and if you've invested so much into making this bot lane get online, and Chief's still just styling on it, you start to feel quite defeated at this point of the game.
Have you heard the Legends of Watercam, Sam?
I've not.
Okay, so...
What am I missing out on here, Spawn? Enlighten me.
Spooks was obviously a legendary jungler, and when he played on certain iterations of the Chiefs, when the Chiefs were playing poorly, he felt like they needed a fireman, right? Everywhere was on fire. Hold the thought. Top lane, going to see some action.
It is indeed. Claire brings them all in. He's just going to go for the 1v2. He cannot find that kill secure, however, very close with the scythe from afar. We'll disengage.
And they're going to start up the Rift Herald as well, so we'll come back to Watercan, Sam. Make sure you remind me, because I think it's a bloody funny story. Chippy's going to face check the Troll.
It is indeed. Forced to disengage away. Cannon Barrage has already been used, bear in mind. Bot lane duo do still have their ultimate if they were to contest this one, but they're quite content as to keep themselves up in CS. Get themselves completed with that first item now. Despite being up 20, Ketsuri's the one to get the Infinity Edge online first.
I mean, I think they made a smart call there. They tried to actually sneak some pressure onto the mid lane turret, and they've used the time really wisely to get chippies back down on the bottom turret. Obviously, first herald is a huge deal because it's generally first turret going to be falling with it. And, you know, you don't want to give away that early gold advantage. But at this stage of the game, just from the pressure that the Chiefs have, they're going to get turrets. So being able to pick up farm is, you know, a good trade right now for the Direwolves. But back to Water Can Sam, right? So picture this, right? Everything's on fire. And what people need is a fireman. That's generally what you want if everything is on fire, right? But junglers, unfortunately, they don't get enough money to be firemen nowadays. You know, maybe during Season 2 or Season 3, you could be a fireman jungler. But nowadays, because of the limited economy, all you can really be is a water can. So you don't really make anything better, right? There's these serious fires going on around the place, and as a water can, you kind of just show up, you sprinkle a little bit of water on it, it smolders maybe a little bit, hopefully you put it out for a little bit, but the fire's going to start again. But unfortunately, you're only a water can jungler. There's nothing you can do about it. And
So
that's what
wait,
it's
wait,
really
wait,
felt like Miru.
Are you trying to tell me that Riot need to buff Tristana, you know, Fireman Tristana, and make it jungle viable?
I would play jungle Trist. But what I'm trying to say is, unfortunately, junglers are never going to be as strong as laners.
That they will not. And I think the community's been pretty vocal about that, especially this season.
Yeah, I bloody hate the jungle changes, to be honest. But they are what they are, and we all live in this world. And you can see Claire starting to become a problem in the side lane, Skimmy.
He is. I mean, he is... he's not afraid to fight anyone, quite honestly. He is definitely dashing at them. Proto Belt is, once again, always used on cooldown. Scary times to really try and go for that matchup.
And looking at the scaling, it's not like the Direwolves get outright outscaled. In fact, they have some really good areas of scaling. Hook. Oh!
Very close. Tickled.
Grazed his bum.
It really did. Probably enjoyed it. Because they keep the turret alive.
Of course, that's what you meant. The most annoying gun combo in League of Legends is also online now for Katsuri. He's got himself the white and the red guns. I don't know their names. Severum and Scythium, I think, is what their technical names are.
I just think it's disgusting. That's what I want to put it as. I call it the lifesteal dagger because it just rips your soul apart. Watching an AD carry be in lethal range, and then you're like, hang on a minute, how is he healing himself from such a safe position and back to full? That should not be a reality. Regardless, let's see what happens here. A dragon is going to be the objective. Both are sitting on one on piece. Croc has the superior smite cooldown, and it's all things Trundle. You look at that score sheet right there. He is making this work for this team. They are finding kills, and they are staying strong. A single member will fall down from the Chief so far, and Tien gets himself a triple kill, doing what an assassin is designed to do, executing.
Yeah, once again, another Chiefs-flavoured team fight. Just huge flanking teleport coming in from Claire. They steal away the dragon. Everyone tries to hit Katsuri, and he somehow lives. Harry Potter had a claim to fame for the same thing, I believe. And meanwhile, that Rift Herald in the top lane is still just destroying turrets. This gold lead has ballooned, to say the least, Skimmy. And whilst this game has been slightly more action-packed, it has followed a similar trajectory, unfortunately, to games 2 and 3. The Chiefs look unstoppable. Take another look at this one. Direwolves look like they have good positioning, but CK drops some good vision on his way in here. And Croc at the end, the dive buddies, always just there together. You can see that Miru with the ultimate doesn't really stand a chance, and Shock, as soon as he gets ultied, is just out of the fight. Honestly, I don't even know how Vital is supposed to play this with so much backline threat. It's not like he's got himself a Tahm Kench. So you got to take your hats off to how well the Chiefs are playing. As I mentioned, like it might sound like we've been overly critical on Direwolves, but I truly believe if Chiefs are in this form and they play anyone in the OPL, you're really hard-pressed to beat them. Their aggression is just really next level. You need specific strategies designed to not allow the game to go at a kill a minute if you're going to play this team. And the only team that has been able to execute on it is Legacy.
It's interesting, right? Because, you know, we talked about it all season long as to, you know, what is the best way for Chiefs and that to, you know, go toe-to-toe with. And we've seen teams, as you say, go all-out aggression and try and match them in a team fight, you know, style of play. And they just have the mechanics, the understanding, and the superior strategies to always make that a desirable trade. And, You know, Direwolves ever since game number 1 have just almost floundered in maybe what their approach was to try and get it and take it to them.
Let's take a look at who the Chiefs have actually lost to this year. Actually, that's Season 10. Why am I... Season 9. Why am I looking at Season 9? The Chiefs. What
So
are
they
they
dropped
on Game
once to Direwolves, dropped twice to Legacy. Otherwise it's been... dropped once to Avant. Otherwise it's been flawless.
Okay, we'll talk about it afterwards. Fight happening.
We will indeed. Croc manages to juke away again. Bullet time is just doing so much damage. Devour again. Tom Kench is gross. And Chiefs make it work every single time. And Aphelios. Aphelios. Safe in your base. That's a hard lol JK.
Certainly is. And what I was going to mention is, off the top of my head, Legacy have beaten the Chiefs and looked like the better team. Avant beat them in the game where they went, like, bonkers, like, insane. That looked like, if you took nameplates off, that looked like an LPL game. There was just non-stop fighting, and Avant won the fights. And I think the Chiefs even came back into that game and pushed them to, like, a 6th Dragon or something after Lisa on Jarvan was, I think he had 10 kill participation at, like, 10 minutes. Like, it was insane how well Avant were playing that game. And otherwise, it's looked like, you know, teams have tried some stuff, but it hasn't really worked. And the reason that I was so excited for this series is after game 1, I thought that the Direwolves had a really good read on it. And maybe they do, and they just have, you know, let themselves down with individual play, and that's definitely the case. Yeah. But if I was going to, like, describe the style that beats the Chiefs, it's boring them. Like, just don't do anything. Farm. Like,
it's definitely been the most successful. I mean, you talk about the Avant matchup, as you say, there were like 27 kills to 17, and you know, Avant had a Rumble Jarvan, right? It was lock somebody in place, delete them. You know, go for an objective, delete them, and they were always able to get the, you know, desirable trades. It was one of those games where we had, like, you know, 5 Drakes, double Barons. It was one that went on for a fair bit of time, but I don't want to say it's an outlier, but it was definitely a case of one team getting the better of them for a chance, which is definitely not the usual.
Well, you can only really call it an outlier, right? Because other teams throughout the course of the year have tried to do that. Like Gravitas played Run and Gun League of Legends the whole split long, and they didn't beat the Chiefs. So, you know, Gravitas were unsuccessful. Order played one game of Run and Gun game against the Chiefs. They definitely weren't successful. Direwolves have now played back-to-back 3 Run and Gun style League of Legends. Actually, this one is a little bit more scaling, and I think that the game just fell apart too early. So maybe that's unfair, but 2 for sure. I just think that this isn't a good style of League of Legends versus the Chiefs. I think you should play structured and you should play discipline, is what I'm trying to say, Skimmy.
Well, is the discipline there? That is the question, because Miro have one objective in mind, and that is, I want to run at you. I want to take this turret down. It's been staying up for far too long. We have yet to take a turret, and Aphelios will punish us. Oh my god, that is a beautiful team fight right there. Everybody from the Chiefs coming together, and Aphelios gets a penta. Katsuri, if he was an MVP before, has sealed the deal.
He absolutely has, Skimmy. What a team fight to just encapsulate everything we've been talking about for the last 3 games. You try and go at the Chiefs. Do they take a backward step? No, they run through a Misfortune ultimate and they kill everyone on your team. Katsuri, take a bow. The Chiefs back to their best. And unfortunately, on this day, the Direwolves haven't had any answers for it.
That is a replay I will just want to watch over and over again. The combination, the link-up between Tien and Claire to get the job done, and just to give Aphelios so much room to maneuver with. It was beautiful.
Yeah, but the initial bait out is actually where the fight goes so well. Cupcake and Mir try to get on the back line, and they just cannot. Then in flies Claire from the side lane, going to be able to pick himself up a 3-man ultimate, layer in that disgusting red weird dagger thing, and Aphelios going to do Aphelios things, Skimmy. What a performance from the first year 80 carry of the Chiefs. 7-1-7. He's put on a clinic.
Definitely has put on a clinic. He is the man to watch, and it's our very first pentakill of 2020. What better way to really close out a series, as that's what the trajectory is looking like here.
Doesn't this make tomorrow so exciting? Raze versus Katsuri. The historically best 80 carry in the league, the perfect player Raze. You know, winning titles with the Chiefs. in his first year.
Yeah.
Now Katsuri, the heir to that mantle. Looks like Direwolves have one more fight in them.
They definitely do. They want to make things happen. The Moonlight Vigil coming out, locking members in place, putting marks on their heads. CK will fall on down. It's a lot to burn because these two pesky members are going for the back door and they just steal away an inhibitor.
And I mean, can you fight now? You've used every ultimate nearly.
It's not looking like it. They are on full retreat. Oh, but Tien doesn't care. He punishes you for any form of mistake. Your cooldowns are down? Well, that's great for me. I'm 6-0. I have the damage to boot. And I want to show you why we are knocking you out. I want to show you why we're making this a 3-on-1. I want to show you why we are making a run for the playoff champions.
And again, the Chiefs played disciplined in the face of what looked like a game-ending play. They're going to take away the whole jungle of the Direwolves, rub some salt into the wounds. They know they might have to play this team again if everything goes a little bit topsy-turvy and the Direwolves fight their way back from the lower bracket. Of course, it's important to point out that Direwolves definitely not out of this playoff race yet. They have the head-to-head versus Order. That's going to be the team they play next. Chiefs obviously set up a repeat date with Legacy in the OPL Classico. But Chiefs certainly looking to make this a memorable game for the Direwolves.
That they are. The Abyssal Voyage coming in, and it almost looks like he fell into a pond. Olaf is gone. He's deleted. Swimming with the fish. I'm sure a place he'd much rather be right now because this is destruction. Chiefs destroying any form of hope, any chance to make this game a living reality. We will not get our first best of 5 series. We will be looking at Chiefs closing things out here.
I mean, if I'm Direwolves, I throw myself at him one more time. 2 seconds on Mir. He's going to be back up quite soon. Can they go for one more fight? They're just going to run to the fountain. Don't do it. Fight them, boys.
Make something happen. This is your do or die moment. The Nexus is falling. Tien is baiting 4 members' attention. It's not going to be enough. GG is the call. And Chiefs advance on through.
And Skimmy, if I am the other teams in the OPL, that's a message. The Chiefs, whilst not securing first seed, are definitely looking to make a deep playoff run. That was, after game number 1, decisive. 3 games in under 30 minutes, I believe. Taking out what looked to be a red-hot Direwolves and doing it with seemingly ease. Like, to call a spade, Chiefs didn't look pushed in the last 3 games.
Not at all. I really want to know what CL is feeding these members, right? You know, you talk about culture as to what he's cultivated in this team house. You know, you mentioned a very regimented Korean atmosphere of, you know, we play together, we grind hard, but how has he got this squad to be in such a spot where, you know, you're battling out these top teams and he makes it look like the gap is far, far wider?
I mean, it's a focus on the little things, I think, right? If we're going to be brutally honest. There are some teams that play beautiful macro. There are some teams in the OPL that play beautiful micro. But the Chiefs' micro seems to be on like a really different level to a lot of the teams. And they just have really great attention to detail in how they want to team fight, how they want to set up for these flanks. And I think that they have super disciplined players. You know, not burning summoner spells have set up a lot of good plays for the bottom lane of the Chiefs in this best of 5. And honestly, you got to take your hat off because teaching players the discipline for what requires comp play as opposed to solo queue where you can burn your flash willy-nilly and not get punished for it is quite difficult in first-year players and rookies. So CK and Katsuri, for me, just played a stellar set of League of Legends, and it's very hard to kind of quantify that, but it looked very good.
Yeah, it definitely did. I mean, you know, you talk about all the adaptations that you're forcing your opponent to take to try and match that, and you still come ahead. I mean, you probably have one of those smiles that just cannot be wiped off your face right now. It's a situation you can go to bed feeling very proud of, and I'm sure from a VOD review perspective, every team right now is watching with a cold sweat dripping down their face.
But do you know who can wipe the smile off their face? Because they have done it before. Is Legacy. They're obviously going to play tomorrow, and it's going to be a bloody banger of a series. But I'm sure that Legacy are just like, they're the opposite. You know, Jensen, he's the KR coach, like old school style. He would be like, look at this fluffy team play. Look at this non-stop fighting. Our macro will be better. So, you know, the individual gods versus the macro team is going to be so fun to watch tomorrow, Skimmy.
It sure is. Well, let's throw it back to Nick and the crew for one final time tonight to close out day 1 of the playoffs.
Not even close. Just decisive win there from the Chiefs. It's almost like they were angry that Direwolves took a game off them at the beginning, and they just needed to come out and prove their dominance, Juves.
Yeah, it was like they needed to lose the game to wake them up a little bit, I guess. Maybe the late start, 8 p.m. start for them was a little bit of a resident sleep. I saw a video on the Twitter sphere of TN doing some star jumps and getting into the zone. So maybe he worked a little bit too hard in the star jumps and needed to get his resting heart rate down before he took over the
maybe
game.
another couple hours in there, Jews, might have helped him out.
Yeah.
Bed by 2 p.m. Going to bed at 2 p.m. Maybe some extra sleep. Expecting a 3-1 would have been smart from them, but he showed up in the end.
Well, let's take a look at what this Chiefs win means for the playoffs, because that's not the last time, obviously, that we'll be seeing Direwolves over the next couple of weeks. With the Chiefs taking out the win today, they go on to play Legacy tomorrow, as Spawn alluded to. But that means Direwolves are heading to play Order as well. Rusty, Order a lot of the time have kind of been seen as something of an Achilles heel for Chiefs, particularly last split. Would they be happier against a Chiefs team, or will they take Direwolves?
I have a feeling that Order would be much happier going against the Direwolves this time around. I mean, it's very hard to say which team would you rather verse out of the top three. There was a pretty clear gap between 3 and then 4, and then there was a gap between 4 and the rest. And I mean, we got to see that today, right? And what we also saw today was that there's a clear top 2, and then third wasn't actually challenging nearly as much as perhaps we expected. Like, the game that Direwolves did win was close, and then the games that they lost was not close. So I think Order can take a lot away from today, actually, and go into their next game very confident.
We'll talk about tomorrow's game shortly, but Juves, you've seen Order play tonight, and you've seen Direwolves play tonight. Who do you tip for that game?
I think if Order do what they're meant to be doing, instead of memeing in Twitch chat, if they're actually watching the game and analyzing the games for what it's worth, I think that was a very valuable series for Order. And I think just based off that, Order got to watch that. I think Order take the series, and I think I'm not going to say it's comfortable. I would say it'd be a bit of a battle, a bit of a battle for both teams. But I think there's enough evidence now to show how Direwolves are going to come out and play, and I think it's just a matter of Order attacking that.
Big agree. Let's take a look at the schedule for tomorrow. There's not many teams whose names you need to remember, because there are only 2 of them. It is Legacy versus Chiefs. This is very potentially not the last time that these two teams will be facing each other this split. The loser will head into the loser bracket, but there is a chance that they will fight their way through. This could be a prelude to the grand final in a couple of weeks' time. Rusty, how do you pick between these two teams? Who are you backing for tomorrow night?
It's hard to say, right? And I mean, we've seen these teams play each other 3 times. It's been 2-1 in favor of Legacy. That's why they got to skip the best of 5 today. But Chiefs earn the right to have the best of 5 against them now. It's 2 different styles, you know? And every time we see these teams clash, you look at how these styles conflict against one another. And I think if both teams play their game, you can't pick the winner until you actually see the execution. But if someone tries to deviate, which has happened from both teams, then it's anyone's game.
I think too, if you look at the way both teams have drafted in recent weeks, I think Legacy have a better understanding and a better grasp of the meta. I think Legacy draft to what suits them and suits their play style as a team too. And like, fortunately for them, it is what's meta. So just by, looking at a picture of like blue side, red side, I think Legacy are favorites.
All right. Well, we will need to find out who is not only favorites, but who's going to win tomorrow when it is Chiefs versus Legacy. That starts at 4 p.m. New South Wales. Is it daylight saving time now? Is it non-daylight savings time?
Didn't we gain an hour? Yeah, we gained an hour,
It's
so
gone?
it's gone.
It's finished.
Yeah, so we're not daylight saving. We're not being economically friendly with the daylight.
AEST?
S.
AEST. Just look, everyone just turn up at like 2. and then that way you just won't miss it. A massive thank you to all the Riot crew who've worked tirelessly behind the scenes to make this online night happen. All the previous work that's gone into this, it's just getting smoother and smoother. We're really happy to be able to continue bringing you the OPL during these uncertain times. Thank you to Spawn and Skimmy, who we haven't really spoken to ourselves that much throughout the broadcast, but who've been doing an amazing job. Congratulations to Spawn for the order win. Rusty, Juves, thank you very much for joining us as well for a very exciting night with some exciting ramifications, particularly heading into the next couple of games, Legacy versus Chiefs and Order versus Direwolves. It just gets better and better as we charge towards the OPL Split 1 Grand Final. We'll see you guys tomorrow night for more OPL action. Chiefs versus Legacy, 4 o'clock, whenever time.
強く強く輝いて消えた流れ星ほら命が燃える何かに怯え走り続けたその虚しさのしじまに何を見て何を探してきた自分の声がただ響く幾千万の星の中で惹かれて出会った守り手たちよ回る回る時の輪の中で自分の弱さ強さの先に同じ空誰かが見上げてるそう信じて消されない虹の奇跡が届けと冷たい指で涙拭ったあの日にはもう帰れない水平線目指して飛び立つ自分の願いを抱いて幾千万の星に呼ばれ交わりすれ違う守り手たちよ回る回る時に抗って未来を願ってもいいですか儚さから目をそらしたグリセル道の兆しの向こうかける希望あなたの光あなたの命いたずらに知らさないようにそっとくれた記憶胸に熱く灯し約束の地へもう振り返らずに恋願う歌は空高く世界に銀河に広がってくそれがいつか風となり消えて新たな日が始まる越えてゆく時の輪の中で確かに刻みつけたきらめき同じ空誰かが見上げてる信じたから消されない虹の奇跡残した強く強